Thanks to all our viewers here worldwide on News Now. Boy, do we always. Hold on, we were a little hollow right there. Hi, everyone. Welcome, everyone, here to News Now. Just 5 minutes away from going live worldwide here for you on Fox 10 Extra. Iron Mike, once again, at the controls. Thank you so much for joining us here, and we'll have more updates on this plane crash as well as other things that are going on. Thanks so much, everyone. You're watching live. Folks, we're just about 30 seconds away. Iron Mike is going to take you for the next 2 hours here. You are in cruise control with me. Thank you. Had my eggs and potatoes too today with a little bit of toast. Iron Mike. And welcome everyone here to News Now. Oh, we are flying high. Take a look at this stunt pilot from earlier today in the Valley, just absolutely putting on a show. That daredevil, look at this, doing every little maneuver that he can there. This is awesome to see. Sky Fox capturing this over the valley today, and boy, look at that, going straight up vertical and then cutting the engine to kind of just float like a bird down before reigniting those engines. Look at that. That is the way to get your heart pumping there, no doubt. Welcome everyone here to News Now. Thank you so much for joining us here today on Fox 10 Extra. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always so great here to be with you. Thank you so much again for being here. We got 2 hours of nonstop news coverage for you from across the country. So thank you again for being here on News Now. Let's go out to some breaking news, though, out in Maryland.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
Take a look at this, everyone, here. This is a plane that had to land on a highway in an emergency situation. Unfortunately, 4 people were injured during this situation. This is in Bowie, Maryland, right here, and you're taking a live look right now. That on the highway there. Not a good look, but you can still see that traffic is flowing in both directions, which is really just uncommon. You don't see that too often during an investigation like this. So we're hoping for the very best for everyone involved. There are 4 people injured. We don't know if that was, the pilot, or if he had a different person there on board with them as well, a passenger, or if it was just all people in a car there. We are learning that a car was clipped there as well. So once we get a little bit more information, if there are any news conferences, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now, everybody. Go to some other breaking news here locally.
Fox 10 News Alert.
A modern-day Bonnie.
All right, and the fugitives, the Arizona fugitives, were captured late last night, and there is going to be an update this morning at 11 a.m. We are going to have it for you in full right here on News Now. Back in August, Tucson police officials said that these 2 fugitives, Blaine and Susan, 56 and 59, overpowered 2 security officers in Blanding, Utah, and escaped while traveling to Pima County from New York. The 2 were wanted in connection to the murder of a 72-year-old man in Tucson. In earlier statements, officials with the U.S. Marshals Service says the couple faked a medical emergency while riding in a prison transport van. The couple then overpowered the 2 guards, tied them up, and put them in the back of the van with a third uninvolved prisoner. So we are going to get an update on just how this all unfolded and how they were caught late last night and exactly where they were caught. So that U.S. Marshals news conference happening at 11 o'clock this morning. We'll have it for you right here on Fox 10 Extra, everybody. Taking a look right now at the markets right here. It is up big time. 142 points there in the green. We'll also take a look at that for you throughout the day right here on Fox 10 Extra. Out to Tampa right now for, it looks like we are going to be getting an update, not on weather conditions there in Florida. Nope, this has to do with another vaping news conference, as more and more health officials from across the country are warning people about the dangers of vaping. And now we learned that the Trump administration could soon be putting a ban to flavored e-cigarettes. So once we see a news conference out of here, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now as well. Take you out to some big breaking news that happened earlier this morning. We'll play it out for you in just a little bit. But House Democrats are, they could be going the route of impeachment for President Trump. Today, they set up the parameters and rules if they did go down that route. So you'll see a back and forth between Democrats and Republicans. We'll have that for you in just a little bit. But let's start with the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. She gave a news conference and she even talked about the route to a possible impeachment for President Trump. Let's bring that to you right here on News Now. Remember, we're going all the way until noon today. Thanks so much for being right here on Fox 10 Extra, everyone.
A country that we went into following 9/11 to see where we are and where we go from here. The longest war in the history of the United States. Some disarray at the White House on this subject, but 18 years after the terror attack on 9/11, we remember the heroism that we saw that day and renew our solemn commitment to support our men and women whose sacrifice keeps America safe. Whether it's our men and women in uniform, in the military service or our first responders will never forget their valor at that time and every day. Sadly, here we are. The president's decision to cancel $3.6 billion for military construction initiatives makes us less safe by undermining our national security and the quality in life and the morale of our troops. And it dishonors the Constitution of the United States as the president negates the Constitution's most fundamental principle, the principle of checks and balances, the separation of powers, and his assault on the Congress's power of the purse. The decision is bad for security of our border, for the security of our nation, the well-being of our children. As you recall, the president said that Mexico would pay for the wall. Well, that's not happening. Instead, look who's paying. A prospective middle school of $62 million in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Take that money, spend it on the wall. Child Care Development Center at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, $13 million. Spend it on the wall. Fire station at Tyndall Air Force Base that was very much destroyed, Hurricane Michael, $17 million for the president's wall. Look at this, European Deterrence Initiative to combat Russian aggression, $771.5 million. Taking money to deter Russian aggression and spending it on the wall. The list goes on and on. It's appalling. Not only is it appalling, it's dangerous. It's not right for our children. It dishonors the Constitution. It undermines our security. It takes investment again away from our children. And we will be fighting that again and again. It's really, just when you think you've seen it all, the children will pay for the president's wall. This week, a coalition of education, labor, and veterans organizations wrote to the president to express their profound concern, that's their two words, about this decision. They write, and I quote, "Our troops and their families deserve much better for their sacrifices. While these brave men and women stand at the ready to defend and protect our nation, they should not be distracted by any concerns that their children are being subjected to suboptimal learning environments that could limit their opportunities." The president and Mexico will pay for his wall, not military families. Now, first of all, in my view, we shouldn't even be having a wall. But this is some kind of an ego wall for the president, and he just will make anybody pay the price for him to get his wall. The Senate will vote in the coming weeks to terminate the emergency declaration that the president is using to steal military funding to pay for his wasteful wall. Once the Senate passes that resolution, the House will take it up. Another subject of safety for our children. At the same time, Democrats are hard at work to keep the American people safe by action to end gun violence, the gun violence crisis. This is about common sense legislation passed the House in a bipartisan way in February. Many lives could have been saved if that bill had become the law of the land. One of the first acts in our majority, in fact, was to pass the bipartisan background checks, H.R. 8, House Resolution 8, so named because it was 8 years from the time that Gabby Giffords, meeting with her constituents in a grocery store, was assaulted. People died. She survived. She's an inspiration to us all. H.R. 8 and H.R. 1112, Mr. Clyburn's legislation. We've celebrated the drumbeat of action. We are not stopping until the job is done. Leader McConnell, you have refused to join us in saving lives, but the beat will go on until the law is passed. Every day that the Republicans in the Senate refuse to take up our House-passed bipartisan legislation, an estimated 100 people are killed in gun violence, a large number of them children, and including teenagers. Again, we came back from our August district work period. determined to own August, proud of what we did in the first 200 days leading up to that district work period, to talk about our For the People agenda. For the people, we're going to lower the cost of health care by lowering the cost of prescription drugs and preserving the pre-existing condition benefit, A. B, lower health care costs, bigger paychecks by building the infrastructure of America in a green way. And we hope to be able to do that with the president in a bipartisan way. We're still waiting to hear how he would like to make that investment, but we will keep that going. And lower health care, bigger paychecks, cleaner government. I don't have too much hope that they would join us in the Cleaner Government Initiative, but we will work to protect our system from all enemies, foreign and domestic. As we protect our Constitution in that same way, we'll protect our electoral system. So that goes on and on. As you know, we are in conversations back and forth with the administration on the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. We're just waiting for language about enforceability. If you can't enforce the provisions in any treaty, then you really are not protecting American workers. But I'm hopeful. I've always said we want to be on a path to yes. I support it, and after the first time around, those who didn't are even more eager to make it better now. But in order to be made better, it has to be improved greatly in terms of enforcement. But I'm optimistic as we go forward that we will come to terms. There's nothing, as some of you are urging us to put it on the floor, there's nothing to put on the floor. We don't have a bill. We don't have an agreement yet, but we're hopeful that we will have one. And when we do get that agreement, then we'll get the letter for the enabling legislation from the administration to go forward. Any questions?
Madam Speaker, on the other topic of the day, impeachment, do you agree, do you concede now that an impeachment inquiry into President Trump is underway?
Do I concede now? Have you not paid attention to what we've been talking about? For months, we've been saying we're doing three things. We're legislating. Do you want me to go over our 200 days of legislation leading up to now and even what we did this week to protect our environment? We are legislating. We're investigating, as 6 committees have been doing, 4 months. 6 committees have been working 4 months. And third, we are litigating. We are taking the work of the committees into the courts. We've won in 2 instances already. They've appealed. We're waiting for those decisions, as we also wait for decisions for other litigation based on what our investigations in the Congress have called for. So I stand by what we have been doing all along. I support what is happening in the Judiciary Committee because that enables them to do their process of interrogation in their investigation, and I salute them for that work. But I also salute them for what they did earlier this week. They took up and marked up 3 bills to make America safer in terms of common sense gun safety. So legislate, investigate, litigate. That's the path we have been on, and that's the path we continue to be on.
If I may, is the specific language not important? I mean, how should the American people understand?
The American people understand that we're
very differently about it.
It's not. You're the only ones who are sowing this.
That's not true, ma'am.
It isn't true. Look, I travel the entire country. Come with me sometime, and you'll hear what the American people are saying. They understand that impeachment is a very divisive measure. But if we have to go there, we'll have to go there. But we can't go there unless we have the facts, and we will follow the facts, and we will follow the obstruction that the president is making of us are getting the facts and make our decision when we're ready. That's the only question. That's all I'm going to say about this subject. And there's nothing different from one day to the next. We're still on our same path. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if I will, we have heard from many of the members of your caucus who have been very open in saying that they're getting mixed messages. And those mixed messages sometimes translate to the American public. And you've long said that public sentiment is an important factor in deciding what you are going to do there. So shouldn't you set the record straight? I have said what I'm going to say on the subject. That's it. We are legislating. We are focusing on the work that we're here to do for the American people.
And part of our responsibility is to honor our oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And in doing so, we are seeking the facts. I'm not answering any more questions on this subject. That is what we have said all along. That is what we continue to do. And again, in the American public, when I go out there, people are saying it's good to be careful about how we proceed. And when we make a decision about this, whatever it may be, we want the American people to respect that we were careful, that we were methodical, that we were accommodating of the needs of the courts as we proceeded, and of the ability of the president to exonerate himself. If you have exculpatory information that proves your innocence, let us see it. If not, you are obstructing our access to what that information may be. And that is where we are. Next question on any other subject?
On the USMCA.
Yeah.
On the election results from.
And by the way, I'm very pleased at the path we're on.
Welcome back, everyone. Here to News Now. You can take a look at shot from our tower cam. Already 91 degrees here, almost at 10:20 this morning on this Thursday. Hope you guys are all having a great start to your morning. Welcome to News Now right here on Fox 10 Extra. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Well, we learned this morning that the House Democrats, they set up some parameters and some rules in their committee markup today on the possible rules if they did go down that route for impeachment of President Trump. We heard this pretty much from the beginning, maybe, of President Trump's administration, that Democrats would want to go some route of impeachment. And it's been building and building as these couple of years have gone on, really 2.5 years for President Trump. Let's learn a little bit more here from this committee markup. You're going to hear from both sides, Democrats and Republicans, on the issue of impeachment.
Unquote, from appearing before this committee. We require his testimony for our obstruction investigation. But the president has vowed to, quote, fight all of the subpoenas, unquote, and this, too, is conduct that requires a congressional response. As members of Congress, and in particular as members of the House Judiciary Committee, we have a responsibility to investigate each of these allegations and to determine the appropriate remedy. That responsibility includes making a judgment about whether to recommend articles of impeachment. That judgment cannot be based on our feelings about President Trump. It should not be a personal reaction to misguided policies or personal behavior. It must be a decision based on the evidence before us and the evidence that keeps coming in. Now, there has been a good amount of confusion in the press and elsewhere about how we should talk about this work. Some have said that, absent some grand moment in which we pass dramatically from concerned about the president's conduct to actively considering articles of impeachment, it is hard to know exactly what the committee is doing here. Others have argued that we can do none of this work without first having an authorizing vote on the House floor. But a House vote is not required by the rules of the House or by the Constitution, and the argument ignores ample precedents in which no such votes were taken. There should be no doubt about our purpose. We have been open about our plans in this committee for many months. The record is recounted in the preamble of the resolution before us now. On March 4th, 2019, we sought information from many sources related to, quote, alleged obstruction of justice, public corruption, and other abuses of power by President Trump. On May 8th, we recommended that the House hold Attorney General Barr in contempt. As part of that recommendation, the committee was clear that our work, quote, includes whether to approve articles of impeachment with respect to the president, close quote. On June 11th, the House approved HRES 430, authorizing this committee to enforce its subpoenas in court. The committee report stated explicitly that our work includes whether to approve articles of impeachment with reference to the president. Pursuant to that resolution, on July 26th, we asked the federal court for access to grand jury information, and we told the court that it falls to this committee to, quote, exercise a constitutional power of the utmost gravity, approval of articles of impeachment, close quote. On August 7th, we filed suit to enforce our subpoena for Mr. McGahn. There again, we told the court that we require his testimony in order to help decide whether to recommend articles of impeachment. In each of these documents, we have been explicit about our intentions. This committee is engaged in an investigation that will allow us to determine whether to recommend articles of impeachment with respect to President Trump. That is what we are doing. Some call this process an impeachment inquiry. Some call it an impeachment investigation. There's no legal difference between these terms, and I no longer care to argue about the nomenclature. But let me clear up any remaining doubt. The conduct under investigation poses a threat to our democracy. We have an obligation to respond to this threat, and we are doing so. Under the procedures outlined in this resolution, we will hold hearings that allow us to further consider the evidence against the president. At those hearings, in addition to member questioning, we will allow staff counsel to participate for 1 hour per witness, evenly divided between the majority and the minority. This will allow us to develop the record in ways that the 5-minute rule does not always permit. We will also allow the president to respond to the evidence in writing and on the record. No matter how we may disagree with him, President Trump is entitled to respond to the evidence in this way. And we will treat certain sensitive evidence, such as grand jury information, as being received in executive session. Under these procedures, when we have finished these hearings and considered as much evidence as we are able to gather, we will then decide whether to refer articles of impeachment to the House floor. We have a constitutional, historical, and moral obligation to fully investigate these matters and to make that decision. Let us take the next step in that work without delay. I urge my colleagues to adopt this resolution, and I yield back. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this. Welcome to everybody here who was expecting one thing and getting another. Last week, I was driving to a great event. It is the opening of football season at the University of Georgia. We're going between the hedges. The day was starting as our first home game. My wife and I are driving down the road, and she's looking at her phone. She's bored. She's looking at it as it goes forward, and she's in her Instagram account. And she looks over at me, and she shows me this picture of a person as a family member, as a close family member. She looks over, and she says, and a friend who was staying with us, she said, Megan told me about filters that you can use to make your appearance look better. And I said, yeah. I said, what are you talking about? She said, well, look at this picture. This looks nothing like our family member. What did she do? And I said, well, Lisa, I don't know. I said, undoubtedly she used one of the filters. What's happened today is great. The Judiciary Committee has become a giant Instagram filter to make you appear that something's happening that's not. It's a really interesting, and I hope he'll come back at this. The difference between formal impeachment proceedings and what we're doing today is a world apart, no matter what the chairman just said. And what we're looking at here is a filter to make you believe something. It's great, though, because I love this. I've not seen this much press up at 8 o'clock in the morning in a long time. When we look at this, though, let's look at the facts. Nothing we have here is anything that could not have been handled 5 minutes before a hearing of any time that we have. The filter may make you think something's happening, but really what we have is a walk down the yellow brick road. In fact, you want to see the yellow brick road? Let's go to the whereas clauses. The Emerald City is impeachment, and my colleagues are desperate to get there. They have been desperate since last November when they won the majority, and they started this path. They walked. Look at the whereas clauses on what they're doing and how they're doing it. In fact, what's really interesting, though, is very disturbing to me is the whereas clause in the second paragraph when it admits that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 election, yet we've had no hearings and no bills brought forward in this committee that deals with that issue. Undoubtedly, we acknowledge it like we've done a lot of things in this committee, but we don't want to solve it because we'd rather talk about it. So we continue the whereas clauses. We continue the whereas this, the yellow brick road. What's interesting is all along they thought people were coming along with them and that the public was happy with this and that other members in their own party were happy with this. But somewhere down the yellow brick road, they looked around and said, there's not all of us here. People aren't following anymore. And then we come to today, the resolve part, which is actually the real part of this resolution, which again, for all of the folks covering this is not anything special. In fact, let's talk about it. Number one, the chairman may designate a full committee or subcommittee hearing for the purpose of presentation of information to this committee. Oh my goodness, you can do that anytime you wake up. The chairman could wake up this morning and say, this is what we're doing today. Why do we need a resolve clause for that? I didn't know we needed to define the chairman's authority into saying what we're going to do today. He's made it very clear for all year this is what he wants to do. The second one, if a witness is called to testify, the committee staff, here we are again, because we know it looks more impeachment-like if we have staff answering questions. I don't know what it's like on the other side of the aisle here, but staff meetings must be heck around here, because I've never seen a majority bunch of members who desperately want to give away their authority to staff to do something. I've never seen this with the brand of lawyers that you have on your side of the aisle. I am amazed that you just don't ask for more member questioning and let some of these brilliant lawyers go at it because they're good. But yet, undoubtedly, I'm not sure what's happening on that side, but this desperation to get staff to be in the spotlight to ask questions is just something that is, again, Instagram filter. Let's put it in there to look like something that it's really not. And for some lawyers, and I'm looking at one right here, Mr. Raskin, is amazing. I don't understand this one, but hey, again though, let me think. This could have been done at any hearing. At any hearing we do, the chairman just has to bring it up as a motion. It's in the rules. We don't have to be doing this as a resolution, but it looked really good over the weekend when we said we're going to start inquiries into impeachment, and we're going to put regulations in place to do that. And then it went off the track completely through the week because even their own leadership didn't know what they were doing. Then number three, now this one's a problem. It talks about executive session and how they're going to handle information, because here's a problem. They already promised in court filings that they had these procedures in place. In fact, I wrote a letter to the chairman saying, no, you really don't here, and the copy of the letter I have here, you don't have these in place. And so it's really interesting. Maybe this is a time, maybe they thought the judges would miss it. Well, right now the TV camera's on. Judges, you might want to look at this. They didn't have the procedures in place. You may have a filing saying you did, but you don't. And also, let me also say for anybody listening here, this can't be kept strictly in. This rules cannot contradict House rules. Any member of the House can see this material. Any member of the House can. The last one, this one is the most amazing. I mean, we've been building up. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am so happy that this resolution says that the President Council may respond in writing to information and testimony presented in the committee in open session after the fact. Everybody in this room, everybody in this country, everybody outside this country can do this. Anybody who has an email address, anybody who has a pen and paper can write a letter to this committee. We're now letting the president, we're telling him that he can do this? As if this president has a hard time expressing himself? I think he understands this in his counsel. And then the chairman, after consultation with me, can invite the president to review. This is, again, this shows you how, frankly, unfortunately silly we've gotten today. To actually put in number 4 resolution to say that the president and his counsel can write a letter to this committee. Have we gotten to that point yet? Really? So, look, the Instagram filter is applied. Make sure it looks good. Spruce up the parts. Make your story look good. The press is here. We've been, I've wanted a long time to be able to say this. Welcome to Fantasy Island. Because we're here. It may all look good. The unfortunate part is when the screen goes down, you just see a simple procedure issue. A simple procedure issue that doesn't do with impeachment, that doesn't do with anything else. It just simply gives another press release for whatever we're doing now. So it's early, it's 8 o'clock, the popcorn's on, and as I've said, let the show begin. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. Are there any amendments to the resolution? For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment. Gentlelady reserves a point of order.
Amendment offered by Mr. Buck of Colorado to a resolution for investigative procedures offered by Chairman Gerald Nadler. On page 4, beginning on line 97, strike the following, or committee.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment
I withdraw my point of order.
Gentlelady withdraws her point of order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is very simple. It strikes the word subcommittee from the first procedure of this investigation. Impeachment is a serious matter, Mr. Chairman. The American people deserve to have these proceedings play out in the full committee where we can more fully examine the evidence and charges brought against the president, not shoved away in some special subcommittee where only a hand-selected member, a few members, can gather evidence and question witnesses. This matter is so serious, in fact, that the full House has historically authorized the Judiciary Committee to open an impeachment inquiry, provided this committee with the specific instructions for opening the inquiry. In fact, as Lawfare notes in an article from earlier this week, quote, the major difference between this resolution and prior procedural documents in connection with the last 2 impeachment proceedings is that this resolution is not connected to a vote by the full House directing the committee to begin a formal impeachment inquiry of the president, end quote. The historical precedent is clear. On February 6, 1974, the full House voted to approve House Resolution 803, which authorized the Judiciary Committee to investigate whether to impeach President Nixon. This resolution also detailed how the Judiciary Committee could accept information and granted specific funds for the investigation. Then, only after the full House had spoken, the Judiciary Committee unanimously adopted its procedures to handle material gathered during the inquiry on February 22, 1974. The committee then unanimously adopted procedures for presentation of evidence during the impeachment inquiry 3 months later, on May 2, 1974. This committee also received instructions from the full House before leaping into the Clinton impeachment inquiry. On October 5, 1998, the Judiciary Committee adopted impeachment inquiry procedures and reported a resolution authorizing the inquiry to the full House. The full House then affirmed the committee's decision to open an inquiry, approving House Resolution 581 on October 8, 1998. By jumping the gun and refusing to put this resolution before the full House, you are fundamentally denying both this Congress and the American people the ability to fully participate in this inquiry. You even stated in a court brief dated July 22, 2019, quote, although the House has not considered a formal resolution structuring any particular proceedings by this committee, such a resolution is not a necessary predicate to consideration of articles of impeachment. This also contradicts statements by Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer, who have said that the House isn't opening an impeachment inquiry. Mr. Chairman, having been here during the Clinton impeachment, having been here during the Clinton impeachment proceedings, I would have expected you would understand the gravity of this inquiry and would not cut this House's knees out from under it, or potentially keep members of this committee from being involved in the proceedings by sequestering business to the subcommittee level. You at least owe it to the American people to have this inquiry be on display in front of the full Judiciary Committee. For that reason, I urge adoption of this amendment. amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yield.
Oh, I'm sorry, I yield to the ranking member.
I appreciate it. You just brought out an interesting point because I have right here, the chairman was here and was very vocal in the Clinton era impeachment issues on how this is supposed to go about and how you're actually supposed to do this. And it's really interesting to see that, you know, what was needed back then is not needed now because, frankly, there's a serious problem. They don't have the votes to go to the floor. And so now we're having to make it up as we go. But you brought out a very good point. But I mean, I got like 8, 9 pages here of the contradictions of where we're at today and where we would be at. You bring that up. I disagree with the very impromptu that this is anything with impeachment. But if they're going to imply it, we at least need to point out the inconsistencies here as we go forward. And I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I will recognize myself.
And Mr. Chairman, I yield back also.
Thank you. I will recognize myself in opposition to the amendment. The amendment essentially says that the chairman can designate a full committee hearing as being for the purpose of presentation on an impeachment investigation, but a subcommittee hearing cannot. Whereas the resolution says committee or subcommittee hearing, the amendment would say only a full committee hearing. I would make 2 points. Number one, there are so many instances of misconduct and allegations of misconduct that we may very well, in order to do a complete and thorough job, have to use subcommittee as well as committee hearings, there not being enough days otherwise for the task. Number two, there is ample precedent for subcommittees being used in this fashion, and I was on the committee during the Clinton impeachment, as the gentleman states, and the committee, under then Republican leadership, under Chairman Hyde, used subcommittees to hold hearings on the subject. I remember in particular one subcommittee hearing in the Constitution Subcommittee on the question of what is an impeachable offense. But subcommittees were used for impeachment hearings as part of the impeachment investigation. The committee held hearings. At least the Constitution Subcommittee, maybe other subcommittees, I don't remember, also did, and there's no reason why we can't parcel out the work that is necessary to be done to subcommittees if necessary. So I oppose the amendment. Any other discussion on
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, you just made my point. I go back to my very first statement of my Snapchat filter. You're using your Snapchat filter here. You went basically to say that, what now?
Instagram, you said.
Instagram, Snapchat. Yeah, I missed it, darn it. I mean, we're so in fantasy land here, nobody knows what's going on. I think this is the problem. You just went back to what we said. Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, it doesn't matter. We're not in an impeachment inquiry. It doesn't matter what we're doing here. This is what, I don't care if you, here's my problem. The chairman could do this at any time. The chairman could do this at any time. He just don't do it because he wants the appearance of something that it's not. And he just gave the answer to the gentleman from Colorado saying that we did this in an impeachment inquiry. You're not in an impeachment inquiry. And so you can continue to call it whatever you want. I think just be honest. And what we're looking at is saying, let's just talk about what is here and what is not here. With that, I yield back.
Yep. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support the amendment of the gentleman from Colorado. It's sound. If we're going to do something, it ought to be in the full committee. But I want to direct you to the second paragraph of this resolution. It says, and I'm quoting from the resolution, the Mueller report, quote, found that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 election in sweeping and systemic fashion. And we're going, yeah, okay. And what's that got to do with President Trump or impeaching President Trump? And then we jump. I mean, I had thousands and thousands of felony indictments come through my court, come from my grand juries. This would be thrown out of court in any legitimate court because you jump clear from the Russian government interfered in the 2016 election, and then said not that President Trump or the Trump campaign was involved. Oh, no. But that there were at least 10 episodes of President Trump using his official powers to thwart or attempt to thwart the special counsel's investigation, unquote. It's trying to make it appear, yeah, Russia tried to interfere with our election. They've been doing that for many decades. They want to create as much chaos in America as they can. But then to jump over and make it appear, oh, well, President Trump was involved. No, he was not involved. And it is a fraudulent, deceptive paragraph, because this is supposed to be about the wrongdoing of President Trump. Yet the resolution makes a statement about Russia that Donald Trump conclusively had nothing to do with. We had people at CNN, MSNBC, all of the regular suspects fraudulently asserting that there was no question the Trump campaign colluded with Russia, and that surely they just knew that President Trump was going to be indicted for it. While information was fraudulently withheld on these channels that the Clinton campaign had colluded, conspired with Fusion GPS, Christopher Steele, and conspired with Russian agents to create a fraudulent dossier that they could use to attempt to affect the election to defeat candidate Donald Trump. Well, we still had people like Comey and Rosenstein committing fraud upon the FISA court, swearing to information they knew was fraudulently deceptive, and they knew it was not only not verified, but the information had no basis in fact, while their own information was that it was completely untrustworthy. Now comes this resolution that's supposed to be setting up a basis for impeachment, or as we'd say in Texas, this is fixing to be an impeachment. It isn't now, but maybe it's fixing to be. It starts out by stating a deceptive and fraudulent paragraph that Russia did a wrong, even though the report and the testimony made clear there was no evidence of the Trump campaign participating in that whatsoever. Further, we know that President Trump knew he had not colluded nor conspired with Russia. He knew the effort to say otherwise was the real fraud, so he kept trying to ensure that he was not framed by the conspiracy involving Fusion GPS, Christopher Steele, and some other within the DOJ. In other words, he was not obstructing justice. He did everything he could to make sure that there was justice, not a frame-up, not injustice, and there was no fraud, except there was fraud, just not from his campaign. So how can someone be guilty of obstructing justice when the very goal they have is to do what they can to avoid a major fraudulent miscarriage of justice? It's time to put this aside, let the Democratic candidates for president run on their own, and let's get back to being judicious.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I think everybody assumes that this is the next step, relative to the potential of impeaching President Trump. And I'm going to address that issue now, even though the text of the resolution doesn't specifically apply to that. We've heard from the other side of the aisle that the president wants to be above the law. I would respond by saying this committee wants to be above the law too. And two wrongs don't make a right. Everybody should be equal in the eyes of the law. We should be fair. We should be giving due process to people, who are being investigated. And this resolution doesn't do that. And here's why. we will have all of these witnesses. We will get all of this stuff that might be given to us that has to be dealt with in executive session. And the committee has attempted to sue that. But it only allows the president to respond in writing, either in person or by counsel. And as the ranking member has said, anybody can write a letter to the committee. We get lots of letters on that. And the president, if he wants to respond to something, can write a letter, just as any other citizen of the United States can write a letter, because that's protected by the First Amendment. But the difference between what is being proposed here and what happened both in 1974 and 1998, I have a little bit of familiarity with that, is that in 74, the Democratic majority allowed President Nixon's counsel to summon witnesses and to cross-examine other witnesses. And in 1998, the Republican majority allowed President Clinton's counsel to do the same thing. And not allowing the president's counsel the same kind of rights as was done in the two previous presidential impeachments that have been put before this committee is a gross denial of due process. And we're the committee that is supposed to stand up and protect the constitutional rights of everybody, and that includes whomever happens to be the president of the United States at the time. Now, let me say that, I was scrolling the internet news. I do a lot of that when I'm back home over the weekends. And there was one headline that said that this committee should either go bold or go home. This charade has been going on now since March 4th. You haven't gotten enough evidence to convince a majority of the House of Representatives to even authorize an impeachment inquiry. And that's probably why the committee hasn't gone to the floor to ask for one. The votes aren't there. Also, even if the votes are there to authorize an inquiry and to impeach President Trump, he will not be kicked out of office by the Senate. I think that that's been painfully evident ever since the beginning of what this exercise has been. We ought to be legislating, not continuing an investigation that hasn't come up with a smoking gun. The headline on the internet news said, "Go bold or go home." It's time to go home. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is yet another resolution put forth by Democrats on this committee to keep this so-called impeachment chatter alive and well, to look for something that isn't there. They lack the facts, and they know it. Instead of focusing on the opioid crisis or keeping families safe at the borders or rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure or lowering prescription drug prices, they've been busy on this committee pursuing a faux impeachment, a fake impeachment. What I mean by a faux impeachment, it's absolutely not happening. It's a charade. Absolutely is. Well, it seems like every week the majority is issuing subpoena after subpoena, holding hearing after hearing, and passing resolution after resolution regarding an investigation that's already been completed by special counsel Robert Mueller at a cost of tens of millions of dollars. All so the Democrats on the committee can keep talking about the possibility of impeachment without actually authorizing a formal impeachment inquiry. Today, we have yet another resolution that wastes more of this distinguished committee's time to ostensibly give this committee the power to do something that's already in this committee's power to do. And still, committee Democrats haven't scheduled such a vote, nor has this committee marked up anything to authorize formal impeachment proceedings. Here are the facts. Special counsel Mueller, after a lengthy and thorough 22-month investigation, indicated in his report, then sat before this very committee and testified that the president did not collude with the Russians in their efforts to interfere in our 2016 elections. And the Attorney General determined that the president did not obstruct justice. Period. End of story. The Democrats on this committee know that, and they know that the American people know that. And that's why they won't pursue formal impeachment proceedings. But they also know that most Democrats hate this president. They've decided that he's guilty, regardless of what the facts say. And so instead, the committee Democrats feel no choice but to investigate and investigate and investigate until they find something that looks like a crime. Well, this resolution we are spending valuable committee time on today is nothing more than smoke and mirrors. And this is despite the fact that right before we returned from August recess, the DOJ Inspector General issued a scathing report detailing the many ways that then FBI Director Comey violated department rules in the way he handled sensitive information, potentially jeopardizing our national security, in what appears to be yet another effort by the left to undermine President Trump. But Democrats on this committee are much more interested in continuing to relitigate the Mueller investigation rather than considering issues long awaiting consideration before this committee. This morning, we could have used this committee's time to bring in and question Inspector General Horowitz about his recent report, but we aren't. And we likely never will, which is a shame, because Americans, our constituents, deserve to know exactly what happened and what can be done to prevent future leaks at the FBI. I hope that after today, Democrats can finally move past this fake impeachment strategy and on to more pressing matters pending consideration before this committee. But I suspect that next week, when we return from our respective districts, they will find yet another way to continue down this rabbit hole. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on this amendment?
Thanks to all our great viewers worldwide here on News Now. We're getting ready, top of the hour. We're getting an update here. U.S. Marshals on the Arizona fugitives that were caught late last night in Arizona. Remember, Iron Mike is always for the fans. Thank you for being such worldwide great audiences. Thank you again. I am also Content Mike as well. You know that. Thanks to all my friends worldwide here on News Now, getting ready to come back from a commercial break. Beautiful, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great day. Welcome back, everyone, here to News Now. It's time for your top business headlines. Tracy Carrasco, take it away.
Groupon is looking to grow. The Daily Deals company is reportedly looking to acquisitions as shareholders show more concerns over its finances and stock price. According to the Wall Street Journal, Groupon could be targeting online review company Yelp. A potential takeover would bring several services together in one place, like deals, reviews, and purchases, and could create a company with earnings of $900 million to $1 billion. The CEOs of 145 U.S. companies reportedly calling on the federal government to do something about gun violence in America. The New York Times reports leaders of companies, including Airbnb and The Gap, have sent a letter to the Senate urging expanded background checks and stronger red flag laws, which would temporarily prevent individuals in crisis from accessing firearms through a court order. Walmart recently announced it was removing certain ammunition and guns from its stores and changed its open carry policy. Kroger, CVS, Walgreens, and Wegmans Supermarket also changed their policies. And nothing says I love you like 11 herbs and spices. Couples in Australia can now have a Kentucky Fried wedding courtesy of the Colonel. KFC announcing a chicken lover's dream wedding to 6 couples, including chicken, of course, a KFC-themed celebrant, KFC photo booth, custom KFC buckets, and musical entertainment. For more, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Tracy Carrasco.
All right, thank you so much there, Tracy, for that update. Well, before we go to break here, one more story for you. Today is the Democratic debate tonight. It's going to be the first time that Biden and Warren are going to be on the same stage. Doug Luzader, please give us an update.
Well, the field is narrowing down now. The stakes are getting higher, and the attacks could be furious.
The banner unfurled. Texas Southern University is bracing for what could be a brawl tonight. The top 10 Democratic White House contenders for one night on one stage with so much at stake. And many will be watching Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, who has recently risen in the polls.
How do you want to define yourself coming out of this ABC?
The way I have all along, and that is I'm someone who will fight for your family.
But will she be willing to fight Joe Biden tonight? He is still the clear frontrunner both nationally and in the state of Texas, according to this recent poll. Warren is 10 points down there, followed by Bernie Sanders, who's tied with former Texas Congressman Beto O'Rourke. But Biden is the guy that everyone needs to beat, and his debate performances thus far have been uneven.
I keep saying Joe Biden doesn't have to win these debates, he just can't lose. And I think that he will take that same tact going into this debate, not necessarily trying to strike the winning knockout blow, but just trying to exist and tread water.
And then there's the question of breakouts. Will someone from the back of the pack catch fire tonight? Andrew Yang has been building his own cult following, including this crowd surfing moment. What's planned for tonight? His Twitter tease yesterday, 2 words for the debate stage tomorrow night: gold chain.
Now, the Trump campaign will also have a presence tonight, flying a banner over the debate site reading, "Socialism will kill Houston's economy." In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thanks so much, Doug, for that update. Folks, don't go anywhere here. Coming up at 11 o'clock, just moments away, we will have a live update for you from the U.S. Marshals Service right here in Arizona, as they are going to detail the arrest of the 2 fugitives that were out on the run since August. That is coming up next, right here on News Now.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
Welcome everyone here to News Now. The next hour right here on Fox 10 Extra, we are going to have this live update from the U.S. Marshals Service as two of the fugitives, Blaine and Susan Barksdale, arrested, being called the Bonnie and Clyde of this era. They are
modern day
busted,
Bonnie and
we
Clyde.
are going to be getting an update in just a little bit from U.S. Marshal Service. We want to know how they were captured, what kind of tip led them to the area that they were found in Arizona, where exactly were they found, and all of those details. We are working to get that for you as soon as that news conference begins, though. But this is the moment that you are going to be wanting to watch here, as the U.S. Marshal Service announced late last night the arrest of two fugitives who have been on the run since August. Officials say Blaine and Susan Barksdale have been captured. On its Facebook page, officials with the Navajo County Sheriff's Office said that they assisted the U.S. Marshals in capturing the two, and the two were captured without incident. In August, Tucson police officials said Blaine and Susan overpowered two security officers in Blanding, Utah, and escaped while traveling to Pima County from New York. The two were wanted in connection to the murder of a 72-year-old man in Tucson. In earlier statements, officials with the U.S. Marshals Service say the couple faked a medical emergency while riding in a prison transport van. The couple then overpowered the two guards, tied them up, and put them in the back of the van with a third uninvolved prisoner. The overpowered guards were hired by a private security company, which officials say is common cost-cutting decision. Once the group arrived outside of St. John's, Arizona, the Barksdales switched to a friend's red GMC Sierra pickup. Remember those highway signs? They were all over the state with the truck information that was posted around the state and counties, but were taken down after it was believed it wasn't likely that they were still using that truck. The U.S. Marshals have been offering rewards up to $10,000 for each suspect, but the agency announced just on Monday that the reward for information leading directly to Blaine's arrest was increased to $25,000. The news conference is set to take place at any moment. When that does become available, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now. You're not going to want to miss a second of that one. It's always interesting to see how they are able to capture those suspects that were on the run. This was a big get for the U.S. Marshal Service there, no doubt, and got some bad guys off of the street there, right there. Hi, everyone. Mike Page. Welcome to News Now. One more hour, and it seems like it's going to be a loaded hour for us right here on Fox 10 Extra. Always great to be here with you on this Thursday. While we do wait for that news conference, let's take you out to a vaping news conference out of Tampa, Florida. We've been hearing it for a while now. These health officials keep warning about vaping situations. Let's hear from them right now on News Now.
Melissa Snively, who is the vice chair for the Hillsborough County School District on the school board. And then we have a family from Sarasota, Mrs. Nesmith and her now 16-year-old daughter. They'll speak as well. Once we're done with that, we'll open up for Q&A. If any of you need anything afterwards and want some one-offs, just come up to me or any of the individuals and we can make sure you get what you need. So with any questions, then we'll start with State Representative Jackie Toledo.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here today. I want to appreciate and thank Dr. Ween with Tampa General Hospital, along with Melissa Snively, Stacy Hahn, and Steve Kona from the school board, as well as Aaron and Jared Nesmith from Sarasota in joining us for this very important announcement in legislation for our children. I'm a mother of 5, and I have children in both elementary school, middle school, high school, and we've seen the headlines recently about vaping. Smoking and now vaping in young people is an issue that's both alarming and an urgent healthcare crisis. Precious lives are at stake, and the clock is ticking. Sadly, we are seeing headlines about this on a daily basis, about the vaping epidemic. The latest headline read that the 6th person has died from a vaping-related lung illness. Vaping deaths have been reported around the country, and it's only a matter of time before it hits Tampa Bay. Today, I'm filing a bill to raise the legal age to purchase vaping and tobacco products to 21. My legislation also bans the use of flavoring in vaping products so they can no longer target our children. This is about saving lives. Plain and simple, it's about protecting our children. 1 in 4 Florida high school students report using e-cigarettes in 2018. That's a 58% increase from the previous year. The evidence is clear that smoking is bad for our kids. More and more, it's apparent that vaping is causing harm to our kids. The American Academy of Pediatrics has recommended the minimum age of purchasing e-cigarettes should also be raised to age 21. I believe there is no debate here. Keeping our children safe is paramount and something we should all support together. Failure to do so will bring tragic consequences. We need to pass this legislation this session to protect our children. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Wean for some comments.
Thank you. As physicians, we are all deeply concerned about the health effects of e-cigarettes, and specifically and especially their use amongst our young people. Through many efforts over decades, we were able to decrease tobacco use amongst teenagers. Unfortunately, the introduction of nicotine to our children through e-cigarettes reverses much of this hard work. Since 2014, e-cigarettes have become the most commonly used smoking product in the country. According to the CDC, in 2018, 1 in 5 high school students across the country reported using an e-cigarette in the last 30 days, an increase from just 1.5% in 2011. The trend was similarly concerning for middle school students, with 5% reporting use in 2018, up from just 0.6% in 2011. Combined, middle and high school student use rose from 2.1 million to 3.6 million just over 1 year, from 2017 to 2018. While vaping may be perceived as a safer alternative to smoking, it is far from safe. Furthermore, it may be a gateway to future cigarette use. A 2018 national...
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, folks, that news conference is about to begin on the Arizona fugitives that were caught by the U.S. Marshals. Let's listen live here on News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse. With me here today that'll be speaking are DPS Director Frank Milstead. There he is. Navajo County Sheriff David Klaus. Thank you, Sheriff. Gila County Sheriff Adam Shepard. There he is. FBI Special Agent in Charge Sean Call. There he is. Chief Deputy U.S. Marshal Tim Hughes. Assistant Chief Deputy Van Bayless, who was the on-scene commander and was at the scene last night. And also Captain James Scott from the Tucson Police Department. He's in charge of the Criminal Investigation Division that handled the homicide investigation that initially led to the arrest or the search warrants for the Barksdales. After a 16-day intensive hunt, we are pleased to announce the arrest of Blaine and Susan Barksdale. As you probably already know, we've been chasing hundreds of leads throughout the country looking for the Barksdale during the last 16 days. Deputy marshals, FBI agents, sheriff's deputies, DPS officers, local police work in conjunction with us in tracking down all kinds of leads. And we were hoping one of them would come to fruition. And yesterday, one of those calls did. It turns out, and we were pretty sure this was the case. They were in Arizona the whole time. We believe they were up in that Snowflake area, east of Snowflake, up till maybe a couple of days ago. We got a tip that came in that said that you might want to look in the area of the Pumpkin Center, which is near Roosevelt Lake. The Barksdales both have an acquaintance there. A person has a drug background, was on federal probation for methamphetamine sales, and this was similar to a lot of calls that we'd received, but this one was really intriguing because it fit the profile of a staying in a remote area with individuals that thought and had the same background as they did. So last night, under the direction of Assistant Chief Van Bayless, took officers from DPS, the Sheriff's Department, Gila County Sheriff's Department, surrounded this house that we determined where this individual lived, and the Barksdales might be there. We weren't 100% sure. It was about an acre house, a modular home with several trailers on it. The officers surrounded the house and started calling them out, the occupants to come out of the house. The owner of the house came out. Susan Barksdale, about 5 minutes later, came out. She was sobbing, very upset. She was taken into custody. She confirmed that Blaine was also inside the house. Commands were made to come out of the house over a megaphone to come out. He waited about 5-10 minutes, and then Blaine did leave the house. He initially was responding to commands to keep his hands up and to get down, but after a couple of minutes, he became very verbally abusive to the officers, flipping them the bird, not responding to their commands, and then the deputy marshals at the scene had to use a taser and what we call a bing bang round in the leg to take him down to effect his arrest. And that ended the saga that we've been dealing with for the last 16 days. As I mentioned, FBI agents, U.S. Marshals, sheriff's deputies, local police working around the clock, working hundreds and hundreds of leads to find this individual. And it came down to a citizen who called, and maybe not even sure, but had an indication that this would be a good place for us to look. The Barksdales were booked into jail last night in Florence, and they have an initial appearance in Tucson at 3 o'clock today at the Sandro de O'Connor Federal Courthouse before Magistrate Eric Markovich. Now, what's going to happen there is kind of a technicality. We became involved, the federal government became involved in this homicide case, which was a state case, by obtaining a unlawful flight to avoid prosecution charge. And that was our legal in-ways for the U.S. Marshals to follow up on this case. What's going to happen in court today is that UFAP, or the unlawful flight to avoid prosecution charge, will be dismissed, and the Barksdales will be immediately turned over to the Tucson Police Department, where they will then be booked into Pima County Jail for the homicide that they have been investigating, and still have unanswered questions on a lot of this on the case, on like where the body is and things like that. I know this red pickup truck was a big interest. Everybody saw it. I think everybody memorized the license plate. We still don't know where it is. It's up there somewhere in a remote area of northeast Arizona somewhere. So I mention that because we have received a lot of calls on that. Now, as Assistant Chief Van Bayless and a DPS trooper were booking Blaine into jail last night, he gave them some good advice. He said, listen, be careful. It's dangerous out there. And I thought that was very fitting for Blaine Barksdale to let the officers know that it could be a mean world, and to send them off with tidings of being careful to not only them but to all the police officers out there. So we found it as a good way for us to end this aspect of the case, and as he went into jail for God knows how long. Now, where do we go from here? This is obviously a big relief off our shoulders, but there are individuals that assisted the Barksdales from hiding from justice. and we will then transition to working an investigation with the FBI on 2, 3, or however individuals that were involved in hiding them out to escape justice, and we're going to work that from starting after this press conference to go after those individuals that hid out the Barksdales. At this point, I'd like to have Colonel Milstead speak. Colonel.
Thank you, Marshal. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Just briefly, talk about what Arizona Department of Public Safety involvement was. After the initial escape, we were contacted by the Apache County Sheriff's Office. Myself and the sheriffs in all of these different counties, as they move through the counties, have a great working relationship. We get to be their first call for support when something becomes protracted or very large, where they need additional staffing. They need air support, where we provided a standby helicopter during this entire time. Ranger 1 was actually overhead when this subjects were taken into custody late last night. It's actually very reassuring for me as the director of the state police and to be able to assist the sheriffs in what they're doing. Obviously, this became a federal case. The FBI was point on this kidnapping over state lines. I work very closely with the FBI's special agent in charge, Sean Call. We spoke often about what was going on, and then with the U.S. Marshal here in the District of Arizona with Dave Gonzalez to make sure that all of our people were working in harmony to resolve this as efficiently and expeditiously as possible. The thank you I have is that the media did a great job of keeping Arizona advised on what was going on. And the men and women on the ground, the boots on the ground that were working tirelessly day in and day out supporting each other. And again, in Arizona, we have a special gift, and it doesn't matter what color your uniform is, what patch is on your shoulder, or the shape of your badge. When it comes to working day in and day out, we work seamlessly, supporting one another to make sure that we all get to go home safe to our loved ones. And in this case, that's what occurred. And I didn't know the story about Blaine telling my people to be safe out there, but I appreciate him doing that because we tell him the same thing. So thank you again for the support, and thank you to all the men and women that stand behind me and for what they did to make sure that everyone got home safe and 2 fugitives were called back to justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. My office, including myself, spent a lot of time up in Navajo County, and it was a very difficult place to look for fugitives. We spent a lot of time in these enclaves, if you will, east of Snowflake all the way to Apache County into New Mexico. There are a lot of people there that like to live off the grid, if you will, and have other unique issues going on up there. And the sheriff there, David Klaus, opened up his county to us, and the assistance provided by Navajo County was very, very, very valuable. Sheriff Klaus?
Yeah, I'm Sheriff David Klaus with the Navajo County Sheriff's Office. I want to thank the U.S. Marshal Service and Marshal Gonzalez. I received a phone call shortly after the discovery of the escapes in Navajo and Apache County. And Marshal Gonzalez and I have been on the phone pretty much every day, exchanging information. Spent a few days as the team moved up to our neck of the woods. And what we found is not the sheriff's office. We deal with that every day, and you'll hear that from Sheriff Shepard as well. These remote locations offers a different type of manhunt than you would have in a rural or an urban area such as Phoenix. And so it took a lot of cooperation from the sheriff's office, and we offered a lot of working knowledge of the communities, the people, and we appreciate, again, the media support when we started putting out the message that we believe them to be in the southern Navajo or Apache County areas. We saw a lot of tips come in, and we were following up on those areas with the Marshal Service and trying to track down these 2 individuals, which brought a lot of challenges due to the remote areas, and you can see they laid low for a very long time because of some of these remote locations, and And fortunately, we just kept continuing to follow up on these tips, and which led us out of the Navajo and Apache County area, but which we still feel to this day that they spent a lot of time there because of the connections that they had to those communities and the opportunities that it provided to kind of stay under the radar. But like Director Milstead was pointing out, this was a great effort between our federal partners, state resources, and the local sheriffs with the Navajo and Apache, now Gila County, working together, sharing information, and we just continued on that fight. And it was great news to share with the people in Navajo and Apache County that obviously their concerns and their rise of concern had risen with the news that they were 2 escaped felons in the Navajo Apache County areas. And I appreciate the news that we received last night that we're able to tell the citizens of those counties that they're no longer running loose. So again, thank the Marshal Service for their cooperation and involving the local sheriffs in bringing these people to justice.
Thank you, Sheriff. As I mentioned, the arrest took place in Gila County, in Tonto Basin, Pumpkin Center area, just near Roosevelt Lake. And it's interesting because we were involved in another major manhunt of some escapee murderers back about 2003, 2004, the McCluskeys that escaped from the private prison up in Golden Valley near Kingman. And it was interesting. Those murder suspects had also been in this same exact area. As a matter of fact, McCluskey's mother lived there, so it was interesting that both these escapees, both murderers, had been in the exact same location. And the sheriff in Gila County, Adam Shepard, great partner with all law enforcement, and I'd like to have Sheriff Shepard come up, please.
Well, good morning, everyone. Adam Shepard with Gila County Sheriff's Office, Payson and Globe. I, like many of the other law enforcement leaders in the state, were alerted, of course, back when the escape first happened. We had no indication up till just recently that these individuals were targeting Gila County. But just like everybody else in northeastern Arizona, we did know that was a possible destination for these folks. So we're diligent just in case something did come down our way. Of course, up until yesterday, when the marshals contacted us with information that they might be in our area. Tunnel Basin, for those of you that don't know, Roosevelt Lake area. It's just a few miles north of the lake itself. It's very remote. Less than about 1,500 people live there on a regular basis, and most of the residences and areas are pretty spread out. And of course, it's surrounded entirely by the Tonto National Forest. So there is a lot of remoteness here. There's a lot of places to hide, a lot of places to escape to, and so and we have had some fairly high notoriety bad folks in this area go there because it is so remote. So we do appreciate the fact that the marshals got us involved. We did put a couple of deputies on the case by their request, simply because of the area and our guys knowing the area much better, of course, than somebody that doesn't work there all the time. So we were able to work with them, and the operation, I just can't say enough about how much the cooperation between the agencies, DPS bringing in their resources and the feds, so that we could take these folks off in a safe manner, in where not only our officers were safe, but our surrounding citizens were safe as well. And that's one of the most important things to me, that this thing happens without loss of life or anybody being injured, because at the end of the day, that's the main thing. So, and it couldn't have happened without all of the cooperation that was going on. And I tell you, from myself and all the constituents that I have in my county, we certainly appreciate all the efforts. Thank you.
On April 16th of this year, Mr. Frank Bly was reported missing, and this kind of started this whole snowball going. And I'd like Captain from Tucson PD, Scott, if you can talk about the case, what got you going, and what you can discuss about the homicide investigation that has led us all here today.
Thank you. My name is James Scott. I am the commander of our Central Investigation Division in Tucson, Arizona. This case did begin back in April 16th of 2019. It started out as an arson at a residence on the east side of Tucson. We responded to that. We learned that an elderly male had lived in that residence. He had several safes, quite a bit of property in the house that we believed may have been missing. We pursued this investigation, looking into it, trying to locate this subject, which brought us to the attention of Blaine and Susan Barksdale. The information we received through this investigation gave us reason to believe that they may be responsible for his death, and we were able to get two homicide warrants for these individuals. We didn't know where they were initially. We knew where they lived, up in the Vernon, Arizona area, and we did some investigations up there. And with the assistance of Apache, Navajo County, DPS, even the Marshals Service, this cooperation began way back then during this investigation, which ultimately led to the arrest back in New York. I can't get into too many details about the investigation itself. We are still actively looking for Mr. Bly. He is currently missing. We do believe that he is deceased. He was murdered. I do want to thank, though, the Marshals Service. When I was called the night that this occurred, when Frank and, well, not Frank, but Blaine and Susan Barksdale were missing, you can imagine what came out of my mouth. When I quickly heard that the Marshals were going to be investigating it, I was able to sleep that night. And through their cooperation and the great partnership that we have with them, DPS, Navajo County, Apache County, everybody's effort and time they put into this, we just knew it was a matter of time that they would locate these individuals, and they did. And we want to thank them and everybody involved in that, with this. If there's any questions about the case specifically after we're done here, I may be able to answer some things. So if we have any questions afterwards, I'll be happy to meet with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. As I mentioned earlier, Assistant Chief Van Bayless ran the day-to-day operations, juggling a million things all at once, and was also at the scene last night, and I'd like him to come up. Van?
Good morning. So when I spoke with Marshal Gonzalez about coming up and speaking about the case and what's going on, had a flood of thoughts that went through my head, and Director Milstead touched on it, Sheriff's touched on it. I've been in the Marshal Service for quite a while, moved around this country and worked quite a few manhunts in a lot of cases. I've never seen the cooperation in all my life as I did here in Arizona with all the departments working so well together. So when the case first started after the escape, and we needed to start focusing on which leads are good, which leads aren't good, Tucson, under Dave Smith, the Assistant Chief down there for the Marshal Service in Arizona, set up his command post, and a lot of leads started coming in. They started going through and vetting which leads are actionable, which leads aren't actionable. We started getting a lot of focus on the northeast area of Arizona. And like we've learned in the past, when somebody goes missing, you got to pick up the pieces back in where they were last known to be. So we knew that we were going to be focusing out there in northern Arizona. So as more and more emphasis started going up there, we realized that we needed to put a forward area CP. So we established another command post up there in Show Low. And DPS and the FBI, Navajo County, Apache County sheriffs, they were phenomenal. We had one meeting in the afternoon. I don't even know which Monday it was. The days have been a blur. But we had one meeting on a Monday afternoon, and within the first 10 minutes, we knew that we were all going to get along great and work together. We were running about 21 hours a day at that command post with hundreds of officers that were involved. We were trying to utilize every asset that we had available because our priority, just like every other fugitive case, is always on protecting the public and keeping them safe. So when fugitives go on the run, there could be some desperation. They have two choices. They can either give themselves up or they can continue their path of flight. And our fear is that somebody was going to get in the way of them continuing to flee. They'd already given through their history in the past that they wanted to flee and get away. As you guys have heard, that the New York case that Dave's team actually oversaw and got them arrested the first time, and then during the extradition, the escape, we knew that they weren't going to just give up to us. So our fear was that they would come across somebody in one of these remote areas of northeast Arizona and potentially put them in harm's way, either trying to take over their home or their belongings or whatever else it was. So The public was the concern of all of us, and that's why the work went around the clock. So assets from all these agencies and the leadership of these gentlemen standing behind me was impeccable. It was amazing. We never had to ask twice for anything. The work was hand in hand with each other. We were able to cooperate. We were able to vet through literally hundreds, if not thousands, of leads, both in Tucson and in our forward area CP, to figure out which ones are actionable, because we wanted the manhunt to end. Not just because we wanted sleep, but because we wanted to make sure that we were protecting the public. And we were able to do that finally yesterday, as Marshall stated. We got a tip. There was some information that was in that tip. It coincided with some of the other thoughts we had. As Marshall stated, there's several individuals we're still looking at that we believe are actively harboring and helping the Barksdales move around. I got to have conversations with both of the Barksdales last night out there on the scene, and there's some holes in those stories, so we'll continue those investigations. But there was enough on this tip that we had to put an action plan together quickly. So we rallied up quite a few folks out of here in the Phoenix area and the valleys and sent them up that way. Quickly got on the phone with the sheriffs and their chief deputies and DPS, and we were able to amass about 50 individuals pretty quickly to get into that area. Because of the remoteness and, again, the protection of the public, we try to have air surveillance as much as possible. So if there is innocent individuals that are in the area, we can try to get a hold of them and get them removed out of the area, not to put them in harm's way. And our priority is always public safety first, law enforcement second. And that's a hard apple to bite sometimes, but it's true. We volunteered for this job, we took an oath, and we know that we're there to protect the public. So we have to put ourselves in harm's way sometimes to make sure that the public is being protected. The air assets that were available to us and multiple different agencies assisted were phenomenal. And they were trying to reroute their operations and what they could do. And what that does is it gives us a really good idea of who's in an area, both friendly and potentially targets, and what our plan is going to be to effectuate an arrest safely. The plan at the end of the night was to surround and call out, and by a surround and call out, we were backed way off that property. With a manufactured home and trailers, they don't provide much for protection if there was going to be gunfire coming from the inside of the house out. So we had to have a large standoff distance, and we were able to bring in Ranger 1 pretty closely and put a broad spotlight on the house. We had sirens going. The house was completely surrounded, 360 degrees by vehicles and about 50 individuals, law enforcement officers for multiple agencies, and we started the call-out process. Homeowner came out. He confirmed both were inside. A few minutes later, Sousa came out, confirmed they're inside. As Blaine stepped out, he was cooperative for quite a while, until he got about 15 feet from one of my arrest contact teams, and he became verbally abusive, also made some pretty aggressive movement towards individuals. They simultaneously used less than lethal devices, one being a taser and one being the beanbag round. Blaine went down pretty quickly. While he was still under power of the tasing, the officers moved in fast. They handcuffed him. They helped him to his feet. They brought him over to a vehicle. One of my supervisors is also a medic. He was on scene with us and asked him to check him out. He went over, started treating Blaine, and Blaine became fully cooperative pretty quickly, and he realized that he didn't choose wisely with his actions, and he ended up talking to us a little bit. So we were happy to say that everybody was safe. Everybody went home safe last night. Even the suspects went home safe. He admitted to me in the jail that he brought it on himself, and that was his fault, and we're all doing our job, and he has nothing but respect for law enforcement. And as Marshal Gonzalez said on the way out, he told a trooper and myself, be safe out there, it's dangerous. And I thought that was pretty interesting, as we've been working 16 hours around the clock looking for him, and a lot of other folks have gone to jail because of their flight. As we were working through leads and tips, of course, we came across other individuals, and that's good. That's good for the community as well, because there's no issues, there's no uses of force, there's no problems, and we made communities a little bit safer. So it's a great operation, and we're happy that we're done with it, and look forward to seeing the Barksdales in custody and going and attending their hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Van, for the great job from day one on this case. Also, FBI, obviously a great partner with us, and they have a segment of, besides the arrest and of these individuals the last 16 days, but they have another segment of this case they're looking into. And I'd like Special Agent Call to speak, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Sean Call with the FBI. I'm the Special Agent here for the Phoenix Field Office, which covers the state of Arizona. First and foremost, we would like to, our condolences go out to the family of Frank Bai, and not only they have to deal with the death of him, but also they had to deal with the last several weeks of looking for the individuals who we believe killed him. The FBI became involved with this during the escape of those individuals, and because the escape happened and the subsequent kidnapping of the guards that took place afterwards, we opened an investigation which is ongoing and continues. I won't talk too many details about that investigation, but I will tell you that we're not completed with that investigation. If any individuals has an idea of what the subjects did between the time they escaped until yesterday when they were arrested, please feel free to call the FBI. We've received a lot of tips on the FBI hotline, and we will continue to monitor those. I foresee this case continuing until we get federal charges on these individuals for kidnapping, and so that will be separate from the homicide investigation which takes place down in Tucson. The individuals behind me represent an incredible group of law enforcement executives in this state, and I've been here a short time as the SAC, and I have not seen through my career of level of effort that we have. Through our partners here at the U.S. Marshals with the DPS Director Frank Milstead and the county sheriffs, it is unbelievable, and I really appreciate that, and we should be proud as citizens of Arizona what a great level of effort our law enforcement executives and our agencies have. So with that, I thank you guys for being here, and I appreciate the work you do in getting this message out. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And last but not least, Chief Deputy for the District of Arizona, Tim Hughes. Tim?
Thank you, sir. First, I want to begin by thanking you. From your work in the public is exactly what helped us get this. We are not lying when we said we chased down hundreds of leads. Dave's shop down in Tucson was working through them. All our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners were out there with us. We kept looking and looking and looking. As the case narrowed where we thought they might be, again, it was the public who came to our aid. They were out there. They were actively looking for that red truck. We keep getting asked about the red truck. That's because you guys got the message out, and we really, really appreciate it. This area has been amazing. In just a few hours' notice, we were able to get 50 law enforcement officers into a remote area and catch 2 very violent and dangerous people. And it stopped them from continuing on the run, because the longer you run, the more desperate you get and the more likely you are to hurt somebody else. So thank you again for all your help, your assistance, and it's good to be here in Arizona.
Thank you, Tim. And I apologize, but I forgot to introduce 2 other people up here, Lieutenant Colonel Jen Mitchell and Lieutenant Colonal Ken Hunter from DPS. I've worked with both of them when I was a DPS, and fine representatives of DPS. That was all the formal comments we had to make. All of us are all available to answer any questions for you for a little while, so please.
Was it just one tipster, and is that person going to get the casting order?
Van, please, sir.
So there was one tip that was called in yesterday, but it's much like all these cases, it's a huge jigsaw puzzle. You get little pieces, and through the investigation, you get different intelligence information. It doesn't make sense until you start putting the pieces together. You step back and you look at it, and then you start getting the complete picture. So we're very grateful for the tip that came in yesterday. There was a lot of other information surrounding that tip that tied into and made sense, and that's why we called on the resources of all these gentlemen and ma'am, your department, so that we could get all those officers out there. And there was no second guessing. They responded immediately, and they got all the assets there. So.
Do you think the cash reward helped, and is it one tipster that's going to get the reward, or will it be spread out?
Yeah, so we'll work with the tipster on the information, and sometimes tipsters don't want to be a part of a reward. We actually do a great job of protecting them and keeping them anonymous. But sometimes they feel that it's their civic duty, and I've been involved in a lot of cases that they said, I don't want the money, I don't want my name out there, and even once we assure them. So we're not sure about this individual, but I believe that they'd be eligible for part of the reward.
Is pretty much anyone who had contact with the Barksdale complicit in harboring them, or were there some people who perhaps innocently didn't know they were accused?
We think in this particular case, there are 3 or 4 individuals that were directly directly assisted them in harboring them. There might have been individuals that they ran into, talked to, and we're not, to be honest with you, we're not too interested in those individuals. We want those individuals that gave them clothing, maybe some food, hit them out, because they went underground for about 14 days there. So there's some people that assisted them, and those are the people that we really want to talk to. I would think he'd be one of them be on top of our list. Yes.
Can you say where the tipsters spotted them?
Pardon?
Can you say where they were spotted originally?
Well, the van on the tipster, I don't think they spotted them. They just said, "Hey, this is just a place you might want to look," just on their history. I don't think they actually saw them.
You guys had also mentioned, a couple of you had mentioned saying to authorities to be careful out there. Was he doing that in a threatening way, or just kind of a casual way?
Van, you were there. I thought it was kind of a.
Keep doing the walk back and forth.
Yeah, go ahead. But you were there, buddy.
Yeah. No, I don't believe so. He was pretty nonchalant. He had calmed down quite a bit by that point. He changed his behavior quickly at one point before the handcuffs went on, and then he was pretty much laid back and free talking with us. He didn't disrespect us at any point. Do I believe he's a dangerous individual? Absolutely. We wouldn't let our guard down, and we tell the public in any future circumstance, keep your distance and call 911 and get some information. But I don't believe that he was trying to threaten us.
Did anybody have any weapons in the home?
We did not come across any weapons in the home.
Any idea how long you've been at that location?
We don't necessarily believe some of the stories that we were told last night. We were told a few days, and we're still looking into that, and that's part of the investigation that we'll carry on of if somebody was actively harboring or aiding in their escape.
You mentioned earlier that he was in Snowflake. They were in Snowflake for a while. So was it? Would you say out of the 16 days, how much was he up there? When did they decide to come down to this part of that?
Yeah, so in any of these cases, they obviously have the head start on us, so we're trying to catch up that lost ground. And so we try to figure out the next time that we can get ahead of them to cut them off so they can continue their flight. I do not know how many days they were broken down. I had strong feelings, and that gut instinct took over. And all these agencies that are behind me, we all agreed that we still needed to be in that area, so we had a lot of resources up there in the Apache and Navajo County for a while. Working through things. I still believe that they were up there until maybe at most a couple days ago, but we're still trying to work through some of that information.
I know you mentioned drugs early on. Was that a discernible source of income? Do you know if that was a source of income for them? And was the homeowner also supporting them?
So we don't have information yet that the homeowner was supporting them by any financial means besides providing obviously lodging and a little bit of rest maybe for them. Source of income while they were on the run, I don't believe that they were engaged in that activity. Do I believe that they're in contact with individuals that were engaged in that? Yes, and that's why other folks went to jail over the last couple of weeks. We were trying to leverage whatever we could with different individuals that may have known them or were in that drug trade or criminal organizations. And I do believe that some of them were aiding in their flight.
Do you have any
Yeah, we have no information that the Hells Angels were harboring them. We do know from his background in both state prison and federal prison, he had allegiances or contact with Aryan Brotherhood gangs, things like that in prison. But to answer your question, no direct knowledge of with the Hells Angels or any other group at this point. Now, we also know they helped because last night both the Barksdales had clean clothes on, new clothes. They also got from Snowflake, or east of Snowflake, where we're pretty sure they were, to Pumpkin Center, which is about 110, 120 miles. So somebody drove them there. Those are some of the things that we know that obviously some people were helping them and providing lodging and a little bit of money, clothing, food, those kinds of things.
Do you have any feeling as to whether the place they took over the van or the place they picked up the pickup truck had been planned in advance?
Yeah, we have no information about that. I know the route seems strange for the transport company to come down through that route, but this prisoner transport van, it was almost like a taxi. They'd pick up people, drop prisoners off. We know the other prisoner that was in the back with the Barksdale at the time was picked up in Kansas. So there was a lot of that going on. But we don't think it was pre-planned. I think once they got in the area, we believe that Barksdale's did plan this between themselves and the ruse that they were going to use to stop it. And they obviously had contacts and people that would help them up in the Vernon area or in the Navajo County area.
Do you know the details of their escape? I mean, I think that's the biggest mystery for everybody. Were they shackled? I mean, how did they overpower this driver? Did they have help at that point? You know, how did they get the truck? You know, in my mind, like, how did that all happen?
Well, I think basically what happened is they came up with the ruse that they needed to use the restroom, having intestinal problems, those kind of things. Got them to pull over. At that point, they overpowered them. I think there was some restraints used to hold them in the back. I don't have any specific information on how they did that. They then drove the prisoner van to Vernon, where they had an acquaintance who let him borrow the truck, if you will, whatever happened there, whatever was communicated there. Then one of the Barksdales drove the Sierra pickup truck. Another Barksdale drove the prisoner van down the road a few miles. The other Barksdale was driving the prisoner van. They got into the Chevy Sierra. They drove off together and left the prisoner and the two guards locked in the back. That's how that went. Yeah, we'll take any leads on where the body might be, and we'll coordinate that with the Tucson PD. I'm sure the Tucson PD obviously wants to know where the body is, and all of us do. So any leads on where the body might be, and I think the people that know where the bodies are or the body is the Barksdales. So.
Was it the U.S. Marshals that, after taking them into custody, did they take them straight to Tucson? Are they here?
They're at a federal facility in Florence. And they'll be transported to Florence. Yes, definitely. No, not the same company. We'll take them to Tucson for their arraignment this afternoon at 3 o'clock at the courthouse.
Right now.
Yes.
So the 3 o'clock is Tucson.
At 3 o'clock's in Tucson, and that's why we put them in Florence, because we needed a facility that we could put them in, and then deputy marshals will make arrangements to drive them to Tucson. Probably at this as we're speaking for the 3 o'clock arraignment separately. Yes. At the DeConcini Federal Courthouse, right downtown Tucson. Eric Markovich, yes.
What kind of punishment do those who at home have faced, and what additional charges might they be?
Well, at the top of my head, I don't know what, but it is a felony. It's a very serious felony. Years of prison time. But it also, we want to send a message, not just to them, but to anybody else, because it makes our job so completely difficult. Because we know that when fugitives are on the run, they got to commit crimes to survive, whether it's stealing, when it's assaults, murder, whatever. We know the longer they're out there, the more victims that there will be. And we are not aware of anybody that was injured or killed or were robbed while they were out. I know yesterday there was an armed robbery of a bank in Snowflake. That was yesterday, yes. Yeah, and our hearts sunk. We thought, oh my God, they're robbing the bank. I think it was a Wells Fargo in Snowflake. It turned out it wasn't them, but those are the kind of things that just make our hearts sink when we hear about other crimes in the area. So we want, as Van mentioned, we want to prevent as many crimes and make sure the public is protected at all times.
David, so this trust in Vernon, do you have any contact with people? Do you know who truck that was?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So you contacted are those people in custody yet?
They are not in custody, but they'll be seeing us again. I'll put it that way. Okay.
So do we know where he went from that point with the truck? So he went to Vernon. I mean, what's the narrative? Has he spoken to you where he went after he got the truck?
I'm not going to get into the discussions with them, but we know that they were in that area east of Snowflake for a long period of time. And we're just guesstimating at this point, but we think they got to the Tonto Basin area within the day, or maybe 2 days before, but they weren't there. We weren't there that long.
Do you have a number of people that may have helped? I know there was 3 people in
Yeah, those are the ones that we're really seriously consider. There might be more, and that's what we're going to look into. Right? Pardon? Oh, and we don't know where they met, but we know they, they've both done prison time, both arrests for drugs, but where they actually met. But they were very good acquaintances to both. The person in the Pumpkin Center was a very good acquaintance with both the Barksdales. So we believe it was in their prison escapades or just in their mutual interest. Let me put it that way.
Can you clarify? You mentioned that Blaine was affiliated with the Aryan Brotherhood. Do you think it was that affiliation and those people in that particular gang that helped hide them all this time?
Well, as far as particular gang, we know that he has the affiliations, and experience tells us that when people get in these type of situations, they are going to go for comfort and support and assistance in any way with people that are like-minded. So it's a very strong possibility, yes. So.
With the initial murder that they were wanting for in Tucson, do we know they knew the victim, or is this somebody or were they targets because they even had...
Captain?
They did know the victim. They were acquaintances. They had befriended him.
They had befriended him.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll stick around if you want to talk to anybody individually. Okay. And thank you for being here, and thank you for all your support during the last 16 days. The media coverage really helped us out a lot. It really did. Thank you.
And there we go, the Arizona Bonnie and Clyde, Blaine and Susan Barksdale, arrested late last night. We're just getting that update from the U.S. Marshals Service there. That's the way we do it right here on News Now. When there's a news conference, we always bring it to you right here in full. It's one of the great things about this here on Fox 10 Extra. We just don't show soundbite. You don't get maybe a 30 to 40-second story on it. We're going to bring it to you in its entirety. We'll take one more break here. We got more news coming up next, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Here to News Now, taking a look at your markets going into the final hour of trading here, up 139 points there in the green. We'll look at it for you on fox10phoenix.com. Expecting right here Pilar Arias as well.
Yeah, hello everyone. We have some live events coming up this afternoon, and that's what we like to do on News Now. We like to bring them all on the stream. So coming up first, we're hearing that Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is about to hold his weekly news conference. We will have that. The State Department is also holding a briefing right now. I was listening in at the beginning. They were talking about the response to the Bahamas after Hurricane Dorian. And then we'll have some top stories from across the country. We will head to Tennessee, where a bullied teen got some assistance from some of his classmates.
Oh, there we go. Helping out for a better cause right there. All right. Thank you, Pilar. Looking forward to that and much more going all the way until 8 o'clock tonight. Thank you so much there, as we always bring you these top stories and really feeds from all over the country. It's one of the great things that we do right here for you on News Now. You just saw it, those news conferences. We bring it to you right there in its entirety there for you. So like Pilar said, we do have some other feeds available to us right now. You can see the State Department. She'll bring that for you in full there as well. I'll also take you out a little bit later out to Houston. This is the site of the Democratic debate tonight, but it just won't be all Democrats. This was an event. It was called Latinos for Trump, so we will have that for you, as well as some Latino members there coming together to support the president. So we'll show you both sides tonight there as well. Let's get one more update for you on the Democratic debate. Doug Luzader, what do you got for us?
Well, the field is narrowing down now. The stakes are getting higher, and the attacks could be furious.
The banner unfurled. Texas Southern University is bracing for what could be a brawl tonight. The top 10 Democratic White House contenders for one night on one stage with so much at stake. And many will be watching Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, who has recently risen in the polls.
How do you want to define yourself coming out of this ABC?
The way I have all along, and that is, I'm someone who will fight for your family.
But will she be willing to fight Joe Biden tonight? He is still the clear frontrunner both nationally and in the state of Texas, according to this recent poll. Warren is 10 points down there, followed by Bernie Sanders, who's tied with former Texas Congressman Beto O'Rourke. But Biden is the guy that everyone needs to beat, and his debate performances thus far have been uneven.
I keep saying Joe Biden doesn't have to win these debates, he just can't lose. And I think that he will take that same tact going into this debate, not necessarily trying to strike the winning knockout blow, but just trying to exist and tread water.
And then there's the question of breakouts. Will someone from the back of the pack catch fire tonight? Andrew Yang has been building his own cult following, including this crowd surfing moment. What's planned for tonight? His Twitter tease yesterday, 2 words for the debate stage tomorrow night: gold chain.
Now, the Trump campaign will also have a presence tonight, flying a banner over the debate site reading, "Socialism will kill Houston's economy." In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thanks so much, Doug, for that update. That's going to do it for us today right here on Fox 10 Extra. Let's leave you right here with this stunt pilot earlier today right over the valley. Take a look at that, doing some awesome moves there. Have a great day, everyone.
All right, everybody, good afternoon. Thanks so much for watching News Now. Pilar Arias hopping on a mission control. That's what I like to call the News Now set, because there's so many buttons to press around here. Speaking of all the buttons, I'll show you one of our unique views of the News Now set here in just moments. I always got to make sure I've got everything out of camera view. I don't want you all to see how messy I have the set sometimes with like water bottles and scripts and the like. So, again, one of our unique camera vantage points while I say hello and happy Thursday. Hello, happy Thursday. We are almost to the weekend. What are you doing this weekend? Who are you hanging with? What events are you going to? I know in downtown Chandler here in the Valley, there's a like Rockin' Taco Festival or something happening on Saturday from like noon to 9. I may know the details because I may or may not make an appearance. I don't know. There's so many events happening across the Valley. It's still pool season. As you know, it's supposed to be pretty warm here. So people will be out and about most likely, though, spending quality time with family and friends, maybe catching a movie. This weekend might be great to hit up a movie theater, but regardless, whatever you do, just please stay safe and have fun, have a great time. But we're not quite to the weekend just yet, so I've got some top stories ready to go for you from across the country. Meanwhile, though, I believe Mike Pace brought this story to you earlier. It was a plane that came down on a car on a freeway, so they're cleaning up the mess now. They've got the plane on the back of a tow truck. That is not a sight that you see quite often. We're going to continue to watch until one of these live events starts across the country. We'll have that for you. Again, please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here on News Now. The more, the merrier. We've got lots of News Nowers out there. A special thanks to all of you who are already subscribers and those who tune in each and every day. We're happy you're here. Our sister station, Fox 5 DC, providing us these aerials. They are coming in and out for just a bit, but we're going to continue to watch. Meanwhile, I will take you to that State Department briefing here. I want to make sure that I show you the entire thing. It's been going on for at least 20-25 minutes, so we will definitely be watching that here on News Now in just a bit. All right, everyone, we do have the live picture of that news conference with Republican leader Kevin McCarthy in Baltimore. I'm going to take you there now. It's kind of a unique setup, but we're going to watch live. Not quite at the podium just yet, but should be any moment. I will probably double box here, though, with the big board, Dow Jones Industrial. Nothing but green mostly today on it, currently up about 130 points. I don't know why it's not actually ticking like it normally does, because stocks are still trading for the day.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Strand, and I'm the president of the Congressional Institute, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to the 2019 House Republican Member Retreat. The Congressional Institute has sponsored this planning conference since 1987. We believe it's critically important for members of Congress to be able to get together and discuss the important issues Americans are concerned about. This year, health care, a strong and vibrant economy, and innovative technology ideas. The Congressional Institute is also very involved in congressional reform. We have looked at reform ideas to make the budget process effective and other solutions to strengthen Congress. You can find our research and other information about Congress on our website, congressionalinstitute.org. And it's also a brand new website, so if you want to give us some input on how you like it, I'd love to hear it. So please let us know how we can help you report on congressional operations and reform measures. And now it's my great and distinct honor to introduce the House Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you, sir. Please hold your applause. Thank you again. This is our weekly press conference. I brought a couple guests with me today. Our Republican leader in the Oversight Committee, Jim Jordan, who also serves on Judiciary as well, and soon to be one of our newest members and additions to the Republican Conference, who just won in North Carolina, Dan Bishop, for all you congressmen-elect. Press doesn't applaud for you, Dan, so get used to it.
I knew.
First, I want to start off, I want to thank Baltimore for having us back. We've had our conference here, as you know, many times before, and we thank the city for having that. Today and the next couple days, we'll be discussing different policies, looking at from the 21st century, going all the way from continuing our economics, from the strength within rebuilding our military, but also our domestic issues. When it comes to privacy, when it comes to the environment, we'll be doing breakout sessions with a number of members getting together to work on the policies as we move forward. This week was a very interesting week when it came to Washington. I think it's a clear sign, or actually foretelling, of what's going to happen for the next 18 months. Let me just walk you through this week. This week we watched two special elections in North Carolina, both of them won by a Republican. Some of you, I know, write something much different, but you ought to analyze this race. In 2018, this race was won by less than 900 votes, and there was questions about whether votes were harvested or not, so they had a new election. Democrats were able to hold the exact same candidate that they had before, was able to campaign for 17 months. From a financial point of view, that candidate had all the odds and advantages towards them. We had to come from behind. We had Dan Bishop, who's been representing the area in the State House, come from behind. Not only did he win, he improved by more than 400%. The president made a considerable difference in this race coming in when you watch the turnout and you watch the movement in numbers just a week away to what they ended up on Election Day. You watched counties in which the Democrat nominee the last time actually carried but lost this time. We improved by 2 percentage points. If you simply add 2 percentage points across, that's 13 more seats with only 6 more to go to win a majority. The difference between being in the minority and the majority is roughly 116,000 votes overall. So I think it's really foretelling of what's happening. Then let's look at what's happening inside Congress themselves. We got a speaker who had a press conference today that refuses to answer questions of what's happening to her chairman and judicial committee because they don't know exactly what's happening. You got a majority leader who I was once last term. The responsibility is to manage the committees. Fundamentally has a different definition of what's happening in Judiciary Committee than the chairman themselves. I've told you many times before. Chairman Nadler, if he was a chairman on our side of the aisle, the way he handles this committee, we would have removed him from that committee long ago. His inability to run a simple committee, his inability to know and explain what is moving forward. Chairman Nadler, when he campaigned to become chairman, and I'll quote what he said he would be the strongest member to lead an impeachment right after the election. Even though the facts don't play that way, Chairman Nadler continues to try to move that way. We watched a new poll that came out through Democrat voters. Democrat voters know more about the Democrats' investigation than anything legislative they passed. I challenge the country to name me one thing this new Democrat majority has solved. Name me one problem that they've been able to solve. They have an internal battle, which pretty much becomes an internal war. At first, we watched it was just a few new freshmen fighting with the speaker and the ideology of the party itself, and we pretty much found that they won out. Now we find their own committee chairs they cannot manage of what's going on, nor do they know what's happening, nor do the members of the committee itself know. This is what the future holds. And that is why today, the next day, and the others will be mapping out, one, a fundamental agenda to show the American public a better path and a better way forward. That we could actually show the ability to continue to grow. When we watch today this economy, the strongest economy we've had in more than 50 years. I'll give you a few statistics. In the last 13 months, hourly wage has gone up at least 3% or higher. For those who are really trying to make sure we raise their wages, we're being able to accomplish that. We're showing a path to do that, not with a mandate from government, but actually an economy that grows. You look at women between the age of 25 and 54, the participation rate in the economy is 76.3%, the highest participation rate we have found in more than 15 years. You see now we are now joined by our dear friend Doug Collins, the Republican leader when it comes to the Judiciary Committee. So first, let me turn to Jim Jordan, our leader when it comes to the Oversight Committee and a member of Judiciary Committee as well. Jim?
Well, thank you, Kevin. Let me thank Kevin for his leadership and Doug as well on the committee. And then, of course, congratulate Dan. It was a big night. And Kevin is right. What a contrast between Greg Murphy and Dan Bishop on Tuesday evening and what you saw. And I'll let Doug jump in here too. But what you saw in Judiciary Committee this week. I mean, 2 days ago, the Judiciary Committee votes to take away American Second Amendment rights without them doing anything wrong, and they voted to allow that to happen in a court proceeding where the person who's losing their rights doesn't even get to show up and defend themselves. And then 2 days later, less than 24 hours later, we had the crazy scenario we had today where is it impeachment, is it not impeachment, is it an investigation, is it an inquiry? Jerry Nadler says he doesn't care and doesn't want to talk about that anymore. He just wants to go after the president. And we all know that's straightforward. And the reason they want to do this, said this in committee today, the reason they want to change the rules in the middle of the game, 9 months into a new Congress, the reason they want to change the rules is nothing else has worked for them. Michael Cohen hearing was a flop for him. Came and lied 7 times under oath. The John Dean hearing was a flop for him. And you all watched, and the whole country watched, the Bob Mueller hearing. We all know that was a flop. So they got to come up with some way to go after this president because they're bound and determined to do it even though the country knows it's not warranted, even though they know we shouldn't do it, even though the country in every single poll says don't do it. They're bound and determined to do that, so they change the rules in the middle of the game. And understand the underlying issue here. The president was falsely accused of conspiring with a foreign state to influence the election. Jim Comey investigated for 10 months. After 10 months, he found nothing. You know why we know he found nothing? Because we deposed Mr. Comey, and he told us that in the deposition. But he still leaks information to get a special counsel. Bob Mueller's appointed for 22 months. He investigates, and what's he come back and say? No coordination between the Trump campaign and Russia to influence the election. 32 months putting the country through this. And what do Democrats want to do? Change the rules so they can keep investigating and go after the president. It's ridiculous, it is wrong, and everyone in the country deep down understands that. Unfortunately, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee doesn't. What we should do is look at how the false accusations started. And the good news is, and thank the good Lord for this, Bill Barr is doing exactly that. But we could help on the committee. The ranking member understands this is pushing for this. Why don't we have the Inspector General, who, oh, by the way, just issued a scathing report of Mr. Comey just 2 weeks ago. But 2 days ago, when I asked Mr. Nadler when we might expect an opportunity to question the Inspector General of the Justice Department, the guy who heads the Inspector General's Association in our government, Mr. Horowitz, when we might expect an opportunity to question him and ask him about his report, Jerry Nadler says, I don't know, I haven't thought about that. Stop and think about that. This is the chair of the Judiciary Committee with its storied history in the House of Representatives of defending basic rules, basic procedure, and basic constitutional rights. And that's the response we get from him. So the minority leader is exactly right when he says what a contrast between what Democrats have done this week and what we saw on election night with the big wins in North Carolina. And so I appreciate the leadership of the leader. And again, congratulate Dan, and I'll welcome to the podium the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Collins.
Well, it's been one of them days again on Judiciary Committee. It's been one great week, though. Congratulations. When you look at saw it coming, we know what's happening here. This is one of the things that we're seeing for those of us who travel the country, and those of us on stage did this for the last month, is once you got outside of Washington, D.C., it was not amazingly gloom and doom. Eeyore only lives in Washington, D.C. Everywhere else, there seems to be optimism. There's jobs. There's these kind of things happening, and people are excited about that. But let me touch base really on what happened this morning, which was a sad continuance of what has happened for the last 8 months since they had the ability to have the majority. We have continued down. Now today, if anybody could follow the pretzel logic of the committee this morning, especially the chairman, on saying, well, we're investigating, we've been investigating, is it an inquiry, it's not an inquiry. Let me make it very clear to you, and I know many of you have already written articles today, let me go back and say, if you say that any of this is new rules today, that's just wrong. Plain and simple, it's not new rules. These are rules that have been part of the committee structure forever. They're simply choosing to use them now, and they're packaging them together to make it seem like it's something more. This is important because when most people across the country only get their news by either a quick line, a quick headline, or a quick momentary look at the screen, they're not going to look past, and the Democrats know this, they know that they're not going to look past impeachment and everybody's going to think something's going. The reality is they're pulling a sham. I talked about it this morning. This is nothing more than a filter on a social media site, Instagram, Snapchat, whichever one you want to use. It's a filter to say, I look better than what I am. The problem is they don't look better. When you pull away the core of Chairman Nadler and the rest of his committee, there is nothing there. It's the biggest empty suit you want to have, and they won't admit that basically they have nothing to go on. In fact, if you don't believe me, let's just look at a history lesson. In June, Chairman Nadler and many of his cohorts said when the Robert Mueller report has definite impeachable offenses in it. Robert Mueller testifies in July. And then in August, my chairman sends out a letter to other committees saying, hey, you guys got anything to impeach on? Because we don't have anything anymore. So now, when you have Jamie Raskin from Maryland actually coming up and saying, you know, Mueller was just a small part of what we're investigating. How many of you in with a straight face in the press corps, y'all do great work, how many of you believe that they really thought Mueller was a small part of what they do? It was not. So today as we go forward, here's where we're at. They're wanting to have this idea that they can have it both ways, that they want to pacify those on our committee and their base, because I feel sorry for Chairman Nadler in this respect. He took the mantle of what they didn't know that they couldn't do, and that was impeachment. He took the mantle and said, we're going to go after Donald Trump because we hate Donald Trump, and now we have the majority, and we've got all this stuff that's going to help us impeach him. And now, after 8 months, going on 9, he has nothing except smoke and mirrors. A dog and pony show. In fact, the dog and ponies left, and now we got nothing but a show. And that's what happened today. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug. As I mentioned earlier, there were 2 special elections. The one everybody was watching was North Carolina 9. Those constituents had not been represented since we were seated. Dan Bishop got in the race a little later. The Democrats had the exact same opponent, financially had an advantage over us. At the end of the day of this Tuesday, improved by more than 2 percentage points. I want you to remind of one thing. We have fewer seats to gain to get to the majority than the Democrats had 2 years ago. There are 31 Democrats who sit in seats that President Trump carried, 13 of them by more than 6 points. If there's one thing I would be concerned about, if I was a Democrat, the management of the floor today. Tell me, how is a Democrat going to go back and ask for a re-election on what they achieved. All they achieved are investigations that have gone nowhere. They found out that there were lies. They watched a party move where Speaker Pelosi at one time was furthest to the left, and now she's considered a moderate in her own new Socialist Democratic Party. She has the title but no longer the power of how to manage a floor. She has committee chairmen. She can't even understand what they're doing in committee, especially when it comes to Chairman Nadler. The majority leader doesn't even know what the committee is doing in his own press conference the week before, or a few days before. But one thing we do know, Democrats spent millions of dollars in the belief that they could win an election. When you watched who turned out in this election, it just weren't Republicans voting for Dan Bishop. There were a lot of Democrats who did not like what they saw inside Congress and gave a vote to Dan Bishop. That's how it was a 2% higher, a 400% increase in the turnout of the final election vote to the new member for Congressman-elect Dan Bishop of North Carolina.
Yeah, that's. I can get used to that. I'm not at all surprised. We have press in North Carolina as well. I'm delighted to be here, and you know, it's interesting to hear the content of your report, because the contrast that I offered voters in North Carolina 9 is exactly the contrast that's being described by these members of Congress today. You had, on the one hand, a vision of America with a booming economy and more jobs and border security and lower taxes and continuation of American exceptionalism. And on the other hand, what I heard more than anything else from voters as I passed through the district, and we have a lot of Democrats in our district, and I heard it from a lot of Democrats, is that what the Socialist Democratic Party is articulating not only stuns them, it frightens them. Not only on the subject of this being consumed with the idea of destroying this president, but also, which we're hearing more detail about today, but also their policy proposals, which are outlandish, and the people of the 9th District, you know. So, and Mr. Leader, I think the point that makes clearest the situation we were in electorally, in addition to the fact that my opponent was running for 27, 28 months and was the beneficiary of $16, $17 million of expenditures from the farthest left sources in America, outside the district, outside the state. We also had a period of 6 weeks where we had relatively level playing field financially in this race. And we not only caught him with the help of President Trump and Vice President Pence and great support from here, we caught him and we passed him. And we had, under those circumstances, a very clear victory. And so I'm delighted to be here to meet. You know, I will also say about 85% of the members of this conference financially supported our campaign. The help from here and the alignment, the various parts of the conservative movement that worked together or worked in the same direction in this campaign was a marvelous thing to behold, and the result was one that I think ought to resound across the country. Thanks very much.
All right, let's open up for some questions. Yes, sir.
Hi, Peter Summer with Capital Intel, BBN. My question is, we have both the judiciary and oversight. We're these days looking at antitrust investigations, Google, Facebook, big tech. Seems to be a bipartisan issue. What do you see happening in the next few months against these antitrust issues?
You guys want to take it?
We're going to see them back in Congress under
Yeah, and just in the next little bit, you're going to see, even starting tomorrow, there's going to be some information requests that's going to come out. And I think this is the part that we need to look at. And what we've tried to do is, and you had mentioned bipartisan, I know from the committee and oversight is going to be looking at this as well. From the judiciary perspective, it's time we look at this from the truest antitrust perspective and not just go to the one end saying we just need to break people up, we need to break because they're big, but actually see what they're like in the marketplace. Are they suppressing ideas? Are they keeping others out of the marketplace from an antitrust perspective? And then also just how they operate in a new economy. everything that is disruptive and big is not necessarily bad. The question is, does it become bad if they act in ways that is contrary to the market and contrary to the privacy issues that most Americans have? So I think you're going to see some more of that. The unfortunate part, and I know in the Judiciary Committee, is we are so preoccupied with taking things from American people and investigating this president that this often gets overshadowed, but we're going to see a little bit more of that in the next few days.
I would just add one aside. This may be one of the few areas where you can get some bipartisan. You saw this with the attorney generals in town earlier this week. This may be one of the areas where the Congress could actually work together. Mr. Cummings and I are working on, and our staffs, more importantly, are working on this facial recognition issue. And there was strong bipartisan support in the committee to begin to look at this issue. So I'm optimistic, but I think right now we're in that stage of getting all the facts and making sure the American people understand what's exactly going on.
This will be one of our topics in this retreat for the next 2 days, and there's a lot of concern. We want to make sure there's competition. You know, you sit back, and it's some of the points that Doug made. Just because you're big does not mean you're anti-competitive, but we want to make sure they are. Should Amazon ever been able to create, why wasn't Sears become an Amazon? They had the catalogs, they had the stores and everything else. They had the competition able to go. But I'm really concerned about privacy. What are people gathering about our own information? And I believe in the conservative philosophy of private property. So when it comes to privacy, shouldn't we all know exactly what someone's able to gain the information from us? If they monetize it, shouldn't we receive part of that information? We should also be able to move it, and we should be able to delete it. I think those are simple 3 bases of how we should deal with privacy, but these are the exact issues that we'll be discussing here within the policy, and I'm hopeful that we can find a bipartisan answer for this, because many times I find the Democrats take it just like a Dodd-Frank. Either they want to break it up or they want to make it a utility. So then you get no innovation, but then again, you also have no protection for your privacy. Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys think that impeachment can actually work towards the GOP and the president's advantage? And especially because do you want to see a vote on impeachment and have Democrats?
We've already had a number of votes on the floor, and they've all failed. Nobody would want to see impeachment for a personal political gain outside of Chairman Nadler and a few of him on his committee. This is not something to play with. America is too important to play a political game like this. And I think the American public expect us to go to Congress. We've got a lot of problems to solve, and we should work on them. But the entire time, and the whole reason why Nadler ran for this position is because he said he would be the very best in impeachment. There's no reason to move forward with it. The American public does not want it. The only person that tries to continue to drive it is the chairman. Even if you talk to their own leadership, they don't know what he's doing. I again raise the point. If you watch the way he handles a committee, from the most basic committee, if he was a chairman within the Republican conference, we would have removed him simply because of his inability to how to move a committee in a proper way. Yes, sir.
Leader McCarthy, in discussions with the White House, what specifics, if any, has President Trump shared with you about what he would sign, what he would support related to gun control decisions?
There's a number of issues that he has talked about. The number one thing he wants to find is there a way we can solve that these devastating actions that take place never happen again? And you know, the president has acted before. I traveled with the president when we flew out what took place in Las Vegas. My community itself lost more lives in Las Vegas than the entire state of Nevada. And what we found was a bump stock that was approved from administration before him during the Obama administration. And this president acted. We no longer have a bump stock. We watched when the other shooting in Texas at a church, that an individual was able to have a weapon, and they never should have, simply because the NIC, the National Instant Criminal Background Check, should have picked up on it. But you know what? Our own military failed, and the way he abused his wife, he never should have got it. So we passed legislation that modernized it. So what the president is doing is gathering all the information. He had a number of us down to the White House. I know he did a call yesterday with bipartisan senators. He is gathering that information, and he told me he will come back with finding the ways to find a solution. He knows there's a problem, and he wants to solve it.
Has he given you an indication on where he stands related to background checks? He said things that are inevitable.
He wants to make sure whatever we do solves the problem. So he's gathering all the information, which you should do at the very beginning. The Attorney General was in the meeting as well, looking at ways, how do we make sure that this never happens again? How do we protect law-abiding citizens on their rights as well? And that's what he's doing, and he'll come forward with where he's going. I know there's a number of things that he's looking at. Yes, ma'am.
Give you a
I think it'll be very shortly.
Senator McCarthy, with the president coming here tonight and his comments on the city of Baltimore and Congressman Cummings' district in particular, specifically calling it disgusting and a rat and rodent infested mess, are those comments appropriate? Do you think the president needs to clarify or apologize to them in any way tonight during his remarks?
Look, I think the president made a very good case here of why many major cities have challenges. If you want to take the president's comments, you can go to the former mayor of Baltimore. You can go to what Congressman Cummings had said before about his own community as well. These are challenges we want to see a change to, and this is something the president has been working on. When you look at the opportunity zones that were passed inside our tax bill, this is a clear contrast on either government trying to solve a problem for 20 years and have not do it, this war on poverty, are really transforming communities, and we're finding that's happening faster, better investment in others. So I think the president made a case. Why do we accept the challenges and ignore them? We should accept them. When I look at California, I look at the homelessness, affordability, the challenges that are happening throughout the cities, that San Francisco is now losing conventions on how they deal with it. That is a direct contrast in our policies. And I think the president coming here symbolizes, yes, he cares about Baltimore. He cares about the people who live in Baltimore, and he does not accept that you have to stay in poverty. He has found from his entire life how to bring people out of poverty, give them a better opportunity, and that's what he's doing in his job as president, and that's why he's coming to Baltimore as well. Sir. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your question. I just happen to come from the #1 ag community county in the entire nation. So agriculture is important to us. We want to make sure that we have markets that we can sell in. Most importantly, we want to make sure that we have water that we can produce it. And also we want to make sure that we have a regulatory society that we can actually grow and feed not just America but the world, because we know that it's a safer product of going forward. When you sit and talk to the agriculture community, they know what China has done in the past. They're supportive of this president to get a good agreement, one that is fair, that keeps us for the next generation to be able to farm as well. I've watched that, I know this discussion is getting closer. I've watched that we were at a point that we could come to an agreement. It was Xi Jinping who backed away from what he had agreed to prior. The president is committed to this. I was just with the president earlier this week with Lighthizer, with Mnuchin and the president, discussing ways that we can actually solve this problem, and that the president is committed to it. And I know when I go out to the farm community, there's no one that supported farmers more than this President Trump. Yes, ma'am. Oh. Well, one's a member of my caucus, one's in the Senate, yes. In regards to what? No, I think it's a difference of opinion when it comes to national defense. And it's simply that. People can have a discussion about policy. That's healthy. The difference is when it comes to the Democratic Party. You've got new freshman members who are now primarying the #2, the chairman of Ways and Means, the #4, the chairman of Appropriations, the social justice who believes they have to purify in their party because they want to become social Democrats. That's a battle and that's a war, and that's a problem that the Democrats have, not one that the Republicans. The Republicans have never been more united. Don't take my word. Take for the members on the stage. Actually, look at the polling itself with this president. No president, not even Ronald Reagan, had as much support within the party as President Trump has. So, no, I don't have any problem with having a debate of ideas and actually disagreeing on ideas. But at the end of the day, they understand that they agree more, that they want tomorrow better than today. Yes? I have not heard that. And the president has a right to have people who work for him that he feels gives the best information and works best together. Would you want to have somebody work for you that if you're not working well together, you're having disagreements with? There are a lot of people who sit inside that White House that will give the president different opinion than the president has. That's what he wants to gather. And he wants to gather all the information. If he couldn't work well for him, I want somebody in there that he can.
I see you're giving a speech on 2020 and beyond. Can you just give us a little bit of a preview? What, if you have a speaker's gap,
Well, first thing we would do is make sure our debt is taken care of. This is continuing to grow. We've got a majority that just has taken over the Democrats. The first thing they did was not pass a budget. We'd pass a budget, just as we did before, that put us on a path to balance. We'd make sure that our entitlements are protected for a future generation, because it comes into question today. Every great society has collapsed when they've overextended themselves. We would hope that we would actually solve the surprise billing before it took us to win the majority. But with the Democrats, we don't know if they're able to pass anything in the process of where we go. We look to an environment in the future. I think you'll see a number of bills that we will produce. 90% of all plastic that goes to the ocean comes from 10 rivers in the world, not one of them in America. But I think the ocean goes the entire world. We have an opportunity to actually solve that problem. You'll find a number of bills that we produce going forward. We watch companies that can extract CO2 from the air. There's a concern for all of us about CO2. Why wouldn't we incentivize the ability to do it? Dan Crenshaw has a bill today. It would be out of committee, but the only problem is it has Dan Crenshaw's name on it as an author. We would not play games. We would find ways that would unite this country to put us in a path to be stronger. We would continue to build our military to make sure we're safe, not only here but around the world as well. There are a number of items we'd go through. When we look at technology, are we prepared for the 21st century? Are we protecting our privacy rights as well? So there are a number of items that we continue to go with, and that's our discussion and our breakout sessions. All right, last question. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you can do it. He was too slow. I think that the White House and the administration, along with Patrick McHenry and Financial Services, is something that we've been studying for quite some time. We watched at a time where America had to bail them out. We want to make sure they're secure, but also we want to make sure that those who need to have capital for a home have the lowest rate possible and be able to prosper and be able to build homes as they wish. This is an area that we want to look. We want to protect the taxpayers at the same time. We want the individuals to have the lowest rate to be able to go. So I think it's not something that you can ignore, but it's not something that you would say that you just can't deal with at all. There are a lot of ideas out there, and that's another issue that we'll be discussing at the retreat as well. I look forward to talking to you throughout the retreat, and I think you'll be at some of our speeches. We'll have the President speaking tonight. Some people might want to watch, I guess, the Democrat convention or debate. Not quite sure what they'll promise tonight. I know they're very supportive of making sure those who are here illegally to have health care outside of Americans themselves. But I think there's a lot of problems that we can solve and work closely together. And I'm excited to have the President here, especially after coming off adding 2 new Republicans that will be sworn in next week. Building on an economy the strongest it's been in 50 years. And the unique part about this economy, it's not an economy that built for one person. It doesn't matter your gender, your color of age, the color of your skin, or your age. It is helping all. And we want to continue to build on that and make America stronger. So if there's one thing that we should do inside Congress, we should pass the USMCA. If we passed USMCA, at a very minimum, there would be 180,000 more Americans working. GDP would go up by more than a point. But you know what would be even more important? Is that we would be stronger going into negotiations with China. If you watched last month, our new #1 trader is Mexico. #2 is Canada, surpassing China. This is something that's making America stronger. But I believe it's only one person holding the power of whether that comes up. It's the Speaker of the House. They are more concerned about tearing this president down instead of building America up. I hope that's debated tonight inside the Democrats as well. Thank you.
You tried.
that would require years of court involvement, and those claimants who filed suits first would receive all the
All right, everybody, good afternoon. Thanks so much for watching News Now. We are hoping this live feed unfreezes here in a moment. We are getting word that the Catholic Diocese in Rochester, New York, is talking about bankruptcy. Let's listen in.
This for the victims and only prolong their pain and their suffering. I am sure you are concerned how this Chapter 11 filing affects your parish. The parishes are separately incorporated under New York State's religious corporation law. Charitable entities, such as Catholic Charities, are separately incorporated under New York's not-for-profit corporation law. The ministries and operations of parishes and entities, such as our Catholic Charities agencies, should not be directly affected by the diocese's Chapter 11 proceeding. The diocese's goal is to bring the Chapter 11 process to a conclusion as soon as is possible in order to continue the work of healing and reconciliation, both for the victims and our diocesan family. Through all of this, we remain focused on Christ's mandate to preach, teach, sanctify, and to reach out to our brothers and sisters suffering from sexual abuse, to serve those in need, and to be present to the community as we have been for the past 151 years of our diocesan history. If you wish more information, we have created a special page about our reorganization on the diocesan website. The page has several resources, including the reorganization, frequently asked questions, and court documents, and it will be updated throughout this process. On this, the memorial of the Most Holy Name of Mary, Mother of Faith and Perseverance, steadfast at the cross of our Savior, let us turn to her and ask her intercession amidst this significant challenge. I humbly ask you for your prayers for the victims and for the diocese as we move forward in this process. Jesus is our strength, our hope, and our life. Trusting in God, I remain. To which I have signed this letter. Attorney Donato will give a
Waiting to see if this comes back, everyone.
synopsis of what transpired only a few minutes ago in the
diocese will continue to operate in the ordinary course. It will be able to conduct its business and serve its parishioners. We are pleased with the results of today.
Well, it's DOI.org/reorganization, but it's in your packet because it's a very prominent sticker. We're going to take a few questions. I ask you that you would just please identify yourself before your question.
My name is Johnny Nixon from Channel 8. What is a reasonable settlement, and how would that be reached after the reorganization?
That really is within the purview of the bankruptcy court. That's where that negotiation takes place, and we have submitted ourselves to the judgment of the court.
Bishop Ton of Berkeley Green from News 10 NBC. I think Catholics watching tonight are worried about what's happening to their church and what's going to happen to their church, where they go. And to that, you would say what to them?
All of the parishes are separately incorporated under the New York State Religious Corporation law. The parishes are not filing for bankruptcy. There will be in place what is called a channeling injunction, whereby a fund will be established from insurance and diocesan resources, and any of the circumstances concerning parishes will be channeled through that injunction. So the parishes should continue their ministries as they have been doing without interruption. You want to add anything to that?
The main point is that the parishes are not in any Chapter 11 proceeding. They are separate legal entities, and they will continue to perform the services that they do.
If someone puts money in the basket at Mass, is there any way that that money would end up getting used to pay off creditors in a bankruptcy?
They never have been, and they should not ever be, because we respect the intention of the donor. When parishioners contribute to their parish, they are contributing for the ministries and the sustenance of that parish. That is their intention, and it has always been honored.
Andrew Freeman, Spectrum News. How much insurance does diocese have, or why wasn't insurance used maybe instead of filing for bankruptcy?
I'll answer that question. The amount of the insurance at this point is being reviewed. Until the New York law changed to allow lawsuits to be commenced on August 14, there really was no ability to seek insurance coverage because there was no legally viable claim. So that insurance analysis is ongoing, and as the bishop indicated, as we create a proper fund for victims, a part of that fund will be insurance contributions.
Christian Garzon, News 8. The Catholic Ministries appeal, any effect on that at all whatsoever?
Do you want me to answer that? We will proceed with the Catholic Ministries appeal as we always have. The diocese has not used any of the CMA funds in the past for abuse claims, nor do we intend to in the future.
James Brown, WSXI. Do the individual parishes contribute to the diocese as a whole?
Do they
contribute? Do they pay any money at all to the diocese?
Yes, they do. For example, insurance premiums. We have an insurance program that covers all of the parishes. They would pay premiums into the diocese.
So would any of those funds be used in this sort of service?
Well, they're for insurance premiums.
Only for insurance, so no other?
Correct.
Steve? Yeah, Steve Ward from the Democrat and Chronicle. For any of you, I know you've said that the offerings on Sundays at Mass and the appeal money is not intended and has never been used to pay survivors of abuse. But can you guarantee that that will not happen with that money? Or is that something that could to be determined in court?
It is not the intent of the diocese under any circumstances. We are under the jurisdiction and supervision of the federal bankruptcy court. It is possible, but that is not our intent, and that is the way we are proceeding.
Amanda Valdez with Channel 13. What would you say to people who say this is an easy way out? You avoid discovery of church documents, the names in those documents. What would you say to those folks that are watching this today?
We have again submitted ourselves to the judgment of the court. We also have cooperated and continue to cooperate with the Office of the Attorney General. I don't see this in any way as a tactic. A reasonable person would look at the claims and the demands that are before us, demands approaching $100 million. They can review our resources and would come to the conclusion that we could not minister to every victim who comes forward and help them out if we did not go this route. We do sincerely consider this to be the best course of action for the victims and to be able to serve the greatest number of victims, and again, not to prolong the suffering they have.
And just like that, everybody, they switched the live feed on us. We are kind of at their mercy here on News Now. It looks like they've taken us into a courtroom. It may be an important hearing, so let's listen live until we find out exactly what's going on. All right, everyone, while I wait for some information on that live feed, I do have some information about this next one I'm going to bring you. It is another vaping news conference in New Jersey. This one will involve the governor. It should be underway in just moments. All right, everyone. While we wait for this vaping news conference to get underway, I will share with you some top stories from across the country. I always got them ready to go for you right here on News Now. Again, my name is Pilar Arias. Happy Thursday afternoon. Thanks so much for being here. You probably hear me clicking and pressing away. Got to make sure all the audio and everything is ready to go for you. This first top story I have for you, a woman didn't know she was pregnant until she gave birth in a bathroom.
I've been trying for years and nothing came out, so I was finally like, oh, I'm 37 now, it is what it is.
And then this happened.
I looked and it was a baby.
But how it happened has forged a lifelong emotional bond between Carla Collazo and Alexandra Santos.
It just happened so fast, everything just came out. So now she has a placenta in her hand, there's a baby in my hand, and she's freaking out. I'm just telling her, like, we have a baby, we have to save her.
Okay. Dramatic photos and videos showing a preemie baby girl weighing a little more than 2 pounds delivered in the toilet on August 25th. And nobody knew it, especially Mom, that she was pregnant.
I was just in shock.
Carla suffers from a gynecological condition that she says doctors told her would likely prevent her from ever getting pregnant. She thought nothing of her swollen ankles. She works on her feet for hours. She had taken pregnancy tests a few times, all negative, and she hadn't gained a pound. But that Sunday morning, her stomach and back hurt something fierce. Her sister-in-law, Alexandra, was about to take her to the emergency room. Carla hit the bathroom first, and she started screaming. Alexandra ran in.
I'm looking like it's a whole baby.
Paramedics directed her over the phone what to do next. She grabbed a shoestring.
I tied it on the umbilical cord as tight as I could. She was just so precious. She just kept looking at me in my eyes.
More video showing neither woman had any idea of the baby's gender until EMTs arrived and took Mom and baby Amora Rose to Christiana Hospital. A miracle.
No, I just know how much she cried and prayed for something like that.
While Amora is thriving in the hospital, the ladies have a lot of work to do. So now what?
We're getting ready. We doing it day by day, but we doing it.
Amora Rose is expected to come home in just a few more weeks. Baby Love, the meaning of her name, is gaining weight. She's 3 pounds already and drinking from a bottle, according to her mom, who is already back at work. Can you believe that? She keeps an eye on her little miracle through her computer. In Newark, Delaware, Joyce Evans, Fox 29 News.
All right, everybody, here's another live look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board. We are still waiting for that vaping news conference to start. As soon as it does, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now. Meanwhile, if you are looking for a job, there's actually a type of field that you might want to get into. Our very own Matt Galka has the story.
Help wanted, help needed. That's the message from many construction companies around Arizona and around the country. A skilled worker labor shortage is hitting construction companies, including Brad Levitt's of Finer Touch Construction, hard.
So one of the big issues we're dealing with right now in Phoenix is a labor shortage. So although we have a lot of projects and a big need in the industry right now, there's not enough people to do it that are skilled and understand the trade.
Some estimates have the industry about 350,000 workers short of pre-recession numbers, and it definitely affects a project.
As far as building costs for our clients, the rates have increased because supply and demand. So hourly wages and the cost to finish any project have increased because of the labor shortage.
The East Valley Institute of Technology sees the gap and hopes their students can fill it.
We teach everything from pouring concrete all the way up to putting the roof on the house.
Instructor Curtis Rule says Valley contractor companies are at EVIT all the time trying to replenish their workforces.
They are all hurting so badly for help that they are more than willing to donate their time and material to come here and help teach these students so that when they graduate and become 18 years old, they're already hired.
A series of factors contributed to the shortage, including more people going to college and moving towards office or tech jobs. That never interested student Rayon De Ovari.
I'm definitely hearing that there's a lot more opportunities for work in this industry now, as it's more or less a forgotten industry and more people are wanting to start to work in office buildings and little cubicles, and for me that's just not my style.
And with numbers indicating a growing population for the state, construction job opportunities aren't expected to slow down.
If you like building things with your hands and you're more or less a handy person, get involved with it, there's a whole lot of money to be made.
Watching this case.
All right, everybody, we are now live in Lebanon, Ohio, where there has been a verdict handed down in a baby buried case. Looks like we're going to get reaction here in just moments. You're going to watch it live right here on News Now. Again, Lebanon, Ohio. If I'm saying that wrong, please correct me. I have never been to Ohio, and I don't get all the names of all the cities and towns across our country right. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Also, in terms of that last top story I have for you, Matt Galka at EVIT. I went to the East Valley Institute of Technology myself in high school. I will not let you know which year. Studied computer repair, had a great time, learned a lot, learned how to build a computer back in the day when I feel like the components were a little bit easier than they are nowadays. And I got A+ certified. Means I could go work for a Geek Squad if I wanted to. But yeah, great college there. Lots of, or great, not a college, excuse me. Great school there, great resource for high school students here in the Valley who want to pursue a career as soon as they graduate from high school. That's what I meant to say, a career prep school, so to speak. All right, Lebanon, Ohio. I'm going to turn the audio up just in case anyone comes to this podium. Friendly reminder, viewer discretion is advised because I don't have any control of this audio or this camera, but I want to make sure we don't miss anything.
All right, gentlemen, how are we feeling?
We're feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Something you want to say? I'll let him ask questions. We're not here to give a press conference. If you guys have questions, please ask us.
House Bill 86 says she'll only do 180 days if served the maximum sentence. Do you expect that to happen?
No.
Why not, Charlie? What are your thoughts?
She's already gone through 2 years of misery in her own small knit community, and I'm not the judge, but I can't expect him not to take that into consideration.
Kelly, you were sitting next to her when the birds were read off of her. Can you just describe that moment, her emotion, what was going through your mind? Just describe that moment for us.
About the tensest moment you can ever feel. And it was tense.
Did you expect this outcome?
I did. I believed in the case. I still do. Skylar's innocent. And the jury just found her not guilty, which is not synonymous with innocent, but I truly believe she's innocent.
What did you think about the fact that it took only about 4 hours?
I think the jury followed the law.
When you first heard that question about the abuse of a corpse, were you thinking that perhaps they'd already decided the other counts?
We were hoping. We thought that, if I may, we thought that if it was going to be an early verdict, we thought it would be favorable to us, but we're not jury readers by any stretch of the imagination.
I'm curious, to help those who are viewing right now or watching this, understand the abuse of corpse charge, and as opposed to the other three, there's still a guilty verdict component to this verdict. Help people understand what that means in your mind.
Well, it's the lowest degree felony that someone can be convicted of. It's a fifth, what we call a 5th degree felony. There are 5 levels. This is the lowest level.
So her bail was revoked?
Revoked.
It's typical for Judge Oda after a jury trial on any conviction, even a misdemeanor conviction, to put someone in jail pending sentencing. That's Judge Oda's typical protocol.
Did you expect the pre-sentencing investigation and all of that to take place in less than 24 hours?
I'm glad it is. I didn't.
It's fast, right?
I didn't think that far ahead.
Is your sense that Skylar is satisfied?
What do you think? Come on, seriously.
I'm sure
Pins and
she.
needles is an understatement, I'm sure.
I'm sure she was. She and her family were in one room. We were in another room. My wife and my little daughter were there. They hung out together, Skylar and my wife. I would like to speak with them if they want to speak with us.
Do you think in light of the verdict that Skylar was overcharged?
Absolutely. This is, well, as her attorney and knowing other cases throughout the country, this was well overcharged from the get-go. And it was so juicy for the government to think that, oh, not only did she murder her baby, but she burned her baby, which tainted the whole jury pool, which is what we were worried about from the very beginning. Ever since her indictment and ever since that news conference, we thought we were in a hole. And it was a really deep hole, in our opinion.
I can ask the both of you, in the early days of this, before she was even indicted, the prosecutor's office said, we charged her originally with reckless homicide because we have evidence this child was born alive. You all were obviously privy to this evidence way before we were. Was there proof that she was alive, this second interrogation that was so scrutinized in this trial?
All right, everyone, look at this luck we've been having today. Seems like it's a Monday, but it's a Thursday. All of our live feeds seem to keep freezing. Remember, it's not under our control, unfortunately. I wish it was, because we would definitely try to do our best to make sure that streams are flawless. But I think we can take you out to that vaping newser now. Oh, and this one just unfroze.
Transcript based on Skylar being adamant that she never, ever burned her baby. We thought that that would be a key to this case. And I would think that, well, you all watched it or heard the testimony, and you would think that when it was scientifically impossible for her to have lit her baby on fire with a lighter, that everybody would think that's ridiculous. And you would have thought that the people who make decisions as to whether or not this actually happened would think the same thing. It's astounding to me.
Do you feel the prosecution planted enough reasonable doubt in their presentation of the case?
You mean intentionally?
Well, obviously not intentionally, but there's been a lot of.
Well, I think their witnesses turned out to be ours, except for the pathologist, that forensic pathologist, whose name is now Brown. She just stuck to the narrative. She was, in my mind, I don't know, but she was protecting the prosecution's narrative.
Where does Skylar go from here? Because obviously, with everything, it might be hard, probably will be hard for her to live a normal life.
Well, that's a great question that we can't answer. She's worked in our office since this came up, and hopefully she'll be able to go to college. She started classes, and I think she actually completed one semester at Sinclair, and I assume that she's going to go back to school, and hopefully this will get behind her.
This is a fifth-degree felony in Ohio you can seal. So 3 years after probation ends, she will be eligible to remove this from her record entirely.
So is there a civil component that comes after this? Because it sounds to me like there is maybe a basis here.
The statute's gone. There won't be anything civil.
I'd love to sue a few of the national media outlets that said that she bashed her baby's skull in and all that other stuff. I think that was that Nancy Grace show or whatever. That was atrocious, and it was a week before trial. Crazy.
You talk about media attention. This is pretty
intense.
Unprecedented. Can you just talk about her thoughts on this? And you say she's going to be able to have this removed, sealed in 3 years, but the internet lives on forever. Talk a little bit about that and what you hope for her, I guess.
Well, as time goes by, the more you live a different life, and hopefully this can be pushed farther in her past. But even an acquittal on all 4 counts, it would be something that Skylar is going to have to live with the rest of her life.
We know she's been under, tremendous stress, and probably unthinkable stress over the last couple of years. And she obviously, a lot of talk about the eating disorder. She's painfully thin. Is she going to is she going to get some help for this? I mean, I understand she was concerned about doing that because of what the rulings in the case, but she obviously, you know, health is an issue here. I mean, that's...
She was living under this dark cloud for the past 2 years, living quite frankly, a nightmare. And hopefully, now that this is behind her, hopefully she will get help. Her parents, those of you who followed the testimony, had gotten her help when she started this disorder.
Charlie, you said her mom realizes that she did some things wrong with Skylar. Is that correct? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Kim's a good mom. I think that she didn't fully understand Skylar's eating disorder and the severity, or at least how to deal with it properly. And she thought that it would be good to cheer Skylar on to lose weight and also cheer her on to gain weight. She did both. And so she just wanted her to be at that equilibrium. And it, frankly, is not healthy because of what we know about that disease, but I don't think Kim had any malicious intent whatsoever.
So you don't think it was at an obsessive level?
No. She just wanted to help her daughter.
Well, I'd say to follow up on Mike's question, that is what I'm curious about. I'm a parent. What's the message to other parents who watched this trial from the start, watched the whole case from the start? And it seems like there's some cautionary tales here on a lot of levels. It's so tragic. I'd be curious to you both. I know you're a parent and you understand what I'm talking about. What's your message tonight?
Wow. Quite frankly, I haven't thought about a message with regard to that, but obviously any parent should pay close attention to their child, and these parents did. They did. They, who knows what is right and what is wrong as you're raising kids. Look at what I ended up with, Lucky, by the way. But, I mean, seriously, as long as you try to be good parents, and both Scott and Kim Richardson were good parents, very good parents. And you can tell that from her brother who testified in this. They're just good people.
But I think you can probably say a conversation with your children about you can tell me anything, no matter what, probably would be a good lesson from this.
Well,
no matter how
that question assumes that they didn't. They did.
I don't know what they told her. I just know what they said in the interrogation.
I'm just saying your question assumes that they didn't. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the interrogation room.
The last time you guys were in this courthouse for a really, really big case, it was actually the Whitmer case. And my question to you is, you alleged in that case that was a rush to judgment, and you made the same allegation here. What do you hope that the authorities here might learn as a result of this situation?
You would think that from both, first of all, you can start with the police. You would think that once they got Skylar to say that she actually burned her baby and the baby combusted in the middle of the night after she delivered this stillborn, you would think that anybody who would review that report where the flames came up to the chest would know better. That's one. Number two is that when this was presented to this pathologist, you would think that a professional pathologist would think twice. Did that really happen? And as you all know, the evidence, at least the emails between me and that pathologist, where I had a conversation with her, and I specifically asked her that question, and she says, the question being, can you light a baby on fire with a lighter by touching its foot? And she said, and this is in the trial, I don't know, I never tried it. And what, is that really science? Is that really science? So then we go from there to the prosecutor's office, and they should have taken a little bit more careful review of what's going on, but they're relying on the experts being from that Montgomery County Coroner's Office.
Those text messages were moved by the prosecution front and center in the beginning of their opening statements. What do you have to say about teens and the way they text and maybe the perspective that come from these messages?
Well, when my kids were younger and getting into that stuff, I personally warned them, don't ever write or text or email anything you don't want everybody to see. And here's a prime example. It's right here.
How soon did you all know about those text messages? How soon when they turned over to you?
About 3 months, 4 months into the case, maybe.
Did you feel that they were extremely damaging to the case?
Well, we obviously didn't like 5 hours after she had the stillborn, saying, "Oh my God, my belly's back." I mean, that, you know, we'd be lying if we said we weren't worried about that. Absolutely.
That's not proof that she wasn't mourning inside or grieving, which I know she was.
You mentioned in your closings about outrage in the community, and you kind of placed a little, we've tried to over that as placing a little bit of blame on the prosecutors and people who announced that she burned
Sure.
the baby and everything. Can you talk about the effect that this case has had on the community? It's a small, I mean, Warren County doesn't have a lot of people. So what's it been like?
You know, I don't know if there was much division in the community over this case or not. I try to stay out of the social media and press. Some of the statements that the prosecutor made, you know, he made the statements that he thought were the most inculpatory, and that's what prosecutors do. But, you know, that is a lot of clickbait material when you take those statements out of context. And now that we've had the trial, everyone can make a judgment for themselves after watching both these interrogations.
Do you expect Kim and Scott to move from the community?
We haven't talked to Kim and Scott about that.
Charlie, are there ever any legal repercussions for prosecutions that overcharge or
No.
use power?
The answer is no.
What about for police who engage in interrogations like this one?
You mean ramifications for them?
The read technique is frankly a very common interrogation method. I believe, I could be wrong on this, I believe one country might have banned the read method. But as we've had cases like or podcasts and serial podcasts, Making a Murderer, people are starting to come around to the idea that there are false confessions. And it's pretty rare to be able to prove conclusively that what someone says is false. Because prosecutors always say, well, do you lie to get in trouble or lie to get out of trouble? And for a lot of people, we don't understand how you can admit to something you didn't do. But DNA evidence has proved time and time again that, you know, grown men have admitted to things that they didn't do because of this read method.
Lieutenant Fain, or now retired Lieutenant Fain, said he wasn't familiar with the read technique. Did you see anything in?
He said he was familiar with it.
I thought he said he didn't.
He was familiar.
He was evasive. He didn't.
I'm sorry,
say,
I misunderstood that then.
I don't know if he said he was trained in it. He said he was familiar with it.
But was there anything in Detective Carter's personnel records that showed she had been to a training?
Detective Carter and Lieutenant Fain did the read technique to a T. They were very good at their job. It was confrontation, minimization. Confrontation, minimization. That was the read technique. They both did it. Whether or not Lieutenant Fain had formal training in the read technique, I don't know.
I can tell you that I talked to Lieutenant Fain when he was on talking terms with us when this case was going on, and I asked him specifically if he was trained in the read technique, and he told me he was.
Oh, he was? Okay.
Yeah.
After 2.5 years, Skylar's gone through, and after everything has gone on social media in town, and stuff coming out about what happened in the case. I think 2 weeks ago there were still stories telling us the burned baby.
Right.
I mean, just how does it feel for you two guys to help deliver this for your client?
Feels great. Feels great. It really does. I can't speak for my son, but I'm emotionally raw right now. I have been for the last 2 weeks.
What about it has made you? I've noticed that you are emotional. What about it has really affected you now?
I was so pissed off that she was charged. I mean, I was upset, especially once we got into the facts of the case, and then we had all this bad publicity, all the clickbait stuff. The Court of Appeals argument, where the assistant prosecutor, during her argument in the Court of Appeals, said that Skylar told her doctor that she never intended to have her baby, which was pure bullshit. And that was clickbait. That was international. We had people telling us they were in England and read something in some magazine there. She said she never intended to have the baby. She never said that.
Why didn't the family get an attorney before the second interrogation?
They trusted the police. They didn't think that their daughter was in any serious trouble whatsoever. It's a great question, which I should remind all of you to spread to your viewers, that you should never, ever, when your loved one is being investigated by the police, not consult with an attorney. It doesn't mean you're guilty just because you're consulting with somebody before you talk to the police. But that attorney should be able to protect you from stuff like this.
So there will be people who will think that, hey, maybe she really did it, but they just didn't meet the legal requirements. What would you say to the people in the community that continue to possibly judge Skylar for that?
Yes. I apologize. I was looking at my wife who's telling me to calm down.
So whether or not the verdict is not guilty verdict synonymous with innocence, is that the question, Janice?
Well, that people will say, oh, well, she at least did it, but they just couldn't prove it.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion. I mean, I really truly believe in my heart of hearts, Skylar had a stillbirth. She's absolutely innocent. I really do believe that. But as I said in my closing, the law, a not guilty verdict does not necessarily mean that the jury believes there's a stillbirth. They believe that there was reason to doubt whether or not there was a live birth. I do believe Skylar actually had a stillbirth. I believe that in my heart. I know it.
Charlie, you asked Scott during the trial, what's your biggest regret? If you to piggyback off the lawyer question,
sure.
It was not getting a lawyer for that second police interrogation. Had they retained either of you or some other attorney before either of those? Are we even here at this point? Are we even
they had
at
not
this trial?
They had no. We would not be, and they had not consulted with any attorney until after the second interrogation. In fact, they arrested her after that second interrogation, and that's when Scott called an attorney he knew. And Scott said, look, if I was sitting on this jury and hadn't gone through this experience myself, and someone told me that the police can lie and manipulate you, I would not have believed it. He just trusted the police, and he thought that they were there to do what was best for his daughter.
Would you have even allowed her to be interviewed a second time?
No.
What do you think?
I would think no.
You saw what happened. Yeah.
You won. You can smile now.
As a point of clarification, did the state ever give you a method in which they believe she killed the baby?
They didn't have them. They didn't know. And it was a complete shock to both of us. During the trial, they put that, I think it was Sergeant Smith, up there to say, oh, that blood stain looks like the torso of a baby.
Small torso.
Yes. Yeah. And it was a blood sample in the bedroom. And it was a complete shock to me, I don't know about my son, that they switched from the bathroom to the bedroom. Because I think of that comment that they got Sergeant Smith to say.
Why do you think the prosecution did not call Kim to the stand?
Who?
Kim Richardson.
We were waiting for them to do that. But
I think they thought they might have to call her to the stand if we raised an objection on hearsay regarding text messages. I mean,
Extracted, they can testify to that, so it's like you already have that.
They did on Skylar's phone. They testified to that. Detective Wong did. We didn't raise the objection, so it never came up.
Why did you guys not call Skylar?
Well, you saw her be manipulated by the police officers in the second interrogation, and you saw, and Julie Kraft was just doing her job as a prosecutor, but, when their witness, Dr. Andrew
All right, everybody, I unfortunately think that we lost this feed again. Really quickly, though, before I switch gears here on News Now, I want to read to you the information that we are being provided by the station that has been giving us this feed. And just as quickly as I said that, it came back. I try, everybody, I try. Mike Page is up next in a few minutes. I will see you all again at 4 o'clock Arizona time.
Her by looking at the interrogation tapes and putting her on the stand. The juror is not with us. They're going to think everything she says is to try to save herself. And if they are, they might have thought that she saved herself by testifying properly. I just don't think it's a win-win.
Did you feel it unnecessary to call Detective Carter to ask her about her interrogation of Skylar, since she did a lot of the talking in that second one?
We thought about it. Calling her on cross.
No.
Okay, I didn't know if you're...
I wasn't cross-examining.
Okay. You've done that before, so
We considered calling her, but not because of what was going on in the second interrogation. I think everybody who
fire report, or
We thought the jury understood the case. They watched the interrogations themselves, and we didn't want to belabor a point.
But the fire marshal report, she could have authenticated.
Yeah, we could have also called. We could have potentially gotten it in through a government public records exception. We could have potentially gotten it in by just calling the fire marshal down to testify to authenticate that document. The jury heard it. Lieutenant Fain testified to it. I believe a doctor testified to it. The jury knew that fire marshal report was there.
What are the biggest things you guys learned from this case, and what are the biggest things you hope that some of the powers that be might be able to learn here as well?
Well, I would hope that the powers that be learn to test whatever theories or whatever crazy stuff that comes out of a suspect's mouth before they decide that it's actual fact. I would hope that they would do their what's called due diligence in determining whether or not, in fact, does it make sense what we're dealing with here? Are we going to use this as a basis of our evidence against this person that we've decided to accuse?
Will the family be getting the remains back, and if so, are they going to plan some sort of funeral?
Yes, they actually have. We couldn't put this into evidence, but they have a burial plot, in fact 2 burial plots that were transferred to them back in November of 2017. They started making arrangements between July 14th interrogation and the July 20th interrogation, and they've wanted to do a proper memorial and burial, and they told Lieutenant Fain that prior to that July 20th interrogation.
So when do you expect those remains to be released back to the family?
That I don't know.
I would hope immediately.
Yeah.
I would hope immediately.
What do you hope Skylar's future looks like from here on out?
She can work at our office for as long as she wants. Everyone at our office loves Skylar. I don't think that we had a productive 2 weeks. Everyone at the office was watching this trial live, and that's because they believed in her. They got to know her over the past 2 years. And the kind soul that you heard everyone talk about, her counselor and teachers and friends, that's genuinely who she is.
She wanted to work with children before. Do you think this kind of, even though there's a not guilty verdict, do you know?
Could. I'm not going to speak for what Skylar wants to do in the future.
Has she expressed an interest in law because of all this?
I haven't talked to Skylar much about her career. Future.
We're trying to save her life.
Yeah.
Where did the name Annabelle come from?
I don't want to get into that. I don't know if Skylar would like that.
Are we finished?
Is there anything we didn't ask that you all want to mention?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's okay. I understand you.
Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Number of states and the federal government compelled to take on vaping given the rash of emerging lung disease cases associated with e-cigarette use. This task force will be chaired by Acting Commissioner Judy Persicelli, who I should remind everyone is a registered nurse, and will include the Attorney General's office, among others. It will issue its initial findings and recommendations, and this is deliberate, by Thursday, October 3rd. So that's 3 weeks from today. I know the Senate President, the Speaker, the Senators, and Assemblymen all share our concerns about the safety of vaping. I also want to give a shout out to Majority Leader Senator Loretta Weinberg and Senator Sandy Cunningham. Nice to see you both here. I know that we all share our concerns about the safety of vaping, and I appreciate their efforts deeply. And I stand ready to work with them and their colleagues on legislation to protect our residents, including through new measures which may stem from the task force's work. The New Jersey Department of Health has already issued a public advisory to healthcare providers regarding the potential safety issues of vaping. The department, in partnership with local health departments, has identified 3 confirmed cases of severe pulmonary disease associated with vaping and is currently investigating 19 others. And Judy will add some more color to that. As the FDA appears likely to move forward with its proposed prohibition on the sale of flavored vaping products, New Jersey is also ready to assist in that effort. As the task force begins its work, as our legislative partners undertake theirs, and as the national investigation into this spate of lung disease and deaths continues, I urge New Jerseyans to follow the recommendation of the CDC and to discontinue all use of electronic cigarettes and vaping products. Again, I thank the Senate President, the Speaker, the Senators, and the Assemblymen assembled here and beyond for their partnership. I also want to thank the many educators and public health advocates, particularly Parents Against Vaping, who we've had the privilege of working alongside. And again, on behalf of my partner in government, Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver, I thank Acting Commissioner Judy Persicelli and Attorney General Gurbir Grewal and their task force colleagues in advance for their work. With that, again, please help me welcome my partner in government, the one and only, the singular, Lieutenant Governor Sheila Oliver.
Thank you, Governor. Yes, thank you. I simply want to say you're going to hear from the leaders in our government who will really be legislatively and administratively finding solutions and a path forward for us in New Jersey. But I just want to commend all of the people standing behind me, from the Senate, from the Assembly, our own cabinet officials, our Attorney General. This was very easy for us to come together in a very short period of time to address what is becoming a very prolific public health issue. And you can look forward to the work that they will be engaged in during the next 3 weeks, and you will see us affirmatively and swiftly do something to address this issue, which is detrimental to the health of the people that live in this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Deep appreciation. Please help me welcome again our Acting Commissioner of Health, Judy Persicelli. Judy, come on down.
Thank you. Governor Murphy, Senate President Sweeney, Assembly Speaker Coughlin, Senator Vitale, Senator Turner, Dr. Conaway, Attorney General Grewal. You know, our mission at the Department of Health is to enable our residents to live long, healthy lives. And today, we're here to talk about an urgent health hazard facing primarily our youth. It has the potential to interfere with our mission: electronic smoking devices. The incidence of serious lung complications among the youth nationally is increasing at such a rapid rate we cannot stand back without utmost concern. Electronic smoking devices were introduced in the United States in 2007, and the use has skyrocketed to the point that there are almost 7 million adults and almost 4 million high schoolers and middle schoolers using electronic smoking devices, according to the CDC. More than half of those using electronic cigarette devices are under 35 years of age. Nationally, in 2018, more than 1 in 5 high school students reported using electronic smoking devices, marking a 78% increase from the year before. In New Jersey, 21% of youth have reported trying electronic smoking devices. That's according to the department's Youth Tobacco Survey. The concern with young people is that they're attracted to flavored vaping oils with youth enticing names like cotton candy, strawberry cheesecake, and razzleberry. It is reported that nationally, 43% of young people who ever used electronic smoking devices tried them because of the appealing flavors. While the FDA and the CDC continue to investigate what product or chemical is causing these severe lung illnesses, people should stop using electronic smoking devices. And regardless of this ongoing investigation, and as a general precaution, people should not be buying devices off the street or through black markets, and it should never be used by youth, young adults, and pregnant women. Nationwide, there's more than 450 possible cases of lung illness and half a dozen deaths. In New Jersey, there are 3 cases of severe illnesses that have been confirmed, and we are investigating 19 additional cases. The 3 cases, one was reported August 14th, it's a 33-year-old male. On August 15th, a 16-year-old male, and on August 30th, a 28-year-old male. All were hospitalized and all are recovering. We are looking at 19 additional cases. You may ask, why can't we get information more quickly? We have to abstract the medical record. We have to look for the history, comorbid conditions, underlying medical conditions that may be interfering with us identifying a confirmed case. To date, we have confirmed no cases of vaping-related lung issues that have been associated with products sold in the New Jersey medical marijuana dispensaries. However, as a precaution, we have directed the dispensaries to actively educate patients who want to purchase vaping devices about the CDC warnings to date. Right now, the department is investigating a report of an adult woman with a recent death from a respiratory illness. This patient had significant comorbid conditions. We do not have any epidemiological evidence to conclude that this report of an individual is associated with the current multi-state investigations that are being conducted by the CDC, the FDA, and the state. In mid-August, the department sent a statewide health alert to all healthcare providers and local health agencies, asking clinicians to immediately report possible cases of lung disease associated with electronic smoking devices. We recently began a public awareness campaign on social media called Vape Facts New Jersey to help parents, teachers, coaches, and healthcare officials better understand the risks of vaping and e-cigarette use. The department has also created a youth social media campaign called Incorruptible Us that informs young people about the dangers of vaping and nicotine. It uses bold graphics and clear language to emphasize that vaping may just be big tobacco's new way to get them addicted to nicotine. We outlined the youth campaign to health officers this past Tuesday, and we will be sending them a resource toolkit to help us promote this campaign. I look forward to convening the governor's task force, to convening the experts within our departments so we can quickly develop more recommendations to protect the health of the residents in New Jersey, particularly our youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Well said. Thank you. And thank you for chairing this. Please help me welcome Attorney General Gurbir Grewal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank Governor Murphy, Acting Commissioner Persicelli, and the leaders from the legislature who are here this afternoon. I want to thank you all for your leadership and for coming together so quickly to address this urgent threat to public health in New Jersey. We've all seen the reports of acute health problems resulting from e-cigarette use, and we've all seen the reports of deaths linked to vaping. So let's be clear about a few things. Smoking electronic cigarettes is bad for you. Smoking any cigarettes is bad for you, period. Smoking is bad no matter your age, but it is particularly harmful to kids. And that's one of the reasons that this particular public health threat is so serious, because we believe that e-cigarette or vaping businesses are marketing their products in a way that appeals to kids. Why? Because they know that kids are impressionable and more susceptible to becoming hooked on their products. And unfortunately, their marketing strategies are working. They're fueling a vaping epidemic among not just high schoolers in this state and country, but also middle schoolers. At a time when we are fighting tooth and nail against a raging opioid epidemic, with all the tools at our disposal in this state, we simply cannot allow another generation of young people to fall prey to a new type of addiction. Again, as I said, this is a public health issue. And as you've heard already from the governor and the health commissioner, we're approaching it that way. But from my perspective, it's also about compliance with our state's laws. So if a company is marketing e-cigarette products to kids, it's violating our laws, and it's subject to all of our enforcement powers. So today, we're announcing that we are taking action. Our state's Division of Consumer Affairs has demanded information from 15 e-cigarette businesses. That includes Juul, the nation's largest e-cigarette manufacturer, as well as Eon Smoke, a company based right here in New Jersey. We're demanding answers. We're demanding answers about their sales in New Jersey. We're demanding answers about how they market their product to New Jersey residents. And the information we are demanding will help us demonstrate the full scope of the problem here in New Jersey, and it will establish who is responsible so that we can hold them fully accountable for their actions and put an end to illegal marketing practices that put our kids' lives at stake. And as with any matter, we will follow the facts wherever they may lead, and we'll make sure that no stone is left unturned as we stand up for consumers in this state and across the United States. In addition to our investigation, we also look forward to working with Governor Murphy and the new task force that's been established today to take prompt action to address this threat to public health in New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Please help me welcome someone who has seized this admirably, Senate President Steve Sweeney.
First, I want to recognize and really give Governor Murphy a lot of credit for moving quickly on this issue, because this is a real epidemic, and it's not getting better, it's getting worse. So, Governor, thank you for signing that executive order and getting this task force that's going to come back with recommendations within 21 days. I want to recognize my senators, Senator Vitale and Senator Turner, who have been focusing on this issue for quite some time. And just recently, we finally got the bills through the committee to ban flavored vaping. But I still stand on a call for banning vaping in New Jersey, all products. But where we can start is the stores that are blaming the black market, well, maybe they should stop selling the black market products. I would call on them to absolutely stop selling these black market products that are coming from China. They're not regulated, and they're part of the problems that we hear the legitimate stores saying. It's the black market. Well, then don't sell their product, because that's what they're doing. So a good first step would be out of this commission is if we can get the black market products out of the stores, then come up with a plan to phase out vaping itself, We have too many children. We're losing another generation of children. We had great success in reducing smoking. I mean, we all should be proud of that. Underage smoking went down. So now they found the tobacco industry's found another way to hook kids, and it's not right. So Governor Murphy, I look forward to working with you and the Speaker and everyone else involved so that we can come up with something that New Jersey could be a national model to deal with this emerging crisis, healthcare crisis in the United States right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Well said. Well said. Thank you for that, Steve. Please help me welcome. It takes a village, and legislation is going to come out of this, which I would bet we will see. Please help me welcome the Speaker of the General Assembly, Craig Coughlin.
Thank you, Governor. And it seems like we have a village here. But I thank everybody for coming out, and I thank all of my colleagues who are here today, and members of the Cabinet, and the Governor, and my colleague and friend Steve Sweeney, for being here today as we come together to bring about some swift action that is needed. I don't think any of us have to look much beyond the newspaper or the television to understand that this is a growing problem and something that demands swift action. And I commend the Governor on taking that action today. I'm impressed with the steps that the Commissioner has taken already, and I'm happy to be here with my colleague Steve Sweeney, who has certainly led on this issue, along with the legislators who are here. My colleague in the Assembly, Dr. Herb Conaway, is a leading advocate in the fight against smoking, and he's done terrific work on this bill and so many others. This is something that demands immediate attention. It is a potential huge public health problem, and I think the fact that so many of us have come together so quickly to recognize that speaks to the fact that we're committed to getting something real and meaningful done in a very short time. So thanks everybody for being here, and thank you all for, let's get this done quickly. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Well done. You make a very fair point. In addition to the, we do have a village with us. Nobody said no today on very short notice, and that tells you how important we think this is. Please help me welcome Chairman, Senator, a leader on so many health care fronts, Senator Joe Vitale.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for everyone for being here today. And the Commissioner is right. I mean, the reason it is that children, underage users, are using electronic devices and even smoking cigarettes still is because of the way in which they're marketed and the way in which they're flavored. I mean, that's indisputable. And one of the most important things we can do right away through the task force and through legislation is to ban the sale of all flavored e-liquid products in the state. In addition to that, to also then to amend the existing law where we banned flavored tobacco some years ago, but did not include menthol. Menthol has to be on the list of banned substances, of banned tobacco products in the state as well. It was pointed out to me years ago when we finally passed the ban on flavored tobacco products that there was a disproportionate population of people of color who were using menthol cigarettes, and there are those advocates, even in the legislature at that time, who believed that this was an attack on the African American community. Is a ridiculous argument. That Big Tobacco knows what they're doing. They knew what they were doing then by marketing to people of color menthol cigarettes, and they know what they're doing today. When Altria, formerly known as Philip Morris, bought a 35% share of Juul to the tune of $38 billion, they knew what they were doing. They knew that this was going to be the next thing for them to make their money. When tobacco sales are going this way, e-cigarette usage is going that way. And it's a way in which to fill the void left by less and less people smoking traditional tobacco products. I also want to thank those organizations who have been after us for a little while, which is the Lung Association, Heart Association, GASP in here in New Jersey, and other public health advocates who have been trying to hold our feet to the fire. Assemblyman Conaway passed a bill of banning flavored e-juice in the last session, and it wasn't a fun time in your committee. I mean, the folks who were in this business came out. Of course, Big Tobacco was hiding behind them, but arguing that this was the wrong thing to do, when it's actually the absolute right thing to do. So banning the flavored cigarettes or flavored e-liquids is something we need to do right away, and also the unregulated juice, where it is that folks who are in this business, whether it's a storefront or some other operation, where they're just mixing this stuff in their back room. You know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, liquid that's bought online or bought purchased overseas that comes in New Jersey, where they mix this the product together, not knowing what the amount of nicotine is in the product, not knowing what the other chemicals are putting in there will really have an effect when they're sort of all put together, is a real issue. So banning unregulated as well. So these are recommendations that we're going to pass on to the task force, among others. But I can't say enough about the governor and the Senate President and Speaker for bringing us all together today to take a real bite out of this and get this done once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Another leader in the Senate. We are in her backyard. Please help me welcome Senator Shirley Turner.
Thank you, Governor. We do have a public health crisis, not just in this state, but in this country, and it's a growing crisis, and it's impacting primarily our youth. We have found that throughout this country now, there are 6 fatalities that are responsible for the death of 6 people in 6 different states. And we want to make sure that we don't have the same kind of fatality here in the state of New Jersey. And I commend our governor, as well as our Senate President and our Speaker and my colleagues, to ensure that we will not become one of those statistics. And we have also found that over 450 illnesses have occurred because of vaping. And we have, fortunately, we don't have anywhere near that number in New Jersey. We have 20 plus, supposedly, but we don't want to have any because we have made too much progress in terms of stamping out tobacco and nicotine addiction. And this is a step backwards because, as was said earlier, the cigarette companies have found a new way, a new tool to hook a new generation. And these are the kids who are going to be our future. And it's being done not just in high schools, but also, as what was said, in the junior high schools. And it's not just the public schools, it's also the private schools. I have been told by children that they know very well that students are doing it in the classrooms as well as in the bathrooms. So I want to commend our governor once again for taking this quick action so that we can stem this growing epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Bless you. Thank you, Senator. Last but not least, as Joe Vitale said, he can fill in the blanks where we missed anything. Please help me welcome Chairman Dr. Herb Conaway.
Thank you, Governor. And let me add my congratulations and support for bringing the power of the administration to deal with this public health crisis. Make no mistake, if we do not use the power and authority we have to stand down this crisis, we will stand by as another generation of children, of Americans, become addicted to nicotine, which will impact the rest of their lives. We've seen this with the combustible cigarettes, and we're seeing the same thing. It's not a mistake that Philip Morris has bought a huge stake in these electronic smoking devices. They know that children will take these things up. We're seeing 20% of high school kids who have used this in the last 30 days. These are alarming statistics. And the jolt that you get from these devices, the nicotine jolt to that young developing brain, will have enormous negative impacts on their development. Affects memory, affects mood, causes irritability. It is a huge problem, and we had better do whatever we can to face it down. Now, the flavors are there for a reason. That's to get people hooked on nicotine. And you have to use nicotine for the rest of their lives. We've got to take important steps. There's legislation there, and I await the deliberations of the committee. There are plenty of people here who are willing and ready to move forward to do what needs to be done to face down this threat to the public health and safety. And I hope that we can gather all the people who need to come to the table. Some have been resistant to some of these measures. Some of these measures are not new. They've been there before. We've gone after flavors before. We're getting after coupons. These health organizations like Walgreens who are selling cigarettes in those stores, they need to be reminded of their responsibility about advertising and showing these devices for people who are coming through as they're trying to conduct their business in health. They need to be told are advised or helped to do the right thing here and to get these products out of their stores. So we're going to stay on the case. We're going to keep driving until we do what's right by those who need us to do our jobs, and that is to protect the public health, get these devices out of the hands of our children, and send the message loud and clear that the use of nicotine will lead to lifelong problems, and don't start because you don't want to have to try to quit. I've seen it. It's a problem. Let's do the right thing. And under the governor's leadership and the leadership of the administration, I know we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll take a couple of questions. We started late, so I'd ask if we could focus this as best we can on topic. I'll speak for myself. I'll be with you tomorrow again for other stuff. Michael. Didn't I just say that, or is it my?
There's no ban. You're not going for a ban now. You're going for a study now to look at a possible ban. Is that right?
So what we're saying, I think quite clearly, and if anyone sees this differently, please tell me. Number one, don't vape until further notice, period. And number two, we've got a task force that will have a 3-week life to it. And so on October 3rd, they will, at latest, they will submit a set of recommendations, and their remit is as broad as imaginable. I doubt the status quo. I think we all share this opinion. The status quo will not be an option, but every other potential option is on the table. Please. Did Michael ask you to ask this? I'm told they just released it. I literally haven't seen the list. They didn't run it by me, and I'm thrilled they finally released it. Paul.
On the vaping question, the vaping people who are outside told me that the problem is not with the regulated marijuana vaping, like the state itself sells in medicinal marijuana, but with the black market. So, how will it crack down on regulated products? I mean, obviously, if we legalize marijuana, we would then have supervised, marijuana vaping products. But how can you eliminate, make illegal something that's already illegal?
First of all, Paul, I appreciate your asking an on-topic question. Secondly, Judy and Kabir and Steve or others here should chime in. I think on the illegal side, that's part of the action you're taking, right? We're trying to snuff out the black market, and Judy can comment on the legal versus illegal side. Do you want to start, Kabir, and then?
One of the areas that we're looking at is the marketing to children, and that, under our Consumer Fraud Act, under our existing laws, would be illegal. And so if we find evidence through the discovery process, we sent out investigative demands today to 15 e-cigarette manufacturers, and if we're uncovering evidence that they're marketing deliberately to minors, as it appears to be the case, as the prior speakers mentioned, then that's a violation of our Consumer Fraud Act, and we have broad powers to hurt them in their pocketbooks and to enjoin their conduct. So we'll seek all available options and available remedies.
Well said. Judy, anything you want to add to the first part of Paul's question?
Although we have not found any cases related to our regulated dispensaries, we are not presupposing anything. There's nothing that says right now that it's just black market or it's just this. We're going to be open to be looking at everything. So we don't want to presuppose what the task force will be looking at.
They were saying that the main problem is that people stretch the marijuana product with vitamin E oil, and that's what causes it.
The lab in New York found vitamin E oils as being one of the offending products that has not been confirmed nationally by the CDC.
These are very good examples of some of the questions they're going to be grappling with immediately. Herb, you want to come on?
I just want to take issue with one thing. The federal government was given the power to regulate these devices, and it hasn't done so. Those of us in the public health community have had to sue the government to get them to do their job, which is to look at all these devices and to find out what's in them. We don't know. People don't know what they're smoking, and a lot of them are chemicals that cause, as we're seeing now, inflammation in the lung, and lead to very serious problems with your lung function. And so the federal government has failed. We're not going to fail here to do what we need to do. So right now these products sit in a regulatory dead zone, and we've got to change that.
Well said. Steve, you want to add something?
Yeah, just one thing, Paul. People are going to stores to buy these black market products to be mixed, as Joe Vitale said. They're not doing it in their basements. They're going to stores to buy this stuff. So the people that are selling these products that are now saying it's the black market, well, who's promoting the black market? They are, by selling that
But I
stuff.
guess he was saying the black market, marijuana vaping, which
Yeah,
seems
but-
to be
but-
a lot of stuff, that is black.
But this is the problem, Paul, because as Senator Vitale said, you go to a store, they make a compound in the back to juice the stuff up, which is one of the problems. You know, so again, one of the things we should do immediately is call for all these stores to stop using these black market products because they're selling them.
But then if
Thank
we
you.
legalize marijuana, will we be legalizing, will it be the equivalent of what they're now selling as medicinal marijuana available to the public?
I think what you're going to, I think we hold that thought for 3 weeks. It's a good series of questions we're trying to get to. Ryan.
I have to ask about the new direction in New Jersey. You don't want to talk about the groups that you solicited from. I don't understand why you can't answer that question.
I haven't seen I just literally have not seen the list.
You know who you solicited.
Yeah, but I'll look at the list and in some cases I don't remember. I was asked a long time ago, did I solicit, I think, NJEA, and I said yes.
Okay. And additional to that, Dakota's law firm, they gave, I think, $200,000. They have hundreds of thousands of dollars of contracts before the state, and that seems like an end run around pay-to-play laws. Do you see it that way? Are you concerned about that?
Listen, I'll let the new direction folks speak for themselves. I solicited in some cases money for that organization, as many other folks do for other organizations. And I'd like to, I have not even seen this yet, so I'd like to have the benefit of that. Charlie. Jesus. Hold on. Anything else on topic? Sir. I don't know. We just had a leadership meeting, which I thought was a very constructive discussion. I think we'd all like to take another shot at that. Fair to say? But probably not until a lame duck period. But I don't know that this is going to have an impact on that timing one way or the other. Michael. It is, I believe, made up entirely of administration officials. It's chaired by Judy Gerbier or a representative, the treasurer representative, Department of Ed or Rep, Health, Human Services, Children and Families. There's about 10 different designated members. But, okay. I will, I promise you. I got to go to Charlie first because he'll. Again, I haven't seen it, Charlie. I've been asking for a while that they release the names, and I'm glad that they did. Not above, beyond my pay grade. Please.
Transit advocates today called for converting the bus fleet of New Jersey Transit to all electric.
Including that advocate right there.
By the year 2040.
Yep.
And they say that that will require a dedicated source of funding. What's your view on that?
I think the objective to have the best bus and rail system in America that is the most environmentally friendly is one that I completely sign on for. I haven't thought through the question of a dedicated source. Please.
I'd like to know from the Senate President and the Speaker if, in light of the direction releasing its donors, if they will release their views, whether they're active or not, whether they will release their donors before the election, sooner rather than later, not a new direction except
I don't have a group.
Well,
I don't have a group.
it's shut down, but it still has donors.
But it was, I never solicited one nickel from anyone for that group. So I don't have a group.
I'll leave it to the folks that the group will decide that.
Please.
I would be in support of
Oh, sorry.
I'd be in support of listening names.
I'm curious, vaping is a public health crisis. Why? I mean, do you feel like you have the power to do an executive order like they did in Michigan to ban flavored e-cigarettes? Why wait 3 weeks for recommendation?
I think what I've said speaks for itself. We're saying in no uncertain terms, don't vape. Give us 3 weeks to determine the answers to a lot of these questions, which are imponderable, frankly. And I don't think anybody's got all the answers right now. And that should be and will be on the table as a consideration. Please.
There are many small business owners who own vape shops. You just said don't vape. You just killed their business. What's your message to that?
Well, with all due respect, there are a lot of Philip Morris or Altria buying $38 billion stake. I mean, decisions have consequences here. If this is a public health crisis, which we are fearful it is, which is why we're here today, then that trumps anything else, including people making money off of a public health crisis. I have always sympathy, but it can't be at the expense of public health, particularly our kids, and that's the big point here. Brett, and I'm going to shut it down after that.
Last thing,
You agree?
Newark water
I agree with you.
Newark water situation. Do you know if the testing results are done, or when they'll be done, and when they'll be released?
I don't, and I want them to be released as much as anybody, as fast as possible. I hope it is soon. We had said, I think the mayor had said this, and I had reiterated it was a matter of weeks, a couple of weeks ago, and I hope that we are closer than not to getting those test results, because I think once we have a lot of data points, we can make much more informed decisions. I want to thank everybody up here with me, from right to left, as well as our distinguished senators who joined us. Stay tuned. Again, I think on behalf of all of us, we are deadly serious about this, and a 3-week time fuse probably will set a land speed record in terms of a task force in the state, and that's for a reason. As Steve said to me privately, unlike cigarette smoking, which has long-term deleterious impacts on your health, this is something where somebody wakes up on a Monday and they're in a hospital on a Tuesday, and nobody saw it coming, which is why we're moving at the speed we are. Thank you all.
Thanks, Governor.
And it's lifting the lives of every American. And the other statistic is that over 600,000 Hispanic people have come out of poverty under President Trump. Think about what that means. Small businesses are being started, more jobs created, more income for families. Everybody is doing better under this economy because of the tax cuts, because of the deregulation. Because of what he's done, Hispanic unemployment is at the lowest level in history. These are the things that we need to tell the American people. This is why we have to have these TVLI trainings that you're going to be at today. This is why your voices are so important. Because we're not going to hear it on the mainstream media. They're not going to share these stories of people's lives who are better, who have gained under this economy. And they're not going to talk about what it means if we elect a Democrat right now. The Democrats are here today. The socialists are in town. I don't know if you've noticed. They want to rip away the American dream. They want the government to tell you what job you can have, what health care you can have, what school you can go to, whether or not you can have cheeseburgers, whether you can drink out of straws. They want to control every aspect of your life. That is not what America is about. We are about innovation. We are about the American dream where we all have an opportunity to achieve our greatest potential. We don't need the government to tell us what we can and can't do. We can do that for ourselves through hard work, which the Hispanic community knows about. Through our value in education, our value in families. They are so out of step with what our country stands for. And that is why today, we are in Texas to say, no way, Democrats. No way. And so I want to thank you for being here. We need you. We need you to get engaged. We need you to be bold. We need you to talk to your family members. Share with them the things I'm telling you, because they're not going to hear it anywhere else. This is a campaign built on grassroots and the ground game and us talking to our neighbors. You know, I take my kids, I don't do it right now lately, but I used to take my kids door to door. One, it builds character, right? And people are nicer to you when you take your kids. Okay? And I highly recommend animals too. Taking cute little dogs helps. But people are nicer. But when I talk to my neighbor and I say, I'm Rana, I live down the street. Our kids go to school together. I love this country. Can I tell you about the things that are happening under President Trump that you're not hearing anywhere else? that the Hispanic unemployment in this country is at the lowest level ever, that wages have grown 3.2%, that the Hispanic community is at the highest level of home ownership. When you tell these stories to your neighbors, they go, I've never heard that. And then you say, can I come back in a week? And can we talk more about the election? And those are the relationships we have to build so that we can re-elect President Trump in 2020. I'm going to say that one more time. So that we can re-elect President Trump in 2020. God bless Puerto Rico. Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman McDaniel, for being here. So I would like to introduce our three panelists. So we have Kaylee McEnany, who is on our Latinos for Trump Advisory Board in Nevada, but works nationally with us. And our very own Houston local, who also sits on our Latinos for Trump Advisory Board, Rick Figueroa. So I don't know if all of you wanted to share a little bit about yourselves and your involvement with the campaign.
Yeah, so I'm Kaylee McEnany. I'm the National Press Secretary for the President's Re-Election Campaign. And we are excited and motivated. We're going to win Texas again, but we're looking to build and gain new ground. Here we have Jesus from Nevada. We're looking to win Nevada this time around. We're looking to win New Hampshire. We were just in New Hampshire at the President's rally a few weeks ago. We narrowly lost New Hampshire by 2,700 votes. Next week on Monday, we're going to New Mexico. That's a state we see as winnable. And why do we see New Mexico as winnable? Because we're seeing movement in Latino voters toward the president. In every state, but certainly in New Mexico. So Hispanic voters are key in this election. Latino voters are key. And that's why we have our very first coalition that was launched was Latinos for Trump. It's very important to the president's efforts. We're focused on it at the re-election campaign, and all of you hold the keys to victory, because I can tell you this, what Chairwoman McDaniel said is so true. We can go on TV and radio and talk about the president and his vast accomplishments, and there are many. Nothing can replicate you talking to your friends, you talking to your neighbors, you sharing what has happened in your lives. That makes the difference. So thank you for being here today. An hour of training after this is key and very important. I am going to be the key to the president's victory. You guys will be the tailwind behind him.
I'm Jesus Marquez. I'm from Nevada. I am a political consultant. I'm also a small business owner. Radio show host, the only conservative radio show in Spanish in Nevada. And I'm part of the Hispanic Advisory Board for Donald Trump. And we're going to win in Nevada, like you said. We only lost Nevada by 26,000 votes, so it's very doable. We can do that, and we can secure the Southwest and reassure that Texas stays.
I'm Rick Figueroa, Houston, Texas. No offense to others, but this is God's country. It is God's country. But I'm Bay City. I was there in 2016 when the president had asked me to come to New York, and it was an amazing journey. And it was a journey that was almost building the plane and flying at the same time. It was incredible. It was reactionary. I will tell you, 2020 is nothing but. It is amazing. The planning has been 10 times more advanced. We are so far ahead of the game. But what's interesting is at the beginning of 2016, it was hard for me to go to family reunions. It was really difficult. And I'll tell you right now, I'm a welcome guest at my family reunions because results matter. Results matter. They really do. The community is awakened, and my mother, my 91-year-old mother,
In good shape. We have nearly 75% of the nation saying that we are in a very good place, but we need people on the ground, and we need to show up, because make no mistake, the socialists are in our midst.
Well, all the numbers that you just gave resonate in the communities. When I go and I do community events, or when I'm on my radio show and I open the line for people to call in, and the Latinos call me and they say, you know what, Jesus, you were right. You were right about Obamacare. that it's not good for me. You were right about the economy, and you were right about that there was not going to be any mass deportations like the media made it sound like. So Latinos are very entrepreneurs. Somos emprendedores, and because Latinos are the fact that the economy is growing so far, so it is working, and they are now realizing that this president is the right choice for America, and it will be the right choice for 2020.
The stats are incredible, but this is what means the most to me. This president is willing to have hard conversations. For many years, immigration has been this conversation nobody wants to have. It's whether or unemployment. These issues have been swept under the rug by so many politicians. Doesn't let things go, as you well know. And I love that because these are conversations that our community needs, whether it's immigration, unemployment, prisoner reentry, economic opportunity zones. These are all conversations that if we don't have them, our community will fall. And so I believe, this is just me, I'm a little biased, the Hispanic community will say this is a great country. I believe that because we are growing and our paradigms, our visions are what this country needs. So his conversations are awakening us to something that we were sleeping for so many years. So without a doubt, I know that the president is the best person for the job.
That's great. Thank you so much. So I want to talk a little more about tax reform, right? This is something that no one has done in the past, and we were able to pass it. There's a lot of good things that were included in this bill, especially for Latinos and investments in our community. This includes doubling this standard deduction, expanding 529 college savings plans, and even most recently, right, if we're talking about opportunity zones. So I don't know if you want to explain a little bit what opportunity zones are and how they revitalize communities like Houston and communities across the country.
Yeah, so opportunity zones were a great piece of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Basically, it gives a tax incentive if a company invests in an underprivileged community. And what we've seen is this is going to help 34 million Americans across the country, opening up opportunity to the American dream. It is a big achievement of this president, so you're right to hit that as a big part of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Also, here in the state of Texas, the average Texan saw their paychecks go up by $1,300 thanks to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So there's so much good news. And contrary to what Elizabeth Warren or Bernie may say, or these radicals or Biden, this is actually trickling down to helping those who need it most. When you look at paychecks rising, they're not just rising at the fastest pace in a decade, but 2 times as fast for low and middle income Americans. So this notion that tax cuts only help the rich is not true in the slightest. We are seeing those who need it most make gains through opportunity zones, through paychecks going up, and through tax cuts. And that is what is so exciting about this president, because I do think this president has made our party the party of the collar workers.
Yes. Well, I have one thing to say. Tax cuts and regulation, cuts worked because the economy in general. So when you had, especially in the Latino communities, you know, the fact that we are now keeping more of our own money to send our kids to school, to put money on the table and to open a new business or to expand our small little business, that is working because of the tax cuts and all, you know, this credit that we're getting. You know, so that Latinos, whether you are just somebody that's working at a restaurant or as an Uber driver or somebody that has a small little business like myself, the tax cuts are working for you, for the families, and for everybody in America. So it's not just for the rich, like some fake news media want to make it seem. Or these cuts help everybody in the United States, and that is reflected in the economy and the job creation. Yes, sir.
So I would echo that. I think this is interesting. I've been in wealth management for 22 years. I've seen many tax cuts. I've seen many things. I've seen the IRA, the 401k, the Roth IRA. You've seen many 529s. Never in the history of my 22 years have I ever seen the most bold action with economic opportunity zones. And it's something that's not talked about. And I think it's probably the biggest game changer for our communities, especially inner city communities. Because what it's basically doing is it's taking Wall Street's money and it's pouring it into the barrio and the hood of Main Street. That's as simple as that. It's taking the opportunity of capital gains and putting it where people need it. It's improving the neighborhoods. So you're not just talking about getting a good job and keeping more tax money. You're talking about your neighborhood, redeveloping, growing, building businesses like this where people usually just drive by very fast in these neighborhoods. Now they're shopping and they're living and they're shopping. And that awakening, these economic opportunity zones, is something that I believe it will be the hallmark of his presidency in the first 4 years.
Thank you so much. Now, in terms of policy, right, we understand the president's accomplishment. What are the Democrats getting wrong, especially in regards to the Latino community? I see a lot of, as a Latina, I see a lot of assumptions made about our community, what our needs are, what our desires are. So what have you guys heard as you travel and as you're meeting with other Latinos?
Yeah, I think one of the things the Democrat Party gets so wrong is that the Latino community doesn't care about immigration. Because that's not true. I hear it at every rally I go to from Hispanic men and women who say, we do care about immigration. I had a woman say to me, I immigrated from Brazil. I came here the right way. I took the necessary steps. I waited in line. And I support immigrants, but I support legal immigration. I hear this all the time, too, in my own community back in Tampa, Florida, also about socialism from the Cuban Americans who have come. They come to me and they say, look, I recognize a real threat to this country. And that threat is one that I fled when I fled Cuba as a first-generation immigrant. The fact that we have Democrats articulating the word socialism as if it is a good thing, that 60% of the Democrat Party supports socialism, 60%, that's huge. The fact that just here in Texas, 14 million people would lose their employer-provided insurance if Bernie were to prevail or if Biden were to prevail. Because I know Biden likes to say I'm not against the community that I talk to in Tampa. They care about socialism, and they care about that being uttered. The Democrat debate stage. And there's so many misconceptions on both the points of socialism and immigration. I hear it all across the country, but especially I go to Florida.
Well, the Democratic Party has moved too far to the left. With that, they have moved far from Latinos. We don't want to be the mainstream. Countries like Venezuela, even countries like Mexico, where even though we don't have socialism in Mexico, but we have big government in Mexico. A government that tries to take care of every single little aspect of your life. And now Democrats, even Joe Biden, and so when I go and talk to Latinos and I talk to them about high taxes, about more regulation, about free everything, even though we all know that nothing is free, they understand the difference. And if we can articulate that message better, I think we can win the Latino vote for 2020.
So I think the the Democrats have two things very wrong. One, they think this is a political war, and it's not. It's a spiritual war. Evil exists. Evil exists. And we must acknowledge that. There are people's lives and souls at stake, and we must fight a good fight. That's why I get up. It's not a one-person war. It's a movement, and it needs to be stated. I think the Democrats have missed that ball, and which is great because we can take that baton up. The second thing is, I had guys that come up to me and say, Rick, you're from the body. I grew up in government housing. I'm the youngest of 8. It took my mother 8 times to get it right, but she got it right 8 times. She washed dishes in the Matagorda General Hospital for 30 plus years. This woman's amazing. She's my mentor, my hero. And I said she had 7 rules for us growing up. 7. And I was telling the children last night. Rule number 1 is you get your butt out of bed and go to work. Right? Rule number 2 is you don't expect anybody to help you. Rule number 3 is you help others when you can. Not when there's a gun to your head or somebody's forcing you to help them. That's what the socialists believe. But when you can. Right? Rule number 4 is you pray every day. Every day. Number 5 is you find a good woman and you marry her. You don't live with her, you marry the girl, right? I have to say that because she's probably listening now. Better I'll get a deal on that. 6 is you raise godly kids. And 7 is you honor God in everything you do. I don't know if any of those 7 that the Hispanic community would embrace, and I know for a fact our president embraces all 7 in a big way, and that's what they do.
And we've seen it time and time again, on the media, but let's elaborate, I guess.
Yeah, the biggest thing is 2 Supreme Court justices who forever are going to make Constitution-abiding decisions, stacking the courts all throughout the federal judiciary with men and women who are going to be faithful to the Constitution. And what that means, in particular to me, being 7 months pregnant as of today, is protecting life. So much credit for this because I can tell you this: the life of the unborn is under assault in today's world. When you have abortion until birth being promoted by the Democrat Party, these are live human babies until the moment of birth when they are fully viable on their own. When you have New York State passing abortion until birth and it gets a standing ovation in the Senate chamber and they light one World Trade pink in celebration of abortion until birth. And then in Illinois, they now love partial birth abortion. And if you believe the governor of Virginia, he wants infanticide. So this is incredible that we are hearing these horrific ideas pronounced by the Democrat Party. They have been countered by President Trump, who has been unabashed in his promotion of pro-life policy, the exclusivity policy, the judges he's appointed. He has been an unabashed voice for men and women of faith, for religious freedom, and for the unborn, who deserve to be protected because they cannot speak for themselves and they are under assault by the Democrats. Amen.
So I'm a born-again Christian. And I'm going to steal something that Vice President Mike Pence said once. He said, I am a Christian first, an American second, and a Republican third. That's me right there. And the reason why I mentioned that is because I also work very closely with the faith community. I organize pastors and leaders of faith to try to champion and continue to champion the conservative values and religious freedom. And this is the president that has done more for religious freedom in my lifetime. And I admire Ronald Reagan, but I believe that this president has done more for religious freedom than anybody else. And that is being reflected in the support that he's getting by Christians in America. So when the Democrats talk about abortion and late-term abortion, and sometimes not just that, but even when the baby is born, that is by definition something that Christians are totally utterly against. And Latino, somebody that is embracing the religious liberties, and he is going to be supported again in 2020 by Christians.
Socialism's theory is that the institution is more valuable than the individual, because their premise is the individual will live 70, 80 years and go away, but the institution will last forever. That's the whole premise behind socialism. Our markets are defining our founding fathers. What they understood to be was the individual is more important than the institution, because we are internal beings. We are going to last a lot more longer in those institutions. And respect for that in life, whether it's in the womb or whether they're old age or whatever, or just on this planet here, it's paramount. I know the president believes that. He's embraced that. And I think that's so pivotal. But also, I've had conversations where the father, putting the father back into the family. I would tell you, this is a lot of social ill wills can be drawn to fatherless homes. We've allowed our society to say it's okay to have no father in the home. I grew up with a father. I know the implications that are met when you don't have a father. They're profound. And I love my mom. You know, I had the privilege of raising 2 daughters and 2 sons. Now, my daughters, I could never teach them how to be a woman. That's my wife's stuff. But their mama could never love them like their daddy loves them. Right? And I have 2 sons, right? And my wife, as wonderful as she is, she can never teach those boys how to be a man. But I could never love them like their mama loves them. I'm trying to shoot myself.
God whose birth, faith, and all of that brought me to the party as for Americans, but for our community, right? So how does this affect our economy and opportunities for Latinos?
Yeah, this is very big. Ivanka Trump has really heralded this. When I've traveled and spoken to business owners, one of the things I consistently hear from those in the manufacturing community, those who hire people who need to be skilled in trade is, I just can't find workers because they're not skilled. They don't have the necessary training to compete or to be hired in my industry. My father runs a roofing and contracting company that he built from the ground up. He tells me all the time, it's hard to find guys who can do sheet metal these days. Ivanka Trump is changing that because she's reskilling America's workforce to make this workforce equipped to go to trade school if that's the profession they choose instead of college, or to get a higher paying job. The average wage of someone who goes through one of these programs is $70,000 or above. So it ends up benefiting the American worker. So reskilling the American workforce to be equipped for the jobs that are open is key, but to also be equipped to get these higher wage jobs, to grow in the workforce, personal development. This is a big, big thing the administration is doing beyond just the unemployment numbers. So we owe Ivanka a lot for taking on that initiative and her colleagues.
Well, the president has done a great job with the economy, but what's going to keep the economy going for many generations to come is a new system of trade training and trade schooling. That is something that we need to do, and the president and, like you said, Ivanka and the administration are working very hard to do this. This is something that we have to do because, you know, it's okay to go to college, but not everybody is going to be a philosopher. Not everybody's going to be somebody, you know, to be I don't know, pick any of those careers. We need a lot of the businesses need a lot of trade workers, and we have to do something about it. And the president is doing, Ivanka's doing it. I think Latinos can benefit a lot from this because we can create jobs that will pay potentially more than a 4-year college career will pay. And I think that this is something in the right direction for, especially for the Latino community.
So I'm in economics, and I would tell you anything below 5% unemployment is not a good thing because our growth is capped. You can't hire enough people. You can't get the people. And we have a lot of inventory. One of the things that I had the privilege of chairing Texas Department of License Regulation, and they regulate AC repair, electricians, and things like that. And we have these first step people who just came out of prison who are coming to us asking us about getting their license back. So as a commissioner, I have to make the decision of allowing that person to come into your home to fix your AC. That's a high bar because if I don't know what going into my home, how can I get into your home, right? However, right, going to the governor and I said, listen, we need another arrow in our quiver. So this session, we passed that bill, a House bill, that now gives us the ability to issue licensing, because I'm okay with that prisoner if he wants to work on this AC or a new construction. And it gives him the recidivism rate dropping significantly because jobs bring value to people's lives. I cannot say jobs bring value to people's lives. So we have an inventory. So we basically turn in a $50,000 liability into a $50,000 asset. That's tremendous. And the president has championed the first. This is a game changer for our country because it echoes in so many ways. It brings maybe the father back into the home. It brings his recidivism rate down significantly. He gets engaged. He has worth. His kids see the redemption, right? The redemption, which is a beautiful picture in our country. Redemption is everything. So I believe that this is one of our key in our culture, especially in Hispanic community. This is pivotal for us.
And if I could just say one thing about the First Step Act, because you mentioned that this was a huge deal in the Trump administration. Jared Kushner was really the driving force behind this, and Democrats like to talk about criminal justice reform, but this president actually did it, and it sounds like we've seen the effects of that. I had the pleasure of interviewing Alice Johnson, who unfortunately was given a life sentence for a minor drug offense. It was a huge injustice. The president pardoned her, and she became the face of the First Step Act, which basically says if you've done your time and gotten what are called good time credits, you can get out of prison, federal prison, a little bit earlier. Someone like Alice Johnson, who's a grandmother who should never have been there with a life sentence, but she was there because of mandatory minimums and the horrific things that Joe Biden oversaw when he passed some of these really onerous criminal justice reform justice packages way back when, decades ago. The president overturned all of that, and 91% of those released because of the First Step Act have been Black Americans. So this is a huge achievement for President Trump. You mentioned it, and I'm glad you brought it up. We've got to share this from the rooftops, because it's a big deal when the president achieves something that you hear Democrats pay lip service to tonight.
That's right. So we are, over a year out from Election Day. As the chairwoman mentioned, we're organizing early. We kicked off our Latinos for Trump coalition in June. We're building a vast infrastructure, not only at the campaign, but at the Republican National Committee. So what does that look like, and what are some of the things that everyone in this room can do to help the president's reelection efforts?
And the first thing is stay after this for the TBLI training, because you will learn everything you need to know about how to make a difference by picking up a phone, by knocking on a door. Those voter contacts are everything. They make a difference in these elections. We have the data, unlike the Democrats, to know exactly what doors to knock on, who's a swing voter, who's persuadable, who might be a low propensity voter, but we can push them over to go to their polling location. But we can't do that physically in every state. You guys can. So that training is very big. Stay for that today. Going to GOP.com and also DonaldJTrump.com and find out how else you can get involved and go to the rallies.
I agree. Those trainings are not just to train you on what to do and how to do it, but it also helps you organize others. I personally have about 4 of those in my office back home, and we're doing it in the community. I talk about it on my radio show, and Latinos are very interested in learning what the Republican Party has to offer in terms of grassroots, because they want to do it. So when you talk about this training and you bring them in and you bring people to the trainings, it helps tremendously. So stay for the training, and then if you want to organize one in your house, in your business, do it. These guys can help you with that, and it's really simple, easy, and it helps a lot.
I will tell you, this is one quote. I'll tell you, you got to text Vominos at 88022.
If you have your phones, you can text it right now to join our coalition, or latinos.donaldjtrump.com.
So this is what I would tell. This is important. The famous Reagan quote is Hispanics are Republican, they just don't know it. Right? I'm going to tell you, and there's going to be a gas, but Reagan was wrong. They were wrong. Republicans are Hispanic. They don't know better. They don't know better. And that's the way it is. Republicans, hey, we Hispanics have been pro-business, pro-ownership, low taxes, mind your family, mind your God, stay in your lane. That's who we are. We've been silent. Our voices, and we need to awaken to that. That's what this is about. Getting engaged is not about just one election. This is about you fully voicing yourselves. I know Katina and Patricia spoke about the challenges of Venezuela and what's going on there. You've got Art Medina, who's formerly incarcerated, now owns a business, a successful business, and he's doing an amazing job. You've got Gideon doing Tejano Speakers Bureau, and with Kelly. I mean, these are people who have just been walking by and said, no more, my voice will be heard. And that's important. When that happens, oh, dear God, this country is going to benefit so much.
Thank you so much. So before we wrap up, we have time for one audience question. Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you so much for our panelists. It's great hearing from not only someone who's local to Texas and then two gentlemen who sit on the board, but Kaylee, you hit the road and you travel and meet Americans and Hispanics from all over the country. So, we want to thank them for sharing a little bit about themselves and the president's accomplishments. And thank you to Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel for taking the time and coming and campaigning with us.
When is President Trump coming back?
Soon, hopefully. I do not have his public schedule, but I will deliver the message.
I promise.
Sandra, can I say something really quick?
Yes.
About Latinos. I did an interview with a very well-known person on TV that I'm not going to mention his name, and he asked me, Jesus, why do you think that Latinos are now supporting more and more Donald Trump? I mean, and he was one of the person who used to say that he would never get the Latino vote. And I said, because now after 3 years, Latinos are realizing that a lot of the stuff that you guys said were lies.
Right.
So Latinos are realizing that and they're going to support Donald Trump.
Well, thank you so much to Kaylee, Rick, and Jesus. And I encourage all of you to stay after. We're going to host a TVLI training. I know some of you may have gone through it in the past, maybe during the midterm cycle. We've revamped it. There's a lot of new information there. And obviously, the strategy improves year to year, especially heading into a presidential cycle. We have staff all over the room as well if you want to know how to get involved and help your local field teams. And our state director, Taylor, with the USA hat here, he is the one overseeing the field and ground game in the state of Texas. So make sure you get connected with him and his staff as well as all of us. But without anything else, thank you so much for coming out.
to protest?
No.
That's a peaceful
It's our flag, man. You love America.
Protect it by your fucking Constitution. That you love so much. It's right next to the Second Amendment.
No, I love what the flag represents. I love what the flag represents, and I love the people. Racism. Racism. I love the right to protest. I love the right to protest. That's why we're here.
If you're fighting for the fucking flag, you wouldn't be fighting for that.
2020, baby. 2020. Vote for Trump for lower taxes, higher
Don't
market. I tell you what, we'll get more minorities out of prison. We're prison with him. He's already done it, so don't say anything.
Nobody's in prison. Nobody in prison. Nobody in prison. Stop doing this. Shut up doing this.
Why don't they stop? Why don't the black guys stand up? Why don't black I'm sorry if I was in the right. I apologize.
I love it. I love it. Like you. You are trash. You are trash. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Impeach 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 Donald Trump. Get away. Impeach Donald Trump. 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 Impeach Donald Trump.
Trump is a racist. Hey, Hitler invented the Autobahn. Hitler invented the Autobahn. He cannot name what he's known for. He cannot name one thing Donald Trump's done that's racist. Brooklyn Five. Brooklyn Five.
You never remember what he told black people.
He took a fucking ad out in the paper.
To go back where he came from. Do you not remember what he said?
Ad out in the
To go back
paper,
where he came
dumbass.
from.
You don't even know about the Brooklyn Five. Who raised Do you not know about the Brooklyn Five? Do you not know about the Brooklyn Five? I do. And how is that not racist? How is? I still think. Well, you're stupid. Because they're black. You're stupid. They killed the man. Because you're a racist fucking stupid. They didn't kill anybody. They were exonerated, bitch. They were exonerated. I don't want to listen to your racist. If they were white, I would think they were guilty. You're stupid. You're stupid. Jeez. You're stupid. They're children. You're stupid as shit. This is the Baltimore guy. I'm not your man. I'm not your man. You're a fucking racist. Yeah, you are. Because you just said you support the Brooklyn Five. Yeah, you just said it.
If you guys are with us, we're gonna make a clear go through. We just want everybody to go to the side. That's all. I'm trying to be with them. I need everybody on the side. They want everybody behind the stances. What about these right here? 4 years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Go Trump. We got Trump living in Baltimore, does it? You know what
Everybody stop the curb. You are not. Step on the curb. Stop the curb. You are not. You are not.
You call me ugly. Isn't that your
Go away. Around here. You are not going to be be comfortable around here. You are not going to be comfortable. Fuck you. How about that? Let's make it simple. No, I don't want to touch you.
Trump isn't
Fuck
racist,
you.
right? Trump isn't racist.
All right, now you spit in my face, shake my hand. Now I'm not here to fight you. I didn't do that on purpose. I'm here to support my president. You're here to hate on him. Fuck him. He's not my president. You are not. You are not going to be comfortable around here. Trump just cleaned it up. You are not going to be comfortable. Trump cleans it up and then they litter it. You are not going to be comfortable. I'm not going to allow them to litter it. Hey, I'm not going to allow them to litter it. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not very comfortable. Going to feel comfortable around here. Let's play some music and start the dance party, boys. Trump's coming in around here. You are not. Trump's coming in 25 minutes. Let's start the party here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You ain't going to feel comfortable either around here. You ain't going to feel comfortable either around here. Fuck you. Fuck you! I wish I had been in Charlottesville. I'd turn that motherfucking car on. I wish I had been in Charlottesville. I was gonna be there. I love him. You called me motherfucker.
I just heard it. Yeah, that was not illegal.
You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. Very comfortable. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. All you're doing is making an asshole out of yourself. Going to feel comfortable around here. You're making an idiot out of yourself. I am not here. I only debate my equals. Everybody else I teach.
What about illegal images?
I only debate my equals.
What about illegal?
Everybody else I teach. Okay? I only debate my equals. Everybody else I teach. And John Henry Clark. I am here for the people. You are here for the oligarchs, for the criminals. I am here for the people. You are here for the oligarchs. We didn't have fentanyl. We didn't have heroin. We didn't have all this stuff that's coming over the border. You are not going to feel comfortable. We have to make sure we know who's coming to the border.
To be nice to this guy. It's fucking
You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable around here. You are not going to feel comfortable. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Don't touch me.
Don't fucking touch me, boy. Don't fucking touch me. Hey, don't fucking touch me. Hey, he touched me without my permission, officer.
What did he say to you?
What, you're a fucking officer?
It's horrible even though you spit it. Oh my God. Fuck you,
It's the best I've heard all day.
You will be an easy. You will be an easy. You will not feel comfortable around here. Yeah, go over there with the officer. Go over there with the officer. Because you will not feel comfortable. You will not.
Yo, does your wife have you cooked?
You will not.
Yo, does your wife have you cooked?
You will not feel comfortable around here.
You deserve to be comfortable. That's I'm sorry, if you're a Trump supporter, you have a small penis and your wife has your cup. Your wife has your cup, 100%.
I would like to think that.
Get out of prison, you don't got the same access to a job, you got the same access to, you're living in different places, housing rights, what's going on. Y'all people don't have to face that, y'all have to face the same shit. The fact that y'all gonna stay right here, because I know the cops.
I mean, look, if you want to assault me, go ahead.
Why would I assault you? Literally my hands are like tucked. Like, literally my hands are like right here.
Just talk about the police are going to save me if something happens. That's
no, I said, and why do you think I'm going to assault you? Why do you think you said if I want you to assault me, you said I want you to assault me, and I can hit you, right? If I want you to assault me, why would I want you to assault you? That's man. I wasn't trying to fuck all the side shit. I was actually trying to see your man. What y'all supporting? What are y'all supporting? What are y'all actually supporting? Well, why do y'all actually supporting? Yeah. Why do you Y'all don't wanna understand still when people love you. That's why you ignoring us right now. That's why people trying to talk to you, right? So if it's not assault, then it's like just actually talking, right? So what's the problem with actually hearing out the point? What's their line? Don't wanna talk.
Just want to see the president of the United States.
You're at the wrong spot there.
Yeah, why not? All right, I will go.
Please research redlining and understand that race is real because racism is real. Race is real because racism is real.
Redlining and someone to draw boundaries
Is it, all right, come around this way. You're going to walk around the truck, and you're going to get right back on that sidewalk, all right? Yeah.
You guys want to know why people call Donald Trump a racist? Because he says racist shit all the time. It's because in the 70s, he was saying the Fair Housing Act will...
Like young guys like that, who just like saying can't articulate why they're standing here, why they're standing outside, why like you support like us, like our experience, and like don't understand the black experience.
If I wasn't so gentleman,
we can stand here for the police, we can count on the safe, if we do anything, we gotta worry about the action. We can't even protest and say our own shit without having to worry about retaliation. On top of the fact that you can't work our own street, you can't have access to jobs, and then we have to come back for years of discrimination and racism. We're playing catch up, and people like that don't understand that this shit's not equal. We're not going to be around. We're trying to play catch up for people who have years and years of privilege and don't want to hear out both sides. So, like, you know, I'm just trying to promote the conversation, trying to promote people actually talking shit out. And like people like that don't want to actually hear out both sides. They're going to ignore it. When we actually trying to talk and then choose as a confrontation, choose as a violence, that's the fucking problem. I'm like more focused on is like
those guys ran away. Why did you guys run away?
Like it's crazy, like you know something as simple as like air conditioning, like all that, like there's just like adequate resources, all the recreation for youth not going to be able to support the city speaker, the fight mob. We already know that story. We know where they're going to go. We support the city, we support like all the other recreational activities. We always need to give that money back to the community so we can work on it. You're welcome. Fuck Donald Trump. I don't have a message. Get out of office. We need some new blood. That's it. I don't have a message for him. He's full of shit. That's it.
No, yeah, I'll look out for your call. Just know that I'm going to be getting on a plane at noon Eastern.
Park Service and Chief Mark Hartwig from our County Fire.
as well as through the fingerprint analysis. I'd also like to thank the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office and their staff for the tireless assistance that they provided to our coroner's staff in the initial days of this incident. Now that all of the victims of this tragedy have been identified, we are releasing all of their names, and I am going to read to you the names, ages, and hometowns of the victims. And I do so with a heavy heart and share these with you and with our viewing public. Carol Diana Adamic, age 60, of Santa Cruz, California. Juha Pika Ahopelto, 50, of Sunnyvale, California. Neil Gustav Baltz, 42, of Phoenix, Arizona. Patricia Ann Beitzinger, 48, of Chandler, Arizona. Vaidehi Campbell, 41, of Felton, California. Raymond Scott Chan, 59, of Los Altos, California. Kendra Chan, 26, of Oxnard, California. Adrian Dahoud Fritz, 40, of Sacramento, California. Justin Carol Dignam, 58, of Anaheim, California. Berenice Felipe, 16, of Santa Cruz, California. Lisa Fiedler, 52, of Mill Valley, California. Christina Christy Finstad, 41, of Santa Cruz, California. Andrew Fritz, 40, of Sacramento, California. Daniel Garcia, 46, of Berkeley, California. Mary Beth Guiney, 51, of Santa Monica, California. Yuko Hatano, 39, of San Jose, California. Yulia Krashenaya, 40, of Berkeley, California. Alexandra Kurtz, 26 of Santa Barbara, California. Zhang Lin, 45 of Fremont, California. Caroline McLaughlin, 35, Oakland, California. Charles McIlvain, 44, Santa Monica, California. Kaustuba Nirmal, 33, Stamford, Connecticut. Sanjiri Dupujari Nirmal, 31, Stamford, Connecticut. Angela Rose Quittasol, 28, of Stockton. Evan Michael Quittasol, 37, of Stockton. Nicole Storm Quittasol, 31, of Imperial Beach, California. Michael Quittasol, 62, of Stockton, California. Stephen Salika, 55, of Santa Cruz, California. Tia Salika Adamic, 17, of Santa Cruz, California. Sumil Sandhu, 45, of Half Moon Bay, California. Fernisa Sisson, 57, of Stockton, California. Ted Strom, 62, of Germantown, Tennessee. Christian Takvam, 34, of San Francisco, California. And Wei Tan, 26, of Goleta, California. May they all rest in peace, and may their families know that all of us who have been involved in this sad operation continue to hold them in our hearts and in our prayers. As for the vessel Conception, the Coast Guard has been overseeing the salvage operation since it resumed yesterday. I'm pleased to report that the salvage operations have so far been successful, that the Conception has been raised to the surface, and it is being prepared to lift it onto a barge. It will then be transported to an undisclosed, secure location for further investigation. With the completion, or upon the completion, of the salvage operation, local and state involvement in this incident will wind down. The investigation into the cause of this disaster will continue for some time to come, and it will be led by several of our federal partners. The Sheriff's Office will continue to support those investigative efforts to the degree necessary to determine the cause of this tragedy. I would like to end today by expressing my sincere and profound gratitude to all of our partners in Unified Command, the United States Coast Guard, the Santa Barbara County Fire Department, and the National Park Service, and to the representatives of the other federal, state, and local agencies that have supported us throughout this endeavor. I particularly want to focus on the coordination and the cooperation of the dive teams that worked so diligently after responding to our call for assistance. Their efforts were truly remarkable. I want to especially thank the dive team members from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office, from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, from the Los Angeles Port Police, from the San Luis Sheriff's Office, from the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, from the National Park Service, and from the State Department of Fish and Wildlife. Theirs was a physically and emotionally challenging task, and it is through their efforts that all of the victims have been recovered and have, or will be soon, returned to their loved ones. I also want to close by thanking you, the men and women of the press, for your excellent reporting of this terrible tragedy. And that concludes my remarks, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them for you.
circumstances were different, that person was in a cove, and that there was a possibility to make an application for the fingerprint. Can you talk about it? Did that person get off the vessel before the fire?
So the question was, it sounds as though the final victim that was recovered yesterday, it sounded to the the person asking the question as though it was different from the others that were recovered, and does it look like that victim was in any other circumstances? The answer to that question is no. She was recovered in an area that is very close proximity to where other victims were recovered. It is in a close proximity, within 0.3 of a mile, no more, than where the boat sank. And the examination of her remains are consistent with the examination of the other remains. The preliminary indicators are, and the belief of our pathologist is, that she also died of smoke inhalation prior to being burned, and that she most likely was just as everyone else, got into the water when the boat flipped upside down. I'm sorry, about what?
Criminal charges at this point?
Question was, can I talk about any criminal charges at this point? And no, I cannot. The investigation is ongoing, and we have no indication that there are any.
Thank you, everybody. So, the stock market's up again, and we're very close to a new high. It would be over 100 times, I believe. You'll check it, but many, many times we set the record. So we're very honored by that. We're having a tremendous couple of weeks. A lot of good things are happening. I got a call from heads of China. The call was directed to my people, actually, and they asked whether or not it would be possible to delay the hit on the tariffs up to 30% from 25%. Would it be possible to take it off of the October 1st date? We gave them a 2-week in honor of President Xi. We gave them a 2-week reprieve, and so we'll be doing the tariffs on October 15th instead of October 5th or 1st. They were going to be set on October 1st. We're moving it to October 15th because they're having their 70th anniversary, and I will do that again in honor of President Xi. And that's it. Any questions? I think he's fantastic, but I actually spoke to Mike Pompeo about that, and he decided, and he and I get along with him so well. We have a lot of the same views and a couple of little different views, but he likes the idea of having somebody in there with him, and I do too. I think that we'll have an answer for you. We have 15 candidates. Everybody wants it badly, as you can imagine. And we'll probably next week sometime make that decision. We look forward to that. We have at least 10 more. A lot of people want the job, and it's a great job. It's great because it's a lot of fun to work with Donald Trump, and it's very easy actually to work with him. You know why it's easy? Because I make all the decisions and I have to work.
Mr. President, you called Baltimore at one point rodent infested. What's your message to the people of Baltimore now as you head to Baltimore?
Well, I look forward. We're going to Baltimore right now. I look forward to it. We're going to be with the Republican congressman, and I think it's going to be a very successful evening where we had a tremendous election on Tuesday, and you saw the results on Tuesday night. One gentleman was Dan Bishop. He was not doing so well 3 or 4 weeks ago. We got the message out. He won the election. He was losing substantially, and he ended up winning fairly easily. That's Dan Bishop. And Greg Murphy won by a lot more than it was expected. He won by many points, and a lot of people thought that was going to be a close race. So we won 2 seats in Congress on Thursday, and I guess the press didn't talk about it too much. They would have if they lost, but they won. The Republicans had a great night on Tuesday.
Are you considering any kind of interim deal with the Chinese
where they make a commitment on intellectual property?
Well, it's something that people talk about. I'd rather get the whole deal done. We've taken in many, many billions of dollars of tariffs. I'd rather get the entire Chinese done. Look, if we're going to do the deal, let's get it done. A lot of people are talking about, and I see a lot of analysts are saying an interim deal, meaning we'll do pieces of it, the easy ones first. But there's no easy or hard. There's a deal or there's not a deal. But it's something we would consider, I guess. But we're doing very well. We're doing very well. I did the little bit of a delay in honor of President Xi because it's their 70th anniversary in China.
What do you expect out of the debate tonight?
Well, it's too bad I'm going to miss it. I'm going to have it somehow taped. I didn't even tell him about that, so maybe it's not that important, but it is important. Look, it's going to be very interesting. I look forward to going home. I'm going to have to watch it as a rerun because many of you are coming to Baltimore with me. I don't expect too much difference. I mean, you have three people that are leading. I sort of think that those three people are going to take it to the end. It's going to be one of those three, I think. But you never know in politics, do we? You know better than I. You never know in politics.
Out of those three, who do you think your strongest opponent is?
I think, look, they all have their weaknesses and their strengths. I think that they're very different. You certainly have a lot of different voices up there. But it would look to me like it would be Elizabeth Warren, and it looks like Joe maybe will be able to get there, maybe not, I don't know. And certainly Bernie is there. He's number 3. But I think that's because they're so far in the lead, the three of them. And if you remember, I'm sure you forget my Republican primaries, but I went to the lead at the very beginning and stayed there. It's, if you don't make a really major mistake, he should be able to make it. I would imagine Biden would be able to make it if he doesn't make any major mistakes. We'll see what happens.
The man that you called my African American at your rally in 2016, he says he's leaving the Republican Party because you're pursuing a pro-white agenda. What's your reaction?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. What?
What do you say to him? What do you say to him? He used to be a supporter of yours. It's a supporter of yours. He's a supporter of yours that used to be a supporter, and he's not anymore.
I don't know who you're talking about.
He's the man that you pointed out at the rally and called my African American.
I don't know. We have tremendous African American support. I would say I'm at my all-time high. I don't think I've ever had the support that I've had now. And I think I'm going to do very well with African American. African American support has been the best we've had, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that from an employment and unemployment, both employment and unemployment. Well, I think this. It's very simple. We have the best numbers we've ever had for African Americans in terms of employment and unemployment. So I think we're going to do very well, yeah.
Have you made any decisions on guns or ethanol today?
So we had a big meeting on guns and we had a big meeting on ethanol. We had a great meeting with Chuck Grassley, Joni Ernst, Mike Rounds. We had Kim was there, Iowa. Kim was there. We had some terrific people. John Thune. We had a meeting on ethanol. We had a meeting on guns, separately and different people. And I think we made some good progress on background checks and guns. I think we had a great meeting on ethanol for the farmers. I think we had our ethanol meeting was a great meeting. Let's see what happens. But there's been nobody better to farmers than Donald Trump, that I can tell you. I think we made a lot of progress on ethanol. And I think we made a lot of progress on guns, yes.
When do you expect to have a plan?
You will meet Kim Jong-un sometime this year, Mr. President?
At some point, yes. He will. Certainly they want to meet. They'd like to meet. I think it's something that will happen, and we'll see. But Kim Jong-un, I think something can happen, yeah.
Military construction fund. Senator Tim Kaine says you're putting national security at risk, and Democrats are calling for a vote to overturn your national emergency. What's your response to that?
So the wall is being built. We need the wall for purposes of national security. The military is behind it all the way. Any project that they may delay a little bit, it's only a delay. They'll get built. But the wall is something that we need. We're going to be building hundreds of miles of walls. We had, as you know, a Supreme Court decision which was outstanding. We also had a Supreme Court decision yesterday on asylum, and that was a very, very big decision, and it was a 7-2 decision. The asylum decision was very big, but we had a very good decision on the wall and wall funding, and the wall is going up as we speak. We intend to have approximately, maybe something short of 500 miles of wall. That would be almost everything that we need. About 500 miles is what we need, and we're going to be very close to that by the end of next year.
The House Judiciary Committee approved a resolution defining the panel's investigation, the impeachment investigation. Are you concerned at all?
No, I'm not. We've done the best job of any president in 2.5 years in office. Our economy is incredible. Rules, regulations, everything that we've rolled back have really led to a resurgent economy. If you look at all of the things we've done for the military, if you look at what we've done for the vets, if you look at everything we've done from an economic standpoint to a national security standpoint, I think our country is in one of the best conditions that it's ever been in. I think the economy may be the strongest it's ever been in the history of our country, and people know we're doing a great job. They do play politics, and they continue to play politics, and a lot of people think that's the only way, but you know what? Most people think that helps me. It's really an embarrassment to our country. We've done a great job, yes.
Mr. President, Kim Jong-un wants new conditions for negotiation with the United States. Are you accepting new conditions for the negotiation?
Well, we're going to see. I think that North Korea would like to meet. I think you probably have heard that. I can tell you that Iran wants to meet and China wants to make a deal. So we have a lot of interesting things going on. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen the Andrew McCabe situation. I really don't know about it yet. I heard it was big news before, but I have not been able to find out exactly what happened with Andrew McCabe. Something happened that was very big. It was just breaking as I was walked out. But I haven't seen it yet, David.
What exactly have you and the First Lady told Barron about vaping?
We haven't told him anything except don't vape. Don't vape. We don't like vaping. I don't like vaping.
Nancy Pelosi is scared to impeach you?
I don't think she's scared of anything. I think she's a smart woman, and I think she knows exactly what she's doing. We have the strongest economy in the history of our country. We're about ready to break the record again. On stock market, we've broken the record in jobs. African American, we just broke the record again. You know that. If you look at Hispanic American, Asian American, the best employment and unemployment numbers in the history of our country. With women, we're at 71%, 71 years. Think of this, 71 years, the best numbers in 71 years. No, I think we've done a great job. There are those that say the best job in the history of our country for the first 2.5 years. So pretty much that's the story.
Is there any evidence that holding you back on Venezuela, sir?
So we had a big meeting today on guns. We had a big meeting today on ethanol. Both meetings went very well. A lot of progress was made, I believe, on the background checks and various things having to do with guns. We're dealing with the Democrats, and I think we're dealing very well. It seems like they'd like to do something, and I think that I can speak for Republicans. They'd like to do something. We'll see what can happen, but we're always protecting our Second Amendment. I want to make it clear. Our Second Amendment will be protected fully.
Mr. President, how is John Bolton holding you back on Venezuela, sir?
Say it?
How is John Bolton holding you back on Venezuela? Do you want to...
Well, we're dealing on Venezuela right now. It's going to be a very interesting period of time. We're also trying to help a lot of Venezuelans who are dying. They have no food, they have no water. And we are trying to help. A lot of them have escaped, so to speak, into Colombia and different places. We're trying to help those people that have been able to get out. But we are dealing with a lot of things having to do with Venezuela. My attitude on Venezuela is a very tough one. And frankly, my attitude on Cuba is a very tough one. And in a way, they go hand in hand because Cuba has always made it possible for Venezuela to do what they're doing, and frankly, that's ending now. And likewise, Venezuela, through the oil, took care of Cuba. A lot of that is ending right now.
Have you seen any evidence that the Israelis have been spying on you and the White House?
I don't believe that. No, I don't think the Israelis were spying on us. I really would find that hard to believe. My relationship with Israel has been great. You look at Golan Heights, you look at Jerusalem with moving the embassy to Jerusalem, becoming the capital. You look at even the Iran deal, what's happened with Iran. Iran is a much different country right now than it was 2.5 years ago. It's in a much different position. No, I don't believe that. I wouldn't believe that story. It's good. Anything's possible, but I don't believe it.
Are there any Democrats debating tonight that you actually respect?
I respect all of them.
All of them?
I respect everyone. Let me tell you, it takes a lot of courage to run for office. I respect all of them. See that? I'm getting to be much better as a politician. You never thought you'd hear that answer. I think so. It depends really on the Democrats. It depends on whether or not the Democrats want to take your guns away, because there's a possibility that this is just a ploy to take your guns away, or whether or not it's meaningful. If it's meaningful, we'll make a deal. If this is a movement by the Democrats to take your guns away, then it's never going to happen, because we're never going to let that happen. We will always be there for our Second Amendment. So we're going to see. If the Democrats want to make a deal, we can make a deal. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Guys, we could all moon in.
It's my new boss.
Oh, your new boss?
I don't think it's true.
So you better not say that you can.
Hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, 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 ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho.
Baltimore doesn't like you. 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 And why? Listen up,
In the water, carry yourself in the lane. Like that.
I bet not. It's really sad. Like, yeah, and it's exactly like.
I think that'll probably
You got that? He gave it to you? You got it out. I like your name on it. You're a celebrity.
Yeah, that restaurant's so much. Right on. Look at these guys. Police officers. Chopper's gonna run down the shelf so they come up and get the chopper. Guys, yo, we got moving. Y'all moving me, you can't resolve. Y'all moving. Is that low up for the moon? Moon them? I think I'll keep my pants on. It's pretty beautiful. That's how I do a moon thing. What? I mean, who doesn't? Don't get what he wants, man. Pence is like... Yeah, what would he really know? Oh yeah, dude, I can't do that, dude. My buddy used to do that a lot. He'd do that a lot, dude. He'd be like, hey, what is he? He has some questions.
Yeah, it's sneak attack.
Oh, God. How's it college? Not accepted after college.
Yeah,
Randomly. College, that's fine. This is such a cool joke.
It's in the dorm or something.
Yeah, it's all in context, man. Like, you can't...
Who's that guy? Tie and shirt. Oh, I thought you were talking about it. He's some kind of spirit. Someone. You think?
What happened? about why you shouldn't vote for Donald Trump, but for some reason still vote for him. I got bodies. That's how it would be.
Conway Street. No, it's only 139.
Randy! We text everybody to release the law.
I wonder if this happens
The shells.
I mean, on the White House. Supposed to be in West Virginia.
getting out of the car, dude. Fuck, Trump! Yo, he's on. I know the shit. Fuck you!
They just sweep the building.
There were two cars that were right next to each other, two black cars on the flag. Goes on the other side of the road. Yeah, two shits out of the same
Welcome everyone here to News Now. U.S. Attorney Jesse Liu has recommended moving forward with charges against Andrew McCabe. Fox News has learned as the Justice Department rejects a last-ditch appeal from the former top FBI official and current CNN contributor. McCabe, the former deputy and acting director of the FBI, appealed the decision of the U.S. Attorney for Washington all the way up to Jeffrey Rosen, the Deputy Attorney General, but he rejected that request, according to a person familiar with the situation. The potential charges relate to DOJ Inspector General findings against him regarding misleading statements concerning a Hillary Clinton-related investigation. A source close to McCabe's legal team said that they received an email from the Department of Justice which said the department rejected your appeal of the United States Attorney's Office decision in this matter. Any further inquiries should be directed to the United States Attorney's Office. McCabe spent 21 years with the FBI. He became an acting director back in May of 2017 after President Trump fired former director James Comey.
All right, everybody, good afternoon or evening, depending on where you're watching Fox News Now from. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm hopping back onto Mission Control. That's what I call the News Now set. Looks like they're getting some rain in New York City. I love me some New York. I haven't been out there since April. I could go time and time again, though. Such a great city, so much to see, do, and most importantly, eat. I love getting me some chicken and rice from a street vendor, a food truck, whatever you want to call it there in New York City. That's the life for me. Somewhat of a foodie. Not crazy about it. Don't go to all the extravagant restaurants, but definitely some delicious eats out there. Looking up the weather in New York City, it says it's currently 71 degrees and cloudy. It doesn't say anything about rain, so not quite sure if something's just going on with that camera lens there, or, I mean, when you look on like the bottom left-hand side of your screen, it does look like the streets are a little wet, but maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. If you're in New York City, let us know how the weather is. Regardless, 70 degrees, I'll take that over the valley. Speaking of the valley and current conditions, I want to show you here our South Mountain Tower cam really quickly. Here's our view right here in the valley. Wow, and this is probably one of the most gorgeous views of downtown Phoenix we've had from our South Mountain Tower cam in a while, because it's more zoomed in. You can see our skyline, you can see all the different buildings, the skyscrapers. By the way, quick quiz, and I guarantee you some of you are probably gonna look up this answer. Google it, you know what I mean? What is the tallest building in Phoenix, Arizona? I wanna see your comments on the YouTube chat. There are currently 678 of you watching. Let me know, tallest building right here in Phoenix. All right, if any news breaks across the country, we will have you covered. Meanwhile, though, I do want to show you a little bit of a traffic situation we have going on. This is from an Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT for short camera. By the way, you can always find the locations on the very top part of your screen, but this looks like it's the 101 at Warner. And I don't know if it's quite a crash. It might just be that tractor trailer there maybe had some mechanical problems. Regardless, it looks like it could be tying up the carpool lane in the area. Oh, maybe there was a crash though, because actually I do see a vehicle facing the wrong way, and it's right by the DPS Trooper SUV, kind of like the middle right-hand side of your screen you can see there. Regardless, it's tying up traffic in the area, and it is officially rush hour with it being 4 p.m. here in the valley. So that is what's going on there. All right, remember, I had some top stories earlier. We didn't get to go to all of them because there was just so much breaking and live news coverage, more so live events than breaking news. But regardless, it was one event after another event after another event, so we didn't get to all the top stories I had for you. So here's a few more. This first one is about a 9/11 stair climb that happened in Sacramento yesterday.
343 firefighters climbing 110 flights of stairs in their full gear. Men and women from fire departments across California showed up to the Renaissance Tower in downtown Sacramento today to take on that challenge.
It challenges us mentally and physically, but in comparison, it's nothing to what those guys faced when they climbed up the Trade Center towers in 2001.
Each firefighter represents one of the 343 first responders killed on this day 18 years ago. And every flight of stairs represents one story of the Twin Towers. With every step, they honor the firefighters who lost their lives trying to save others after the terror attack on the World Trade Center.
It pays tribute to those guys for what they did. They didn't look back when the towers hit. They took an assignment. They went up the stairwells. They never looked back. They had no fear. The
physical challenge alone is tasking, but the mental and emotional toll this takes is even more impactful. And when they get to the top, they take those names off their backs, pin them onto a memorial, and ring a bell in their memory. This is the 11th year Sacramento City Fire has organized the stair climb, and they plan to carry on the tradition every year to come.
Having this every year just pays tribute to those families that we actually truly don't forget. If we stopped doing this, people would forget. And I think when we do this every year, it spreads the word for people to always remember.
In downtown Sacramento, Olivia DeGeneiro, Fox 40 News.
Speaking of the Bay Area, here's a live look. San Francisco, wow, you can see the Golden Gate Bridge there on the left-hand side of the screen, and look at all the boats on the water. Wow, what a sight. Hey, let's see those hands up emojis if you've ever been to San Francisco. I did. I went last March, not this March, but last March for my first time, and I loved it. Of course, born and raised in Arizona, I am a West Coast gal. I have not seen enough of the East Coast. I've only been to New York City, so I need to see more of the East Coast. But the West Coast, and what I liked about San Francisco in particular, is I feel like it combined a lot of the 3 major cities of the U.S. It combined a lot of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago all in one location, and it was a great experience. I had a wonderful time. All right, continuing on with some top stories from across the country, we are taking a look at vaping illnesses. This story, it's been in the headlines a lot this week.
The Trump administration plans to ban thousands of flavors used in e-cigarettes to combat a recent surge in underage vaping.
An entire generation of children risk becoming addicted to nicotine because of the attractiveness, appealability, and availability of these vaping products.
The move could have a huge impact on the multi-billion-dollar vaping industry, which says it's now taking action to stop kids from using e-cigs.
That is why we need to put all the tools in place to help keep these products away from kids.
In a statement, e-cig giant Juul says it strongly agrees with the need for aggressive action. Vape shop owners around the country say such a ban will likely put them out of business.
We're absolutely done. If he signs the executive order to eliminate the flavors, everything on my shelves is gone.
Some smokers who switched to vaping to quit cigarettes say they don't know what they'll do once the proposed ban takes effect.
I really don't want to go back to smoking cigarettes, but I don't see the options.
The FDA has accused Juul of illegally marketing its products as a safer alternative to smoking. Health authorities are investigating hundreds of breathing illnesses reported in people who've used e-cigarettes and other vaping devices. Many of those cases involve marijuana vaping. There's been a steep rise in underage vaping despite the risks.
People still, decide to keep vaping regardless of new health reports coming out.
It'll take several weeks to develop the restrictions on flavored e-cigarettes. Federal health officials say the policy could be implemented as soon as 30 days after it's finalized. In New York, Chris Foster, Fox News.
Taking a live look now at the U.S. Capitol in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. This is another place I have been to, but not since I was in 3rd grade. I would certainly appreciate another visit. I didn't get to see the Smithsonian last time I was there. I did go to the museum, and I did a little news report in front of a chroma key, in front of a green screen, we call it. So maybe that was the start of my journalism career all those years ago. Who knows? All right, well, this next top story I have for you, it's a little bit of lighter, happier news. It's about teenagers stepping up for a classmate. I'm actually going to cover this story on Fox 10 Extra News at 7 as well, unless some other news breaks across the country. So let's watch.
Awesome. The best day of my entire life was basically.
Freshman Michael Todd was taken out of 3rd period at MLK Prep Monday morning.
I was very happy. I was shocked completely.
He froze when football players Christopher Graham and Antoine Garrett handed him a gift.
You guys are awesome.
A gift that changed Michael's entire school year. Bags full of shirts, shorts, shoes, and more.
He wanted to smile, and I was like, yeah, I think this is going to make him smile. I told him, I said, when we was in the same 3rd period, he was like, yeah, I said, I apologize for laughing at you, and I want to give something to you to make it up.
Michael was getting made fun of for 3 straight weeks at his new school.
I've been bullied my entire life.
He would wear the same clothes every day, and students at MLK Prep would mock him for it.
I don't really have clothes at home. My mom can't buy clothes for me because I'm growing too fast.
When I saw people laugh at him and bully him, I felt like I needed to do something.
So Christopher went through his closet and grabbed a bunch of clothes and texted his friend Antoine for help.
I got some shoes, some brand new shoes I can give him, and I got a couple of items I can give him too.
They packed all that up and gave it to Michael. The shorts, the pants, the shoes made a difference.
This is like the 2nd shoes I have on right now. Basically, that's all.
Today, Michael was already wearing those new Army Green sneakers they gave him.
It was a weak moment for me. I was gonna cry. And then I almost cried when at lunch he told me, he was like, you two the only two to actually ever give me a gift.
The help isn't stopping in the halls of MLK Prep. People from states away have seen the video and want to send Michael clothes. All this is thanks to 2 high school students who want to put a stop to bullying.
You guys are the best guys of my entire life.
In Fraser, Alexa Lorenzo, Fox 13 News.
Back out live in New York City. Yeah, it looks like weather's moving through, everybody. I don't know if you can always trust online to tell you exactly what's going on. But our chat is flying, our YouTube chat. There's currently 779 of you watching, and that story got a lot of you making some comments. To all of you saying hello to me, hello right back at you. Please like, share, subscribe. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here. We've got 424 thumbs up, 60 thumbs down on today's stream. Some more thumbs up would be nice. Okay, so I think we're done with our top stories segment, but I am going to take you out to Philadelphia now for this next news conference from today in regards to some attempted abductions. So let's find out exactly what's going on.
All right. Good afternoon. We want to take this opportunity to announce that we now have an arrest in the series of attempted abductions that occurred on Sunday morning in the 800 block of North 15th Street. If you remember, the investigation started with one complainant, and as we investigated further, we realized that there were numerous incidents that occurred out there in about a 35-minute period. As a result of the great media coverage and a good response from the neighborhood, we were able to identify other victims that were out there that morning, which ultimately led us to our offender and make an arrest. At this point in time, we now have identified 2 additional complainants, and he's been charged already with 3 of the incidents. He's going to be charged with a 4th one probably later today as a result of identifying a victim. The male is identified as a Sean Lloyd, L-L-O-Y-D. First name is S-H-A-U-N. He's a 36-year-old black male. At this point in time, we believe he's homeless. He's now charged in connection with 3 of the incidents that occurred out there, and he's now being held on in excess of $1 million bail.
What can you tell us about how he was actually apprehended? This actually happened last night. You got him
Last night, he was arrested at about 9, a little after 9. We had a warrant for him, and we put the information out there to everybody, and we were out there actively looking for him. He was tracked down to a homeless shelter, I believe in the 6900 block of Woodland Avenue. He was waiting in line to get in. At that point in time, they took him into custody and brought him to special victims.
And he struggled at all, or you give up?
No struggle at all. He came with us willingly.
Has he indicated to you and given any kind of statement that suggests, yeah, I'm the guy who did this stuff?
He gave a statement, and he admitted his role in this, but past that, I don't want to go any further. But yes, he has.
Does he have a history of this kind of offense?
No, we have no. Is that right? There's no history of any sexual offenses at all, or any abductions or anything like that.
Any past criminal conduct of any kind that you're aware of?
Yeah, he's has some criminal record. Yes.
Small time stuff or serious?
Nothing really major. Nothing like this. Nothing like this at all.
Any reason to believe there are more victims out there?
Yeah, we do. We're looking. We got a lot of calls as a result of the coverage. The coverage was outstanding. I mean, that really helped break this whole thing. So I thank you for that. But we're getting a lot of calls from people who think they may have had a contact with them. They're not sure if it was actually criminal in nature. We're tracking them down now. A lot of them were indecent exposures in the area maybe an hour or 2 beforehand. So, now that we've got them in custody, we're taking our time and looking to see if we can track those down. But yeah, we do believe there's more.
Was this all a pretty compact area geographically and in terms of the time frame?
All the ones he was charged with so far and the one that he's going to be charged with, yes, it's all in a 1-block area. It's all in the 800 block of North 15th Street, and it probably transpired in about a 1 hour, I'd say 30-35 minutes. That's the time for him to talk.
In the morning?
In the morning, Sunday morning, yeah. I think one of them, or 2 of them, were about 5 minutes apart. So,
and how about the additional charges or additional allegations and accusers who are out there? Was that a completely separate time frame, or also within that same geographical area?
A little bit further out. Some of them were a little earlier, some of them maybe a different day. But the people saw the coverage, they remember interactions they had, and now they're coming forward.
In that same area, in that same neighborhood?
Same general area, yes. Same general area.
So right now there's a total of 4 victims that you know of?
Well, we know of 4 incidents that are attempted abductions. We've identified 3 of these victims so far. The 4th one, I'll call her the 4th, we still don't know who she is, and we want to encourage her to come forward and please let us know, your identity so we can charge him appropriately. but we haven't yet to identify who that person is.
So you say the fourth, do you mean the fourth chronologically in the timeline, or?
No, the one that when you saw the video, it's probably the second one, right?
Probably the second one, yes.
Second one in the series of the 4 is the one we have yet to identify.
So when you say this guy was homeless, I'm sure that had to have been more challenging. How challenging was it to track this guy down and get him?
Well, we got him pretty quickly. You know, after we got our warrant, we got him pretty quickly. So I can't say it was much of a challenge to get him. You know, we got him quickly. The neighborhood cooperated. We were asking the neighborhood. We asked, I don't want to say who, but they pretty much tell us they think he may be in this area here, and we sent officers out there, and sure enough, that's where he was.
The victims and the others who maybe will or will not be categorized as victims had a pretty good description of his facial features and things like that. I'm assuming that helped?
Yes, yeah. Several of them, yes, that absolutely helped. They got a good look at him.
Do we know if this guy frequented that area previously, or did he just happen to be in that area and started targeting?
I think he frequented the area.
He used to live nearby and then was frequenting that area recently.
Any history of mental illness? Any of that?
That I wouldn't know, and I really can't comment on anyhow.
So you mentioned that the neighborhood cooperated and all that. So how important is it, you know, when you guys put out these releases and you tell us to put, you know, tips out there for folks? How important is it for people to heed that advice, listen to you all, and actually offer those?
It's extremely important. I mean, that goes without saying. There are eyes and ears out there. If they don't tell us what's going on, we don't know. You know, I can't stress just how important that is. If people, you know, call right away, let us know what's going on. If they have any information at all, even if they think it's insignificant, it may be. It may be. And like I said, that's what led to this arrest. We had to identify these other victims, you know, who had yet to come forward, and that ultimately led us to develop enough probable cause to make an arrest.
Just to be clear then, charged with 3 counts of attempted kidnapping, a 4th charge of attempted kidnapping is on the way, and there may be and you believe there are several other victims out there who come forward that may lead to additional charges above and beyond the 3+1.
Yes, yes. I can tell you the charges he's charged with right now with the 3 incidents. He's got 3 counts of attempted kidnapping, 3 counts of stalking, 1 count of unlawful restraint, 2 counts of indecent assault, 2 counts of simple assault, 1 count of false imprisonment, and 3 counts of harassment. Okay? All right. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So a little bit of additional information from our sister station, Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Police have made an arrest in a connection with a series of attempted abductions that occurred over the weekend. The suspect, identified as Sean Lloyd, 36 years old, of the 1500 block of Swain Street. He's been charged with at least 3 counts of attempted kidnapping, with a 4th charge still pending. Police say Lloyd has a criminal record, but to this point had not committed a crime of this nature. The alleged incidents were caught on tape around 10 o'clock in the morning on the 800 block of North 15th Street. Officials originally released video they say showed the suspect attempting to abduct a 21-year-old woman before more video surfaced showing similar incidents with 2 other women. In the first incident, the victim screamed and was able to break free and flee the scene as the man is seen walking casually in the opposite direction. In the other 2 incidents, both women fought the man off and were able to get away too. On Wednesday, a 4th woman came forward and told Fox 29 she was also approached by the suspect that morning. Police would still like to talk with any additional victims and a Good Samaritan who was spotted on video helping one of them. So that's the update there. All right, we're live in New York City again, where it for sure looks like it's raining. 417 here in the Valley of the Sun, 717 there in New York City. Feel free to check in. Where are you watching from? Please like, share, subscribe if you haven't already. Let your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody you know about us right here on News Now.
is a Fox 10 News.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Without objection, members of the full committee not on this task force are authorized to participate in today's hearing, consistent with the committee's practice. This hearing is entitled The Future of Identity in Financial Services, Threats, Challenge, and Opportunities. The chair will now recognize himself for 4 minutes for an opening statement. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today for what should be a very interesting hearing of the task force to explore the dangerous threats of identity fraud, and how AI is making it easier for criminals to engage in these activities, and how we can safeguard one of the most important things to have in our digital economy, and that is our identities. Identity fraud is a hugely important problem in financial services. In 2018 alone, almost $15 billion is estimated to have been stolen from U.S. consumers online. This doesn't include the more indirect future costs of having a compromised identity. Today, criminals have lots of tools at their disposal to get at sensitive consumer financial data. There's a complicated situation a member of Congress finds themselves in that we get briefing like the one I just received from Ms. Walraven, where you go through just how massive the problem is and the techniques that are available, and we realize that mentioning them in public is not a wise thing to do. And so this puts us in a tough situation. But I urge all of my members and all of my members on the committee here and their staff who's interested to get those briefings from members who are testifying today to just see how big a problem this is, because it is, it's costing us probably a lot more than that $15 billion. There's a large number of tools that criminals are using today. Things like phishing, ransomware, malware attack, they're already rife within financial services, and these cyber intrusions are only becoming more sophisticated. In the news this week, there were the story of a voice synthesizer, AI-enabled voice synthesizer used to generate fake instructions from what an employee thought was his boss to move money somewhere where it shouldn't have been moved. And so that sort of attack is going to accelerate as the technology gets more advanced and more widely deployed. And the stakes in this are enormous. With simply a name and address and a social security number, criminals use stolen identities to steal credit card numbers, bank account numbers, obtain fraudulent IRS and Medicare refunds. The list goes on and on. Financial services is at the front lines of this attack. More than 25% of all malware attacks hit banks and other financial services organizations, which is more than any other industry. In addition to the billions of dollars that financial institutions spend a year on cybersecurity, they also spend over $25 billion a year on anti-money laundering and know your customer compliance, with large institutions spending up to $500 million annually. Artificial intelligence is only enhancing the cyber criminals' arsenal. AI can be used more quickly to find vulnerabilities in a bank's software. It can be used to impersonate someone's voice or face in a phishing scam, much like those deepfakes that everyone's aware of. It can be used for something that's called synthetic identity fraud. That's where criminals make up fake online identities by combining real and fake data from lots of different people, along with social security number of a person, often a child, which they can buy very cheaply off the dark web or even the non-dark web. These fake identities look completely real, and the criminals can use them to open new bank accounts and a record of new financial transactions that make the synthetic identity look more and more real. And at the end of this, the unfortunate common practice is the so-called breakout, where you simply take out a massive loan you never repay, buy a car that you ship offshore. This sort of scam happens using these synthetic identities. There are a number of things that we could do, and I think I was very impressed by the roadmap produced by Jeremy Grants, one of our witnesses here, his organization, betteridentity.org. So if someone only has time to read one document in this space, that's the one that I personally have found most useful. It provides a roadmap for what government can do to help, because I think that government has a unique role in provisioning the ID. that we ultimately should take a responsibility for maintaining a valid list of our citizens. And I think that there's been a lot of motion, both by government and motion in terms of the public perception of what's needed here. And so this is one of the reasons why I'm really eager to hear more from the witnesses in this hearing. And I guess in light of the fact that we're unlikely to have a large amount of time because of votes may be intervening, I think I'll just cut off my comments here and turn it over to my colleague, Representative Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening the hearing today as a part of our task force on artificial intelligence. I know this is a topic that you particularly care deeply about, and I'm very interested in learning how our identity systems can be modernized in such a way that protects the privacy and personal information of all of our citizens, and I look forward to hearing from the panel today. You know, when we anticipate a digital world where we're distributing financial services products digitally through banks and non-banks across the country, obviously, whether it's a mobile app or through the internet, through the web. This issue of authenticating someone's truly that you're doing business with, and that they in turn then are just granting you, the financial services company, access to their information for a particular purpose. All this relates to how we identify people, how we authenticate people in the space. And of course, we've had Graham Leach for many years now, but a lot of people who aren't banks or financial service players are not covered by Graham Leach. And so this issue of how do we improve that and offer innovation is so important. And if we think about a digital world, you can't really have a completely digital process in 50 states in this country or internationally if you don't have not only the cyber protections that we're talking about in terms of the data being protected, but also that authentication process, so that individual user's identity. And so that's why I think this hearing is so important to the work we're doing in the FinTech Task Force, and it's so important for our private sector players and by, I think, our regulators on how we enhance the robustness of identity. How do we do it? How do we authenticate people in a more effective way and move way beyond the username and password that has spent the last 20 years of repeating our pets' names and 1, 2, 3, et cetera, as a way to get into systems as helpful as maybe just a sharing app or as important as reviewing in our financial lives online. Also, the issue of data breaches is critical, and here the federal government doesn't have any better track record than the private sector. We've been in this committee, I've been in Congress 4.5 years, and we've spent a lot of hours in this room talking about the incompetence of the federal government in protecting people's privacy and our data. So obviously this is a key issue for both the public and the private sector. Financial services companies, as Dr. Foster noticed, are victim more to this kind of attack, 300 times more frequently than non-financial businesses, purely for really, obviously for Willie Loman's admonition that that's where the money is, but also if you're a state actor, that's where the disruption is the most, is a very vulnerable point in the Western world. But thanks to advances in technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, it's becoming increasingly easier to authenticate individuals and mitigate that kind of fraud. But we must be vigilant as policymakers. To ensure that all of our sensitive information remains private. I look forward to hearing the witnesses help us understand these issues and what we might consider either legislatively or regulatorily to improve this process. And I look forward to the discussion. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. And I'd like to now yield 1 minute to Mr. McHenry, the ranking member of the full committee.
Well, thank you. Equifax, Capital One, what's next? How many breaches is it going to take before Congress takes appropriate action to view cybersecurity as a top priority and combating identity fraud as a top priority? Only a few months ago, we had the world's biggest bank executives right before the same panel you're on. They identified cybersecurity as a chief threat to the financial system. Not productivity, not growth at home, not political upheaval in Europe, not the slowdown in China, but cybersecurity. What I appreciate about this panel is that and I appreciate the work Mr. Foster has brought to the table here, because we begin with a bipartisan challenge, a challenge that we can then seek bipartisan solutions for here in Congress, and new thinking, innovative approach to this really cumbersome, dumb password username situation that we're currently in, and the new type of thinking that is occurring in the private sector, but to ensure that policymakers keep pace with what is happening in the private sector and further enable it and move this along much faster. Thanks so much, and look forward to your testimony.
Thank you. And today we welcome the testimony of Ann Washington, Assistant Professor of Data Policy, NYU Steinhardt School. Valerie Abend, Managing Director of Accenture Security. Jeremy Grant, Coordinator of the Better Identity Coalition. Amy Walraven, President and Founder, Turnkey Risk Solutions. And Andrew Boyson, Chief Identity Officer, SecureKey Technologies. Witnesses are reminded that your oral testimony will be limited to 5 minutes, and without objection, your full written statements will be made part of the record. Ms. Washington, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mike. Chairman Foster, Ranking Member Hill, and the members of the Task Force for Artificial Intelligence, I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak. Before I became a professor, I spent 8 years in financial services, in addition to many years working in support of this chamber. My name is Ann Washington. Now, why did I give my name? I gave you my name because it's an identifier. And digital financial services rest on its ability to guess that you are you through identifiers like your name. Artificial intelligence goes further by taking actions based on a presumed identity. And those actions have serious consequences. Today I'm going to explain why identity is important, why AI makes mistakes, because they are inevitable, and what we might do about it. Now consider a firm with an AI system that works 99% of the time. That's great, right? But actually, in a business of 10 million people, clients, that means it fails on 100,000 people. 100,000 people who cannot get credit in an emergency, 100,000 families who cannot get a home mortgage and build wealth, 100,000 entrepreneurs who cannot get a start in a small business. My examples focus on individuals, but let's not forget that owner-operators who are individuals with their own business face even greater financial risks. Much of the data technology today was originally designed for marketing purposes. So if I get a wrong coupon or a useless ad, it's cute, it's a momentary curiosity. In financial services, the stakes are higher. A digital mistake is detrimental, and it's ongoing. A few items from the news. Jennifer Norris of Boston routinely was in danger of losing her job because of an inability to resolve a dispute about her identity. A teacher in Maryland had to give up her livelihood because she was in a profession that required continuous recertification. As depicted on this slide, this New York novelist sees herself in all of her daily roles: an author, a parent, a friend. She probably does not see herself primarily as a New York driver. The next slide shows you how her computer sees her. She is just the information on this slide, primarily a name and a birth date. Yet someone else in New York has the exact same name and the exact same birth date. The Lisas have no recourse to resolve this confusion. No organization can fathom the likelihood of this coincidence. A data double is how the scholar Evelyn Rupert calls them, and that's somebody who has the identifiers, but it's not you. Now, I'm a computer scientist with a degree in business. I'm going to tell you that I think this stuff works, but I can also tell you that there's little financial incentive to fix these mistakes, because mistakes will happen. It's mathematically certain, in fact. You can just go to the final slide. Like, what are the chances that you're going to meet someone who has the same birthday? Actually, it's really high. It only takes 23 people in the same room, probably the members of this committee and your staff. There are 2 people who have the same birthday. If you go up to at least 75 people, I don't think we have that many here, it's 99.9% certain. Coincidences are not as rare as we perceive them to be. So what can be done? Artificial intelligence identifiers built for a global audience need to scale. That means you have to respect naming practices that come from different religious traditions or different cultural traditions, or even non-Latin characters. Finally, I'm going to argue that we need a way to get feedback back into ID identity systems. As a technologist, I want to know how I can improve and also incrementally make these systems better. It could also help lead towards procedures for handling errors and exceptions. One example is the MIDAS system in Michigan, which accused jobless people of fraud without recourse. And that's one example of the way that AI systems need a feedback mechanism. Now, I argue that the authority of human experience must balance the authority of data. Why? Because stats happen, and experience matters. Each of you has someone in your district office who does casework. Why is that? That's a recognition that institutions sometimes obscure the needs of individuals. What will be the resolution process for identity disputes in artificial intelligence?
Thank you. And Ms. Abend, you are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your testimony.
Chairman Foster, Ranking Member Hill, and members of the task force, my name is Valerie Abend, and I lead Accenture's security practice for our North America financial services clients. Thank you for the opportunity to join here today. I really commend this task force for holding a hearing to explore the importance of digital identity and its intersection with artificial intelligence. Innovation in digital identity and its and access management is incredibly important to cybersecurity, to enhancing privacy, and to ensuring trust in financial transactions. We live in a digitally connected world where customers' demand for efficient and accurate transactions continues to increase. From taking out a loan or paying my child's babysitter, most of these happen online. And key to these transactions is trust. Trust that the individual we are conducting business with online is whom they say they are. However, the information we use to validate our identities now is widely available through dark web forums and social media postings, making us more vulnerable to spear phishing campaigns. Simply put, identifying yourself online through passwords, usernames, and security questions is no longer working. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the slide on the screen that lists 5 global cyber threats to financial services as outlined in a recent report that we published. Credential and identity theft is first because it's at the root of almost every breach. Not only are cyber criminals really good at fooling people through spear phishing to gain access into enterprises, but once they are inside these networks, they compromise other access credentials, moving throughout the company, learning how they operate, and ultimately gaining access to privileged data and systems. I like to call this access inside of systems the mushy middle. One of the best-known examples is the 2016 cyber heist from the Bangladesh Central Bank, where attackers stole $81 million. That was more than 3 years ago, and hackers are building new capabilities to commit their attacks in ways we haven't even thought of yet. This is why we must use innovations, including AI, to thwart them at the speed that cyber attacks occur. Attacks leveraging credential theft, as we saw in Bangladesh, will remain possible until we fundamentally change the way enterprises manage employee and customer access and how they detect and respond at machine speed when they sense that something is amiss. Today, we can use AI to enable financial institutions to have more accurate picture of employee access across a complex enterprise. Through these tools, managers can make better decisions of who should have access to what systems and to what data in real time, thus managing this mushy middle. On the customer-facing side, leading organizations are leveraging biometrics, AI behavioral-based analytics, and multi-factor authentication to make real-time risk-based authentication decisions, to approve transactions and set limits around those transactions. In the blink of an eye, a financial institution can make complex risk management decisions about whether a person using their mobile apps are in fact their actual customer. This customer risk management approach is not just in use in the United States and other developed countries, but also in emerging economies, where these new tools are providing secure online identities. For example, we at Accenture are part of the ID 2020 Alliance, which was formed to develop a reliable digital identity for people in developing countries so they can confidently receive government services and validate their identities to employers, schools, and other service providers. These digital identity advances provide individuals with more security and control over their data, giving them the ability to decide who to share their personal information with, what to share, and for how long it can be shared. Congress's help would greatly benefit our nation's ability to improve digital identity as a cornerstone for better and more safe online transactions. First, Congress needs to pass a national privacy law, which will build consumer confidence and trust in the digital economy while enabling the private sector to gain wider adoption for more secure products and services. A good starting point for this is the framework released by the Business Roundtable last year under the leadership of our CEO, Julie Sweet. Second, Congress should help foster an environment for digital identity innovation through proofs of concept that enable the testing of new capabilities and their ability to scale. And third, I encourage you to ensure that any new laws designed to advance digital identity or cybersecurity be technology neutral and interoperable with other sectors. So in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, there is much work to be done to build digital identity ecosystem that thwarts cyber attacks, improves privacy, and ensures trust. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to discuss these issues, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Grant, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Foster, Ranking Member Hill, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here on behalf of the Better Identity Coalition, an organization that was launched last year focused on bringing together leading firms from different sectors to work with policymakers to improve the way that Americans establish, protect, and verify their identities when they're online. Our members include recognized leaders from financial services, health, technology, fintech, payments, and security. Our 22 members are united by a common recognition that the way we handle identity today in the U.S. is broken, and by a common desire to see both the public and private sectors each take steps to make identity systems work better. Let me say up front that I'm grateful to this task force for calling the hearing today. The way we handle identity in America impacts our security, our privacy, and our liberty. And from an economic standpoint, particularly as we move to high-value transactions in the digital world, identity can be the great enabler, providing a foundation for digital transactions and online experiences that are more secure, more enjoyable for the user, and ideally more respectful of their privacy. But when we don't get identity right, we enable a great set of attack points for criminals and other adversaries. A whopping 81% of cyber attacks are executed by taking advantage of weaker stolen passwords. 81% is an enormous number. It basically means that it is an anomaly today when a breach happens and identity did not provide the attack vector. And outside of passwords, we've seen adversaries seek to steal massive data sets of Americans, in large part so they can have an easier time compromising the questions that are used in identity verification tools like knowledge-based verification solutions, KBV. A key takeaway for this committee to understand today is that attackers have caught up with many of the first-generation tools that we've been using to protect, verify, and authenticate identity. Now, there's a lot of reasons for this, and there's certainly blame to allocate, but the most important question is, what do government and industry do about it now? Now, that's a key point, government and industry. If there's one message I think this task force should take away from the hearing today, it's that industry has said they cannot solve this alone. We're at a juncture where the government will need to step up and play a bigger role to help address critical vulnerabilities in our digital identity fabric. Last year, the Better Identity Coalition published a policy blueprint which outlined a set of key initiatives that the government should launch to improve identity that are both meaningful in impact and practical to implement. A few highlights. First, when talking about the future of the Social Security number, it's essential to understand the difference between the SSN's role as an identifier, essentially a number that's used to sort out which Jeremy Grant I am among the hundreds of us in the U.S., and its use as an authenticator, which is something that's used to prove I'm really me, this particular Jeremy. SSNs should no longer be used as authenticators. This means that as a country, we stop pretending the number's a secret, or that the knowledge of an SSN can actually be used to prove that someone's who they claim to be. But that doesn't mean we need to replace them as identifiers. Instead, let's start to build systems that treat them like the widely available numbers that they are today. I've yet to see any replacement proposal around SSNs that does not involve spending tens of billions of dollars, confusing hundreds of millions of people, and not really giving us much security benefit. Second, on the authentication topic, there's good news here. Multi-stakeholder efforts like the FIDO Alliance and the World Wide Web Consortium have developed standards for next-generation authentication that are now being embedded in most devices, operating systems, and browsers in a way that enhances security, privacy, and user experience. The passwordless era is near, and government can play a role in accelerating the pace of adoption. Third, government will need to take a more active role in working with industry to deliver next-generation remote ID proofing solutions. Now, this is not about a national ID, and we're not recommending that one be created. We already have a number of nationally recognized authoritative government ID systems, the driver's license, the passport, the SSN. Our challenge here is what I call the identity gap, that all of these systems are stuck in the paper world while commerce is increasingly moving online. So to fix this, America's paper-based system should be modernized around a privacy-protecting, consumer-centric model that allows a consumer to ask a government agency that issued a credential to stand beyond it in the online world by validating the information from that credential. So how would this work? Well, as the animation that is up on the screen from our policy blueprint demonstrates, it's about creating a new paradigm for digital identity that starts with the needs of the consumer. So here we'll start with someone named Stacy who's trying to open a bank account online. She provides some basic identity information, but since she's not there in person with a physical ID, the bank doesn't really know if it's her or, for that matter, whether she's a real person at all. So here Stacy will ask somebody who already knows her, the DMV, to help her prove that she is who she claims to be. She'll launch a mobile driver's license app on her smartphone. She'll unlock it with an on-device biometric match, say like Touch ID, which then unlocks a cryptographic key that's in the phone that can securely log her into the DMV to make this request. Now, because that app was securely issued to her phone at the time she got her driver's license, and because she unlocked it with her biometric on the device, there's now a chain of trust in place, which allows that DMV to know it was Stacy who was actually making the request. With that secure authentication and authorization, the DMV and bank can then set up a secure connection, and the DMV can validate her identity. Note this concept was embraced in the 2016 report from the Bipartisan Commission on Enhancing National Cybersecurity, as well as a recent White House OMB memo published in May. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Note that I've submitted lengthier testimony for the record, as well as a copy of our policy blueprint. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Walraven, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Foster, Ranking Member Hill, and members of the task force for the opportunity to appear before you and provide my testimony today to help inform discussions on the future of identity in the financial services sector, the threats, challenges, and opportunities. I'm the founder and president of Turnkey Risk Solutions, and prior to just starting that company, I spent 20 years in the financial services sector at a lot of large institutions. The last 10 years of my career, I was at JP Morgan Chase, where I was responsible for establishing the business practices specifically focused around proactive identification, mitigation, and remediation of various fraud threats that included credit bust-outs, synthetic identities, identity manipulation, and credit abuse. As we consider how to utilize artificial intelligence and machine learning to navigate big data to identify consumers, it's important that we clarify our target by gaining a more comprehensive understanding of what synthetic identities are. I've been asked to provide the committee a brief overview of the factors that contributed significantly to their emergence in order to better frame the threats and challenges that we're facing. For the purposes of my discussion, Chairman Foster, you covered that a synthetic identity in its basic form is a social security number, a name, a date of birth. But it's important to note that creating a synthetic identity is materially different than traditional identity theft. In cases of traditional identity theft, I'm impersonating a real person to open an account or take over an existing relationship. But in cases of synthetic identity, the criminal is using just a limited amount of elements of a true person's identity. For example, just their social security number, and then they pair that with a name, a different date of birth, and an address that they control, and create a completely separate and distinct persona. And that's intentional. They do not want to commingle with an existing person. Once that synthetic's been created, you can use it for just about anything you can use a conventional identity for. Obviously, products in the banking service, but you can create a social media account, insurance products, rent an apartment, obtain utilities, enroll in benefits programs. You can basically use it for any purpose that the creator intended and whatever they're controlling it for. To better understand the threat of synthetic identities, I think it's important to understand the landscape that's influencing them. Technology plays a huge role. The advances in technology have created speed and convenience, but at the same time, it's created anonymity for the fraudsters. We're also asking an infrastructure that was built a long time ago to do more and more of things that it wasn't intended without really being able to keep up with the technology and the threats that are in the landscape today. Consumer awareness. Consumers are a lot more educated on understanding the importance of their credit, understanding the different ways to be able to protect their identifiers, being able to stay away from, compromising their information. That information has been put out to help protect consumers, but it's also been used by organized criminals and different criminal actions to be able to understand how the infrastructure works and to be able to design their attacks specifically to exploit those types of avenues. Regulations and new controls have done a lot to protect identity theft victims and have done a lot to be able to make sure that they have ways to remediate when they have been victimized. We've seen those same protections, however, exploited, leveraged, and abused by criminals. We've done a lot to try to make sure that we can erase and eradicate anything that's been related to an identity thief, but when it comes down to actually having a synthetic identity, those same protections have been leveraged by them. Data breaches were originally focused on compromising credit and debit data, and once we put the chips in the cards, that information wasn't as useful as it had been in the past. So now they had started to move to PII, more static information, people's names, people's social security numbers, people's date of birth. All these factors played a major role in an emergence of use of synthetic identities. This fraud threat was specifically engineered to evade existing controls while exploiting vulnerabilities in the financial service system and beyond, impacting other verticals. Many of the groups committing this type of fraud are highly organized, extremely sophisticated, and tend to be transnational in nature. These adversaries are focused, committed, well-funded, and have access to the same technological advances as we do. As an industry, we must be proactive in our actions, unified in our defenses, and more effective in our application of evolving technologies, including artificial intelligence. As we seek to deliver unprecedented speed and convenience to increasingly mobile and technology-dependent consumers and businesses, we must remain vigilant in understanding the threats to our interests and to our infrastructure. Synthetic identity fraud in the United States and around the world is widespread and inconceivably pervasive. It is being amplified by increased digitalization of products and processes, and when you couple that with the proliferation of available data, synthetic identity fraud readily operates across all delivery channels, providing the perpetrators with potentially unfettered access to our nation's financial system and federal programs, making it essential that we act in a unified and collaborative manner to protect the integrity of our infrastructure. In order to do so, we must recognize the complexity of these next-generation frauds and be fully informed in the severity and their scope. Advances in technology alone cannot identify and resolve these issues. Mitigation efforts from industry and government must be fluid and nimble to ensure we have the ability to effectively address these issues with urgency they deserve. Our control framework needs to be updated to specifically address synthetic identity fraud. It needs to be universally defined in order for institutions to be able to detect, report, and remediate it. Thank you very much. I appreciate your opportunity and look forward to any questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Boyson, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Hello. Chairman Foster, Ranking Member Hill, and all the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the future of digital identity with you today. I'm Andre Boyson. I'm the Chief Identity Officer at SecureKey Technologies, and I look forward to sharing our experiences in building a nationwide privacy-based digital identity network for Canadian consumers that works across the economy. SecureKey is a Canadian company that is a world leader in providing technology solutions that enable citizens to easily access high-value digital services. We focus on the intersection of the citizen, the public and private sectors, privacy and consent. Digital identity is not just about citizen expectations. Companies, governments, and other organizations have strong incentives to move transactions online to realize cost savings, enhance customer experiences, and increase business integrity. An organization's ability to do this hinges on a single question. Can I trust the person or the digital identity at the other end of this transaction? As Jeremy's already said, identity is broken, and it is equally problematic for citizens and for business. To recognize clients and provide trusted access to services online, organizations typically deploy a mix of analog and digital measures to confirm identity and mitigate risk. As we have seen, however, these solutions tend to be complex and are not fully effective. On the other side, citizens are asked to navigate a continuously changing kaleidoscope of identification methods to satisfy the onboarding needs of the organizations they seek services from, all while we all read newspaper stories every single day about data breaches and online impersonators. There is reason to be concerned. Fraudsters are collecting information to know as much, sometimes more, than the citizens that they are impersonating. Standard physical cards for a paper-based world are easily counterfeited and often impossible to check the document validity with the issuing sources. Even biometric methods, which have been presented as a digital solution to digital fraud, are increasingly being targeted by hackers. Unlike passwords, you can't change your biometrics. You can easily be tricked out of a selfie. Our collection of siloed systems are too hard for consumers to use. It's not easy, it's not solving the problem, and it's too expensive to be sustained. It's every web service for itself. Consider the CEOs of Twitter and Facebook, Jack Dorsey and Mark Zuckerberg. These two digital leaders know how the system works, understand digital identity best practices, and have all the resources in the world at their fingertips. Yet even they have problems controlling and managing fraudulent access to their digital identities. Mr. Zuckerberg's problem was self-inflicted, while Mr. Dorsey was failed by the telco he relied on when he became the victim of SIM swap fraud. If they can't manage and be protected in the current digital landscape, how are the rest of us supposed to manage? Urging greater online security vigilance has passed the point of diminishing returns. It needs to be said that there is no organization on the planet that can solve digital identity on its own. It takes a village to make digital identity work, each player playing to their strengths and combining to create trust greater than the sum of the parts. The Canadian model is a public-private partnership between financial institutions, telcos, governments, and other trusted partners. It's a give-to-get model. For example, governments are the foundational issuers of identity documents in the form of birth registries and immigration documents. Governments also link their records with a photo to a living person by issuing a driver's license or a passport. But governments aren't as adept as the commercial sector at knowing if the person actually is at the end of a given digital transaction. The IRS has a file on everyone in this room, but they'd be hard-pressed to point any of us out in a crowd. That's why they use KBA. This brings us to financial institutions who complete billions of authentications per year. Compared to other organizations, citizens only rarely interact with government during their daily lives. They may renew their driver's license or passport every 5 years, but they will log into their bank account several times per week. This increases the integrity in their transactions for banks. And our mobile devices are always within reach. The carriers have some security features that are important and that are tied to subscriber accounts. Verified Me is a service that is offered by Security Technologies that is built on open standards. Verified Me was developed in cooperation with 7 major financial institutions in Canada. It's a first-of-its-kind service that takes a village approach to solve the digital identity problems we've been talking about today with greater simplicity, higher integrity, greater cost efficiency, and better privacy. With the information and resources already available, we've helped to solve the digital identity problem in Canada and developed a model we think will work around the world. Some of our thought leadership and collaboration partners include the Global Privacy and Security by Design developed by Ann Cavoukian, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Science and Technology Directorate under Neil John, and the Digital Identity and Authentication Council of Canada. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comments with you today.
Thank you. And I will now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Mr. Grant, one of the things that impressed me in your testimony is the bipartisan nature of the support for this. You were very involved in the Obama administration's initiative on secure online digital ID, and it appears as though OMB and the current administration is actually strengthening those initiatives. Could you just sort of briefly outline what the recent history of government involvement is in strengthening citizens' ability to authenticate themselves online?
Sure. So as you mentioned, I spent several years in government leading an Obama administration initiative, the National Strategy for Trusted Identities in Cyberspace. Although I was a civil servant when I was there and stationed up at NIST up the road where I served as their senior advisor for identity management and ran the program. This has never been a partisan issue, as you point out, and it's great to see that tradition continuing today in this task force hearing. Much of what the NSTIC program, as it was known, was focused on was how to basically catalyze a marketplace. The idea was that the government's role, the way things are in the U.S., should be limited.
Defiance, they raised a large 30 by 40-foot flag in its place. The message was clear to all to see. Fort McHenry was still standing. The values that its defenders fought to protect were still standing. And not just standing, they were victorious. Francis Scott Key witnessed this special moment, inspiring him to capture its significance in a poem whose lyrics later became the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave? Today, some people find our flag and our national anthem offensive. But we Americans know our history. We stand for our national anthem. We proudly salute our flag. And most importantly, we uphold and cherish the values they represent. This president, this conference, this country will always fight to protect freedom, not only in our time, but also for future generations. We must take our task as seriously as the defenders of Fort McHenry took theirs. Now, I know we're up to the task because we have a very special president who is up to the task, who is meeting the challenge each and every day. Now, please join me in welcoming the President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. That's some group. Some group. Thank you. Winning is a good thing, isn't it? Winning. It's a good thing. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's fantastic. A lot of power in this room. Wow. A lot of power. Thank you, Kevin, for your friendship and for your devotion to our nation. I'm delighted to be here with so many terrific Republican members of Congress. You really are terrific people. I especially want to thank our amazing leadership team, Republican whip and one of the bravest men I know, Steve Scalise. Steve, thank you very much. Conference Chair Liz Cheney. Thank you, Liz. NRCC Chair Tom Emmer. Tom. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. And Chief Deputy Whip Drew Ferguson. Great job. Thank you, Drew. Great job. I also want to proudly welcome our newest Republican congressman, two people that fought a big fight for the last number of months, and they're winners. They reacted so incredibly under pressure. The whole world was watching. A lot of people were hoping for the opposite outcome, but many more people were hoping for the outcome that we had. A man who wasn't expected necessarily to win, and then he got in gear, and he was brutal and brilliant, and he did a great job. Now soon to be, and now Congressman Dan Bishop for many years. Thank you, Dan. Dan, thank you. What a great job. What a great job, Dan. And another man who fought so hard, and he was supposed to win by a little tiny bit, couple of points, and he won by a lot of points. That was a big victory, and I want to just congratulate you. Greg Murphy is going to be with you folks for a long time. These two people are special people. North Carolina, thank you, North Carolina. There were some crowds that turned out. They turned out, and they turned out like people never expected, and they were, that was just a great evening of television. I wouldn't say the fake news was too happy with the outcome, but that's okay. That's okay. We did it, and we worked together as a team. And it was very inspirational for a lot of people to watch. Everyone here tonight has a critical role to play at the vital crossroads of our nation. Democrats in Congress have embraced an extreme, destructive, and dangerous agenda, radical socialism and open borders. Democrats are determined to replicate the most catastrophic failures of world history right here in the United States. They've never learned. They haven't watched. Each of you in the House Republican Conference is on the front lines defending American freedom, American security, American prosperity, and the American way of life. You're the ones, you're doing the defense. Hundreds of millions of our fellow citizens are counting on us And so help us God, we will never, ever let them down. Together, we're going to fight historic battles, and we have historic battles ahead of us. Going to make our country even greater. And we're going to win overwhelming victories for the American people. The spirit that we have in the Republican Party, I don't believe has ever been this high. Over the past 2.5 years, we've already delivered unprecedented progress for citizens of every background and every walk of life. Now we must go directly to the American people to share the story of what we have achieved and to explain our bold vision for the future. Working with Republicans in Congress, we slashed 30,000 pages of regulations from the Federal Register. And that is an all-time record, and we did that in a lot less years. That's an all-time record no matter how long a president served. We saved an average American household $3,000. Earlier today, my administration formally repealed the horrible, dangerous, anti-everything waters of the United States rule. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Louis. Thank you. I always say the only thing that had going for it that was good was the title. That was, I said, I'm the only one that would sign this. But it was a good thing we did, right, Louis? It was a good thing we did. Government will no longer try to micromanage every rain puddle and every drainage ditch on private land. They took your land away from you. Together, we enacted the VA Accountability Act so that anyone who mistreats or abuses our great veterans can be promptly fired. There was a time you couldn't fire anyone, no matter how they treated our veterans, whether they stole or they were sadists, and we had some of them too. You couldn't fire them, and now we can do it very, very quickly and easily. They don't treat our veterans well. We get them out. Since then, we've removed more than 7,600 employees who failed to give our vets the care that they so richly deserve. We're also very proud to tell you that the Veterans' Choice, which is something special, so special, they've been trying to get it for decades and decades, choice, so that more veterans have the right to see a private doctor if they have to wait online instead of waiting for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 5 weeks or numbers that you wouldn't even believe. Think of it. You're sick, you're not feeling well, and they tell you come back in 4 weeks. Now you go outside, you go to a local doctor that of your choice. By the way, unlike somebody else where they said you can have your doctor and you can have your plan 28 times. That didn't work out too well. You go out, you see a doctor of your choice, we pay the bill, and it's been an incredible thing. I'll tell you, what's happening at the VA has been really something special. If you look and you just see it. All you used to see and read about is how bad the VA was run, how horrible it was, and you don't hear those stories anymore. Now, you know, what will go is these people will run out and they'll start trying to find somebody who is unhappy. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. Who's unhappy? Please call us immediately. And that's the problem. But I will tell you, people are really happy. What we've done there is incredible. We achieved record funding to restore the awesome might of the American military, $700 billion last year, $716 billion this year. And now just approved, thank you very much, $738 billion next year. More money by far than ever before. And remember, that's all money. It's built in the USA. We build it right here. America, I will tell you, is respected again. Our nation is stronger today than ever before. We have the greatest equipment. We have people with spirit like they haven't had. But we now have the greatest equipment. When I came in 2.5 years ago, our equipment was old and tired. Our ammunition was low. Our planes didn't fly well. Many of them didn't fly at all. Now we have beautiful new planes and jets and fighter jets and bombers, and we have everything. And hopefully we don't have to use them too much, and maybe we don't have to use them at all. But we have the greatest military we've ever had. And together, so importantly, we ended the last administration's heartless war on American energy. For all of the folks in Texas, we got a lot of you tonight. You're very happy, and plenty of other places, but you're very happy. The United States is now the #1 energy producer anywhere in the world by far. For the first time in more than 60 years, this just happened, we are now a net exporter of American natural gas. And we're ending decades of foreign energy reliance to unleash the blessings of American energy independence. We are really, if you look at what's going on in certain countries in the Middle East, and you look at the straits, and you see the ships, and they're being taken, and they're being, not too often, by the way, because frankly, Iran is a much different country than it was 2.5 years ago. But they were saying, we don't see any American ships. There are no American. Number one, they wouldn't take them. They better not take them. And number two, we don't have too many there. We used to be flooded. We used to get everything there. And now it's a whole different story. We're very energy independent. We've invested billions of dollars to combat the opioid crisis and those struggling with addiction to find access to treatment, education, and employment, a tremendous problem. We've had tremendous success with opioid. Not that it goes away, but we're looking very strongly for something that can really take away the pain, just take away the pain without being addictive. And we're getting very close, but this is a brutal, people go into the hospital for a week and they come out drug addicts. They come out addicted. It's a terrible thing, but we're working very hard and we're getting very close, finding a painkiller that's not addictive. For the first time in 3 decades, drug overdose deaths have declined. Think of that, over 30 years. First time. Thanks to the entire Republican team in Congress, we passed the biggest tax cut and reform in American history. And we're now working on a middle tax, we're working on a tax cut for the middle-income people that is going to be very, very inspirational. It's going to be something that I think it's what everyone's really looking for, and we'll be announcing it sometime in the next year. But it'll be a very, very substantial tax cut for middle-income folks who work so hard, and we'll look forward to that. We're going to work on it all together. And you see what the other tax cuts done. And frankly, I'm not sure, but I would say that the regulation cuts, those massive cuts in regulation, we still have plenty of regulation, but those massive cuts probably equal the tax cuts in terms of jobs and in terms of businesses. So the combination of everything really worked because we probably have, right now, the strongest economy in the history of our nation. And where the media is trying to begging, oh, they want a recession so badly. Oh, the word. And every time they go after us, you notice the market goes up. It's the craziest thing. You're going to have to explain this one to me. But we're doing great. We're very close to having another stock market record. Went up again today. And we had, I think it's over 100 records. In other words, days where the stock market hit in the history of our country all-time highs. I think it's over 100. I'll get you the exact number, but it is really something. And we are very close. And after, about 3 weeks ago, if you listened, it was like doom and gloom. I don't think they believed it, but that's okay. And I will tell you, we're doing very well with China. China would like to do something. We're taking in billions and billions of tariffs, and they're eating the cost. This is not being borne very much by us. They're eating the costs. but we're taking in billions and billions, money flowing in. We've never taken in 10 cents from China. And they want to do something because their supply lines, their supply chains are being broken like toys. And people are leaving, and millions of jobs in China are being lost. And we don't want that, but we want a fair deal. We lowered our business tax from one of the highest in the world to one of the most competitive. Since that law was passed, nearly $1 trillion have returned to our shores. $1 trillion. It was part of what we did. We doubled the child tax credit. Thank you to a number of people for that, but especially Ivanka Trump. That was so important to her to make sure that she understood Jared is here, but she understood exactly what that meant. She worked so hard on that. We created opportunity zones to revitalize distressed communities. Tim Scott was fantastic, and so many other senators, they worked with us so hard on that, but Tim Scott in particular really worked hard, South Carolina, and we thank Tim. But they are doing numbers that nobody believed possible, the opportunity zone. So much money is going into areas where it would never see money and hasn't seen it in a long time. We eliminated Obamacare's cruel and unpopular individual mandate. Since our election in 2016, we've created more than 6 million new jobs, including over 1 million manufacturing, energy, and construction jobs. Remember when President Obama said, no, forget the manufacturing, not going to happen. Well, we have almost 600,000 just in terms of manufacturing jobs, and nobody thought that was possible. And frankly, as soon as we get the trade stuff perfect, just the way we want it, we'll only sign it when it's good, really good. Wait till you see what happens with this economy. We are ready to really rock it even more. We've done very well. You go from election night, the day after, take November 9th, and you look at the numbers on stock markets, over 50%. 401ks are through the roof. People come up to me all the time, thank you, sir, my 401k is up 72%. It's up whatever it may be, numbers that they've never had before. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And this is when we're fighting people on trade, when we have this great military, and we defend countries that are immensely wealthy, and they don't help us out. They don't pay us for almost anything. And we're talking to those countries. They're our friends, they're our allies. Sometimes our allies treat us worse than anybody else, but we can't let that happen, and they don't want to let that happen. Just takes a little getting used to, because nobody's ever asked them, look, we're defending your country, you're rich as can be, you got to help us out, you got to pay a little bit. And they go, no. I say, no, King, you got to pay. No, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, you got to pay. And the answer is, but nobody has ever asked us to do that before. I said, that's why I'm different. That's why I'm different. I'm asking you to do it. I always say, tell me, why are we defending you free? Or why are we defending you for a tiny fraction of what it costs? And then you take advantage of the United States for many years on trade. So we get killed with trade, we get killed with defending your nation. Tell me, Mr. President, tell me, Mr. Prime Minister, tell me, King or Queen, why are we protecting your country? And you take advantage of us on trade. And they go, but nobody has ever asked me that question before. I said, tell me why. They can't think of an answer. The only thing they say all the time, because it has always been that way. I said, well, it's not going to be that way any longer. You got to pay. It's true. Not going to be that way any longer. Last month alone, nearly 600,000 people joined our workforce. For the first time ever, most new hires are minorities and women. Nobody knows that because the media doesn't get that across. More than 7 million Americans have been lifted off of food stamps. And we now have 13 straight months of wage gains of at least 3%. Think of that. Remember during the campaign, I used to say, that people would go back 21 years. That was when I was running, 21 years. And they made more money 21 years ago than they were making 2.5 years ago. They were making more money. And I said, isn't that terrible? And they had 2 jobs and even 3 jobs, and they made more money 21 years before. Not anymore. African American and Hispanic American unemployment have reached the lowest rates ever recorded in the history of our country. I wonder if that will be mentioned tonight during the debate. I don't know. I have a feeling. What do you think, Steve? I don't think so. Kevin, you think they'll be talking about that? I don't think so. That's a good debate point. As they hit me left and right, I'll say African-American unemployment is the lowest it's ever been. And just leave the stage. Say thank you very much. Good luck. But another good one is that African-American and Hispanic American poverty rates have also reached the all-time, in our history, record lows. I mean, how do you lose this debate? How do you lose the debate? That's a tough one to beat also. Our pledge to the American worker has already secured commitments for 13 million employment and training opportunities for American citizens. We have these great companies, greatest companies in the world, and they're training people. Government can't really train them. We're training people through these incredible programs where we're going to these unbelievable, Walmart as an example, and so many others. We're going to the companies and they're taking people and training them. We could never train them for that. Nobody can train them for that, only the company itself. 13 million people, and it's something beautiful to see. We gathered tonight to celebrate these extraordinary gains. We've done things that I don't think any administration has even come close in the first 2.5 years. We have done things that very, very few have even thought about doing. But we also meet to prepare for the coming fight, because the traditions and beliefs that have made the American dream possible are under attack like never before. You've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. House Democrats are pursuing the most radical far-left program ever put forward in that historic chamber. It's the Democrats and it's the media. We're fighting 2 battles. The Democrats and the media. It's as if they're one, because they are one. They're working together, they're colluding, and they're obstructing. With the grim specter of socialism descending on the Democrat Party, it's up to all of us to ensure the survival of American liberty. We have a big task. We have a very big task. Don't forget, people say, oh, you're going to beat this one or that one, and they're so far left. It's very hard to beat a socialist when you have a very wealthy country. We have a very wealthy country. And when they say, we're going to give away your health care, we're going to do free education, we're going to cut student loan debt down to nothing, $1.6 trillion out the window, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Everything's given away. And then they say, oh, we don't have to raise your taxes too much. If you paid 5 times what people are paying right now, you wouldn't come close. And, you know, we're working very hard on a place called Venezuela. 15 years ago, it was one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and today they don't have food. They don't have water. They don't have anything. They don't have anything. We're sending things to help them. We have to on a humanitarian basis. And we're working with Colombia and other nations to help the people that have been able to essentially escape. But that was socialism. And look what happened to them in a short period of time. On issue after issue, Americans must choose between 2 fundamentally different visions that will define our nation for many generations to come. More than 130 Democrats in Congress have signed up for the Bernie Sanders total government takeover of health care. Crazy Bernie, he is a crazy guy. Which would dramatically raise middle-class taxes, eliminate private health insurance for 180 million Americans, and destroy Medicare forever. Republicans will always protect Medicare for our great seniors who earned it and they paid for it. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. 228 House Democrats voted to put America back into the disastrous Paris Climate Accord. How's that working out for Paris? How's that one working out for France? The Yellow Vests. They didn't like all that money being sent to people that they never heard of the country from which they came. And hasn't been working out well, but that would have been a disaster for us. It would have cost us a tremendous fortune. They were going to take away our wealth. They were going to say we can't do certain businesses. We can't take the oil and gas. We can't do anything. This would have been one of the great travesties. And, you know, incredibly, that and the Clean Waters Act, which didn't give you clean waters. By the way, today we have the cleanest air, we have the cleanest water that we've ever had in the history of our country right now. And just for the press, because they'll get me on that one, I'm thinking, let's say the history of our country over the last 25 years. You know, I would say that the first few years they probably had cleaner air and cleaner water because there was nobody here. So I have to be very accurate. But they'll put it on anyway. They won't put, right, Louis? They won't put the second part on. They won't put the explanation on. But we do. We have clean air. We have clean water. The Paris Accord would do nothing to improve our environment. It would only punish our country while foreign polluters operate with impunity. Isn't it incredible? You look at China, you look at India, you look at Russia, you look at so many other places. There's smokestacks are pouring out, everything's pouring out. And I want to be clean, and we're going to be clean. But isn't it sort of naive? And then they talk about plastic straws. I said, what about the plate? What about the wrapper that's made out of a much tougher plastic? What about all the other plastic? Well, we haven't gotten to that, just straws. That's the only thing we're worried about. Someday you'll explain that to me, Louis. I'm sure you're a big environmentalist. Can you explain the straw? No, I don't think so. Nobody else can either. By the way, you know who else can't? They can't. They can't explain it. We did a couple of things. We're working on cars because for a virtually just insignificant amount of energy, we're going to be able to produce cars that are substantially, by $3,500 or so, cheaper, less expensive, that are much, much safer. Because they're heavier, they're stronger. They're not made out of paper mache. They're heavier, stronger, and they'll cost a lot less money. And you saw that. The light bulb. People said, what's with the light bulb? I said, here's the story. And I looked at it. The bulb that we're being forced to use, number one, to me, most importantly, the light's no good. I always look orange. And so do you. The light is the worst. But number two, it's many times more expensive than that old incandescent bulb that worked very well. And very importantly, I don't know if you know this, they have warnings. If it breaks, it's considered a hazardous waste site. It's gases inside. And read what they say. If it breaks, bring it to your local whatever, have it wrapped, have it this. What are we doing? What are we doing? And I said to one of the top people today, well, they break a lot, don't they? Yes, sir. What do? They just throw them away. They don't care. But they call it hazardous waste. But it's many times more expensive. And the light is not as good. I mean, frankly, the light is not as good. So we're going to sell that, but we're also going to sell incandescent bulbs, and people are so happy about it. It's really been pretty amazing. People don't tell you why. All they do is say, oh, he's getting rid of an energy-efficient bulb. Well, they don't tell you about the dangers of the bulb, and they don't tell you about the cost of that bulb. Over 100 Democrats have signed up to support the $100 trillion Green New Deal. That's a beauty. No more cows, no more planes. I guess no more people, right? Because Kevin is just like a cow, he's just smaller. I had to pick somebody for that one, Kevin, and I just looked at that beautiful political face of yours, you know. There's a little truth to that. But this Green New Deal is crazy. Now they're talking about it tonight. I see hardened Democrat politicians that have, been smart. And I say, it's incredible. They're standing behind AOC. I call her Cortez because you don't have enough time to go through the whole name. I just call Cortez. They don't like that when you call her Cortez, but her name is Cortez, too long. Or I call her AOC. Then I call the others AOC plus 3. They don't like that. AOC plus 3. That's the definition. But I see her and I see what she's talking. She's going through this deal. It's so insane. But I don't want to talk about it. It's too early. I hit Pocahontas way too early. I thought she was gone. She's emerged from the ashes. And now it looks like she could beat Sleepy Joe. He's fallen asleep. He has no idea what the hell he's doing or saying. And President Xi of China, he is tough. Oh, boy, he's a furious kind of a guy. Great guy, but furious. He's dying to see. He wants Sleepy Joe. Can you imagine those two guys in a room? Here's Xi, and here's Sleepy Joe. What? Where am I? Where am I? Just sign here, Sleepy Joe. Just sign here. Like you guys have been doing for the last 25 years. Let us keep taking $500 billion out of your account. Let's keep rebuilding China with America's money. That's stopping. A lot of things are stopping that are bad and foolish, crazy. But we won't let Democrats obliterate domestic industry and cripple working-class families with sky-high energy prices. Democrats are proposing to pack the courts with lawless activist judges. We have one. We have many. Look at some of these rulings. But lately, we're doing well. Lately, we're doing well. And today, I signed the 150th judge, federal judge. Think of it, 150, including Court of Appeals and 2 great Supreme Court justices. Think of that. And yesterday, coincidentally, we just won the asylum case, the big one, the big one. And we won it in a vote of 7-2. So that wasn't a very close one, Kevin. 7-2. And to me, so importantly, because we want to build that wall, we're going to build that wall, and we are building that wall because 3 months ago, we won the case on the wall. So that wall is being built, and it's being built rapidly. And we hope to have as much as 500 miles of wall built by the end of next year. 500 miles. That's a lot. That's about what we want. And that's being built despite the most obstructive group of people I've ever seen. And let me tell you, if they want to run their campaign on open borders, and if they want to run their campaign on some of the things they're saying, Green New Deal, and all it entails, I just say, let them go. Don't criticize it too much, please. Because one thing I've learned about politics, you can say something one day that's just absolutely insane, like they're saying, and then about 2 weeks later, say the exact opposite, and nobody will ever even call you on it. It's the craziest business. You're in the craziest business I've ever seen. It's crazy. You can do whatever you want, and then 2 weeks later, they'll say something different. So I want to bring them way down the pike before we start criticizing the Green New Deal. So I just want to say, because we get a lot of television watching tonight, even though I guess they should be watching the debate, but they're probably watching us. But we have a lot. See those cameras back there? We kept the reporters out, but we have those cameras. See those red bulbs? That means we're on live. But I will tell you this, the Green New Deal, we just want that thing to go as long as it can. Because anybody that can win office promoting the Green New Deal, they deserve to win. They got to be really good. They got to have the greatest line of crap anybody's ever had in the history of politics. Their delivery has to be perfect. Sometimes, unfortunately, delivery is more important than what you say, and theirs has to be. And I've always said about the Democrats, they're lousy politicians, but they have one thing that's incredible. They stick together. And you people have to stick together. And you do. I know you. We have more spirit with our congressmen and women than we've ever had that I see. And you're in a small, you're just a little short of taking the majority. And you're going to take it. You're going to take the majority. And Dan Bishop and Greg Murphy, they'll tell you because they saw what happened. We went into those communities and they went out to vote like nobody's ever seen before. And I'm going to stop at every community that I can. We're going to make a list of 50 or so, and we'll stop there. I got a lot of energy. That's good. If you don't have the energy, you could forget that one. Hillary should make 2 stops and she'd say, I got to rest for a couple of weeks. Let me rest for a couple of weeks. No, she didn't like stairs. She didn't like airplanes. She didn't like a lot. She said, I don't have to go to Wisconsin to campaign. Her husband, Bill, who's a pro, said, you know, I saw what they're doing in Wisconsin. I don't like it. There's a lot of those Trump and Trump Pence signs out there. There's a lot of them. I don't like it. Don't worry about it, darling. Wisconsin's going to be just fine. The winner of Wisconsin is Donald Trump. There's a lot of signs, he said. In Michigan, there's a lot of signs on the lawns. I was there. There's signs all over the place. You got to go back to Michigan more often. No, you don't understand. Michigan hasn't been won for decades by a Republican. My people tell me we're great. I don't know who her people were. Now that's called, if they ever threatened me with that I colluded with her people, that I could understand. That I could have. Because they told her, don't go back to Michigan, darling, you're okay, don't go back. Donald Trump has won the great state of Michigan. Donald Trump has won great state of Pennsylvania, great state of North Carolina, the great state of Florida, the great state of South Carolina. Remember they said we were going to lose Texas. They didn't say that. You know, look, they're crooked as hell. But they did say, remember? They said Texas is in play. So being somewhat new to the game, like having done it for about 3 months, I said, let me ask you a question. What does it mean when they say it's in play? Sir, that means it's too close to call. Well, I'm like 6 or 7 months out there saying Texas is in play. So I said, I don't think so. I went to make a speech. We had a line that was miles long. I don't think so. And everybody else was telling me. A great guy got on in Texas, and he's wearing this big cowboy hat, this beautiful hat. I wish we could wear them. Nobody would ever look at my hair and criticize me. I'd wear that hat. I'd never take it off. You ever notice in Texas, they sit down and have breakfast here. They wear the hat. I like that. I would do that. I don't have to worry about hairspray. I don't have to worry about my hair blowing, beautifully blowing in the wind. And this guy's on television, big, strong Texas guy. And they asked him about the race being so close. This is like 5 months before the election. He said, I don't know where you come from, but I come from Texas. And I'll tell you a couple of things, but one of the things I'll tell you for real, this race ain't close at all. Trump's going to win by a lot. So we get to the evening, and they're saying Texas is in play. It's too close. The polls close at 8 o'clock. Now, unless you have a huge commanding lead, you know, it takes an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours before they predict, right? Before they say who won. And the polls close. The polls have closed in Texas. Donald Trump has won the state of Texas. And for like 6 months, and then today I heard it again. I think it was Boot Edge. Boot Edge. They said, think of it as Boot and then Edge, because nobody can pronounce this guy's name. Nobody. Boot Edge. They say Boot Edge and Trump. What I've done for energy, if anybody beat me in Texas, I don't think anybody can beat me. I don't think Rockefeller can beat me in Texas. The real Rockefeller, the first Rockefeller, I think he'd have a hard time beating me in Texas. But anyway, they said, Boot Edge. Do you believe this guy? He's doing a rotten job running his own city. Lousy job. But they say, Boot Edge is 2 points up in the state of Texas against President Trump. I said, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I don't worry about that too much. What do you think, Louis? Who's winning Texas? You think Buttigieg is winning Texas? I've had him up to here. Democrats care more about illegal aliens than their own constituents. Republicans know our duty is to represent American citizens. Democrats voted against Kate's Law. How about what's Kate's Law? How about this? And now they even threw out the charge about gun possession, which was like the smallest. He got away with murder, got away. Can you imagine? But it's not over yet. It's not over yet. What a horrible thing took place in San Francisco with that incredible, beautiful young woman holding her father's hand and saying, "Daddy, Daddy, what happened?" Can you imagine the shock of it? That's just incredible. And this lowlife gets out. And people all over the world see that, and they say, what the hell is wrong with the United States of America when they see that? Last year, more than 80% of House Democrats refused to support our heroes, ICE. And nearly every House Democrat voted in favor of sanctuary cities allowing illegal aliens with severe criminal records to terrorize innocent communities. And these two guys were tremendously successful in North Carolina because all we kept doing is saying, the governor and all of these Democrats, right, Dan? All of the Democrats want sanctuary cities. And they let somebody out fairly recently, and that somebody wreaked havoc. I won't even tell you it was so horrible, but wreaked havoc in a community. Instead of taking them, giving them to ICE, we would have done what you had to do. But I'll tell you, the folks at ICE and Border Patrol and law enforcement, they're not treated properly, and we respect them. Most Americans really respect them. Yeah. You know, we have MS-13 coming in. These are the toughest people you've ever seen, but they're not as tough as ICE. And ICE runs into their nests. You know, they call them nests. These are people that don't even like guns because they're not painful enough. They take young women, they slice them up with a knife. They slice them up, beautiful, young, in a case, 2 16-year-old young girls walking home from school. They took them and they sliced them up because it was more painful. They killed them. Animals. And then if you use the term animal, I mean, look, you know, Nancy Pelosi attacked me because I called them animals. Remember that? She said, they're not animals, they're human beings. Well, I don't think so. But ICE will go into a nest. They call it a nest. We have a lot of them congregating, up to no good. And ICE will run into that nest like it's like they're having breakfast with their family on Monday morning. They're tough. And they're patriots, and they love our country. And we're throwing out MS-13 by the thousands. We're throwing them, we're getting them the hell out of our country. And even tough sheriffs say, you know, sir, better that they do it. And I agree with them. Better that they do it. And the sheriffs are great, but they say better that they do it. And then you have the Democrats, they want to keep them around, and they want to actually take care of them and protect them. And I don't know, if you tell me that's good politics, and I don't even care about the politics, but it's so bad for our country. But if you tell me you can win with that, with open borders, with no ICE, you don't have ICE, this country would be overridden. We take out thousands of people, bad people, really bad people. Public servants make a sacred pledge to defend the nation and its people. Politicians who support sanctuary cities have forsaken this solemn vow, instead of making a shameful pact to shield and harbor criminal fugitives at any cost. They will do it at any cost. But I'll tell you, people in California, and I see it more and more, they don't want sanctuary cities. It's the politicians that want them. A lot of the people are revolting in different communities. They don't want sanctuary cities. They want to be safe. They can't be safe with sanctuary cities. They're protecting, in many cases, criminals. In July, Montgomery County, Maryland, declared itself a sanctuary city for criminal aliens, forcing local jails to release these dangerous inmates instead of safely handing them over to ICE. Just hand them over to ICE. ICE will take care of the rest. Less than 2 months later, 8 illegal aliens have already been arrested for rape or sexual assault of a minor. Last month, local officials in Montgomery County released an accused criminal alien rapist back onto the streets, defying ICE's very powerful request to turn him over to them. In March, local officials in Durham County, North Carolina, ignored ICE and released an illegal alien arrested on felony robbery charges. A short time later, that same illegal alien was charged with murder of a 19-year-old woman in Georgia. This is happening, by the way, over, these are stories, I could give you these stories all day long. I love the angel moms. I just love those women. I got women and families, but I got to know a lot of them, what they've suffered and how they've suffered. And they're scorned by the radical left. They're scorned. Who could scorn a person who lost their daughter, put in an ash can and burned, stuffed into an ash can and burned? And they find the person, and it's like, who could endure what they've been through? And it happens a lot. A few stories, it happens a lot. Far worse than what I'm telling you tonight. Far, far worse. Democrats believe our cities should be sanctuaries for violent criminal aliens. Republicans believe our cities should be sanctuaries for law-abiding Americans. The Democrats also believe any illegal alien who merely sets foot on U.S. soil should be automatically released into the interior of the United States and then given free health care for life. These craven policies impoverish U.S. communities while enriching human smugglers, traffickers, and vicious criminal cartels. 208 House Democrats, nearly 90% of the Democrat caucus, also voted against notifying ICE whenever an illegal alien tries to buy a gun. Meanwhile, Democrats want to confiscate guns from law-abiding Americans, so they're totally defenseless when somebody walks into their house with a gun. It's like, whatever you want, whatever you want. I'm defenseless, whatever you want. How crazy is this? Republicans will forever uphold the fundamental right to keep and bear arms. Thank you. The agenda of the Democrat Party is the demolition of the American middle class, because that's what happens. Our Republican agenda is to make our neighborhoods safer, our families stronger, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. And we're on our way to doing it. But we have to win this next election. You know, I said the other day, and I don't know if anyone said it before, but it sounds like it should have been said many times before, but it's like a plant. You grow the plant, you put the plant in, but it hasn't really grabbed on yet. And it won't grab on, it needs a little time. We need a little time. We've done tremendous changes in our country, tremendous changes, and we're going to do other changes, a lot of really great other changes. But we need that additional time to let it grab on, because they will destroy so much of what we've done. And we can't let that happen. You won't have energy, you won't have business, you won't have jobs, you won't have income. It'll be a disaster. So you have to fight like hell. I tell the story of a man who hates me, one of the most successful business people. Always hated me, and I've always hated him. I can't stand that guy. And I meet him recently, and I see him, and he's working with my people on helping us out with with fundraisers and everything. I say, what are you doing here? I'm trying to help you get elected. I said, you got to be kidding me. And then I looked at him and I said, but actually you do have no choice. Isn't it true? You don't have a choice. He said, no, I really respect what you've done over the last 3 years, almost 3 years now. And I really respect, and it's been great for business, and it's been great for jobs. I have many more people working for me than I had when you became president. And it's really incredible what's happened. And for the first time in my entire life, I really like this guy. Although he's a tough guy. He's a bad guy. But no, he's one of many. I go to audiences. I was joking one time recently. I walked up to him. I said, listen, I don't have to make a very long speech. You really have to elect me. Whether you like me or not, it makes no difference. Because our country will go to hell. If any of these people get in, it'll go to hell. So I'm going to leave now. Goodbye, everybody. And I joked. And then I came back and I told. But I said, you know, I was joking, but I'm really not joking. You have no choice. Because whoever they put in, the saner they are, the worse they're doing. And whoever they put in, it looks like it's going to be a revolution to the left. They're going to take your money. They're going to take and very much hurt your families. I just don't think people can allow that to happen. We have a country that's doing, I think, better than ever before. The economy is the strongest it's ever been, most powerful, our military, all of the things we've discussed. You have to fight so hard that we win this election. You have to fight so hard. I had a big meeting today on ethanol and the farmers, and it was an incredible meeting. And I sat around, and Chuck Grassley was there, and Joni Ernst, and John Thune, and Mike Pounds, and so many, just a whole group of great people. And just sitting around a room. Ben Sass, who's actually become very good over the last year. We had a little arguments before, but doesn't matter. Ben Sass was there. We had just a great group of people. And as we were sitting in the Oval Office talking about farmers, I realized that all of these people have to make sure that we win, because the farmers will be totally put out of business. Many businesses will be put out of business. I just don't even know what they're thinking. What are they doing? What are they doing? And I said to some of the people around the table, strong Republicans, but really people that just love the country, I said, you really have to make sure that we win, because if you don't, this country's in such trouble. So I used to talk about 2016 as being a very important election, and it was. But in its own way, this is, I'll never say of more important, but I can almost say of equal importance. Because everything that we've done, everything that we've gained, and the biggest gains are to come because the hard work of getting it approved, you people were involved with so much of it, it was so hard, and we got things done. I mean, those tax cuts, all the things we did are so hard. We would have had health care done, and we will get it done. If we get back the House and if we keep the Senate and keep the presidency, we'll get it done. We would have had health care done, except for we had one little surprising vote late in the evening, but we would have had it done. We would have had it done, and we'll get it done. If we get back the House, we're going to get it done as sure as you can be. But even on health care, we've done such a good job. And with the individual mandate and all of the other things we've been able to do. We're fighting for everyday citizens who work hard, pay their taxes, raise their children, follow our laws, serve our communities, respect our police, and believe in America with their every ounce, really, of their heart and their soul. We're fighting to protect their jobs, to defend their families, and to ensure their children can live the American dream. You know, the Republican Party is actually loved in this country, and I think in a certain way loved like never before, because they see that we're fighting for this country. We're fighting for what we grew up with, what the values that we want. The Republican Party, you know, some people probably take it a little bit for granted, but you really are. You're loved out there. I see it. I see it all the time. Whenever I saw it in North Carolina the other day, I'm backstage waiting to go on, and so many people have come up to me and they say, "Sir, thank you for saving our nation." Well, you're equal to me. What you've done is incredible. Some of the things that you've done in a short period of time is pretty damn incredible. A nation's first duty is to care for its own citizens. And that is why we're working to give the American people a high-quality, low-cost, and this is what's going to happen. We want a low-cost health care system with more transparency and more choice. You know, we're doing transparency. I think you've all seen that. And a man came in who's an expert. He's a tremendous, tremendous man who I have a lot of respect for. And he said, transparency. I said, explain transparency. Sounds very simple. And I got it done. This is where people can go to hospitals and price, and they can pick their doctor. He said, sir, this is bigger than any health care you can do. You watch. And it'll be put into effect. Secretary Azar, who's doing an incredible job, it'll be put into effect fairly soon. We signed it about 4 months ago. It's being worked out. People are able to go in and negotiate the prices. You know, you have these horror stories where a woman will cut her hand and go into a hospital. You don't ask how much, but they'll go into a hospital and have their hand, and then they'll get billed $5,000. And they don't have $5,000. The horror stories are unbelievable. And we went through it, and some of you were in the room when I did signings, but we're having transparency where you can have lists of prices. When you have some problem, they list it. You can go and negotiate prices. You can go to the drugstore and say, well, we want to see how much is that, how much. You know, right now you can't even do that. They don't let you do that, but now we do. And we've opened that up too. We've done a lot. Right to try is something we've done a great job. You people have. You have to see the results on right to try. But a person can be terminally ill in the old system, and we could have a drug that we know works, but it's still going to take another year or two of testing. And would tell the person, I'm sorry, we can't let you use that drug because it may hurt you. Well, you're going to die within 3 weeks or 4 weeks. You're terminally ill. They've wanted to do this for 45 years, and it's not as easy as all that. The country was worried that they'll sue the country. The doctors were worried they'd sue the doctors, sue the insurance companies, sue the pharmaceutical companies. I got everybody into a room. I said, listen, what we do is we sign an agreement where we guarantee, and a tough agreement, where you guarantee that we have no liability, the doctor has no liability, the pharmaceutical company has no liability, and various other things. He said, and everybody's happy. Then they said, well, we don't want them on the list. If a person is terminally ill, pharmaceutical companies, I understood that, we don't want them on our list because they do a list of success. And when a person is very, very sick, maybe toward the end of their life, terminally ill, we don't want that person on our list as a sample, as a test sample. I said, I understand that. So we're not going to have that person on your list. When you do this, we're not going to have that person on your list. We create a separate list of very, very sick, terminally ill people. But for your list, we're not going to put it. They said, wow, we like that. And we got it signed. And you have to see the success. People used to go to Asia. They'd go to Europe. They'd go all over the world looking, if they had money. Most people didn't have the money, so they go home and they die. Now they have the right to try, and I congratulate you on that, because you were the ones that really did a job. And Greg was great, wherever Greg may be. Is Greg here? Greg, where's Greg? Oh, boy, you stood up fast. That's good. Thank you, Greg. I'd call Greg and I'd say, man, you got to get it done. And it wasn't easy like people would have thought. Do you agree with that? It was not easy. We had more people coming at us. Thank you very much, Greg. It's a fantastic job. And a lot of other folks in the room. That's why we're ending years of economic surrender, and we're confronting China's chronic trading abuses. For years, past leaders let China freely loot our economy, racking up trillions and trillions of dollars in costly trade deficits. Now the world is on notice that people aren't going to be able to do that to the United States anymore. They're not doing it anymore, and they know it. They know it. They get it. They come to me and they see me, the leaders. I know them all now pretty much. Some I have great respect for. Some I don't get along with as well. You know, there was a poll recently that Obama is much more popular in Germany than I am. I said, of course he is. He's not saying to Germany, you got to pay us for the military. He's not saying to Germany, why are you paying billions and billions of dollars to Russia for a pipeline coming in, and then we defend? How about that one? We pay billions of dollars to Russia, and then we defend Germany from Russia. Figure, does that work, right? Does that work? Give Russia billions, and then we defend you. Oh, that's a wonderful deal. We got plenty of those deals. That's one of the better ones. With your help, we will also achieve a historic victory for the American farmer, rancher, and workers by replacing the horrible disaster, to me, one of the worst deals ever, NAFTA. And we're replacing it with the USMCA, which really is incredible. Got to get it up for a vote. They got to put it up for a vote. By the way, the Democrats are going to vote for it. Unions love it. Farmers love it. I would say unions like it, but they like it. They hate NAFTA. It's their all-time least. Manufacturers love it. The farmers are desperate for it. It's so important. And let it be bipartisan. I told Nancy Pelosi, Nancy, put it up for a vote. It's going to be bipartisan. You can have all the credit you want. You have to do something other than try and impeach somebody that didn't do anything wrong. You have to. I said, it's hard to impeach somebody who didn't do anything wrong. The Mueller report is out. There's no collusion after 2.5 years. Think of it, how ridiculous. I collude with Russia. In fact, Russia said, you know, if we really did pick him, we made a real bad choice. Think of it, even tonight, I'm talking about we have the strongest military. We're spending billions and billions with strongest military, right? We have the strongest energy. Hillary wanted windmills. She wanted solar. Solar's fine, you know, small potatoes compared to what we're talking about. Doesn't have the power that you need. It's someday good. I love solar. I think solar's good, but it's limited. The wind is very expensive because you put up those windmills. I know it very well. First of all, they're made in Germany and they're made in China. Think of the pollutants that go in the air when they're making these massive steel things. If it's anywhere near your house is way down in value. Try dropping a windmill someplace close to your house. Try selling your house. They make noise. They kill all the birds. The energy is intermittent. If you happen to be watching the Democrat debate and the wind isn't blowing, you're not going to see the debate. Charlie, what the hell happened to this debate? He says, darling, the wind isn't blowing. The goddamn windmill stopped. That windmill stopped. Republicans know that American families are the true backbone of America. That is why I was the first president to propose nationwide paid family leave in my budget. Very important. Women want it. Our goal is to ensure that every American family enjoys an amazing quality of life. Together, we're going to fix our housing finance system. We're working on that very hard to protect the dream of ownership for the next generation. We're going to make new cars more affordable and much safer. My administration will soon issue standards that will save families thousands and thousands, as I said, of dollars per car. We're going to fight for the future of cities like Baltimore that have been destroyed by decades of failed and corrupt rule. The left-wing agenda of total government domination, crushing regulation, crippling taxes, unrestricted migration, and think of this. It's undermining all law enforcement. They undermine law enforcement, and they devastate America's inner cities. They've been devastated. And even the cities like Los Angeles, look at what's happening. It's like, look at what's happening. San Francisco. Take a look at what's going on. And we're going to have to step in and do something about it because we can't allow that to happen to our great cities. Los Angeles is a great city. We can't allow it. And in the not-too-distant future, you're going to see, we're going to step in. We're not going to allow it to happen where major companies are leaving their cities. They're leaving our country when they see that. You walk in, they pay a lot of rent. They walk into a beautiful building, the best street in California, and you have a site that nobody even can believe. Nobody can believe, and we're going to have to do something about it. And we will do something about it. We're going to give them notice. In fact, we gave them a notice today. Clean it up. You got to do something. You can't have it. These are our great American cities, and they're an embarrassment, what the Democrats have let happen. Republicans want to rebuild our inner cities and provide a future of limitless opportunity for all Americans. And Republicans believe that parents should have the right to send their kids to the school of their choice. So just in concluding, in everything we do, Republicans are fighting for the values that bring us together as one nation under God. We support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. We stand up for the heroes of law enforcement. We reject globalism, and we embrace patriotism. We believe that there is no treasure on earth more valuable than our American citizenship. We believe that children should be taught to love our country, honor our history, cherish our heroes, and always respect our great American flag. These are the values that unite us tonight. These are the values that bind our country. These are the values the American people share deep in their souls, and these are the values that Republicans will champion all across the land, and that's what's happening, and that's why people love what you're doing. That's why people are loving the Republican Party again. Our task is to be confident in these truths, certain of this vision, bold in our actions, and forever loyal to the citizens we serve. If we stay true to our mission, and we have to stick together like they do. They got nothing else on us. But like I said, they stick together. If we remain firm in our convictions, if we always put America first, then there will be no limit to the progress that we will make, no bounds to the good that we will do, no ceiling on the heights that we will reach, and no end to the victories we will achieve. We will win, 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 and we will keep on winning. You know, I tell that story, and some people love it, and probably some don't, but I think they all love it. I'm going to win a place like, here we go. I'm going to use Dan as an example. I'm in North Carolina, and I'm going to say we're going to win again. We're going to win so much, right, Dan? We're going to win so much. We're going to win, win, win. And our country, you go back, and we haven't been doing so much winning with trade and with all of these different things. And I'm going to go to Dan Bishop, and I'm going to say, Dan, we're going to win. And they're going to come in to see Dan. They're going to say, please, please, stop the president from winning. We're winning so much. Dan, go visit. You're a new congressman. Go to the Oval Office. He respects you because unlike these other people, he doesn't know you so well, so you are still respected. And please see the president and talk to the president. Tell him to stop winning so much. We don't want to win so much in the great state of North Carolina. And I'm going to say, Dan, I'm sorry. I'm not doing that. We're going to keep winning, winning, winning. Right, Dan? We're going to keep winning, winning, winning. Congratulations. After all we've achieved and after everything that we've accomplished, our message is simple. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Together, we will make America stronger and safer and prouder and greater than ever before. And I want to thank everybody for being tonight. You are a terrific group, and I know almost all of you. I like most of you. I know all of you. Now, you're a terrific group, and I think we're going to have a terrific long time together. And Kevin and everybody, I want to thank you. This was an incredible evening. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Thank you. That's some group. Some group. Winning is a good thing, isn't it? Winning. It's a good thing. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's fantastic. A lot of power in this room. Wow. A lot of power. Thank you, Kevin, for your friendship and for your devotion to our nation. I'm delighted to be here with so many terrific Republican members of Congress. You really are terrific people. I especially want to thank our amazing leadership team, Republican whip and one of the bravest men I know, Steve Scalise. Steve, thank you very much. Conference Chair Liz Cheney. Thank you, Liz. NRCC Chair Tom Emmer. Tom. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. And Chief Deputy Whip Drew Ferguson. Great job. Thank you, Drew. Great job. I also want to proudly welcome our newest Republican congressman, two people that fought a big fight for the last number of months, and they're winners. They reacted so incredibly under pressure. The whole world was watching. A lot of people were hoping for the opposite outcome, but many more people were hoping for the outcome that we had. A man who wasn't expected necessarily to win, and then he got in gear, and he was brutal and brilliant, and he did a great job. Now soon to be, and now Congressman Dan Bishop for many years. Thank you, Dan. Dan, thank you. What a great job. What a great job, Dan. And another man who fought so hard, and he was supposed to win by a little tiny bit, couple of points, and he won by a lot of points. That was a big victory, and I want to just congratulate you. Greg Murphy is going to be with you folks for a long time. These two people are special people. North Carolina, thank you, North Carolina. There were some crowds that turned out. They turned out like people never expected, and they were, that was just a great evening of television. I wouldn't say the fake news was too happy with the outcome, but that's okay. That's okay. We did it, and we worked together as a team, and it was very inspirational for a lot of people to watch. Everyone here tonight has a critical role to play at the vital crossroads of our nation. Democrats in Congress have embraced an extreme, destructive, and dangerous agenda, radical socialism and open borders. Democrats are determined to replicate the most catastrophic failures of world history right here in the United States. They've never learned. They haven't watched. Each of you in the House Republican Conference is on the front lines defending American freedom, American security, American prosperity, and the American way of life. You're the ones, you're doing the defense. Hundreds of millions of our fellow citizens are counting on us, and so help us God, we will never, ever let them down. Together, we're going to fight historic battles, and we have historic battles ahead of us. Going to make our country even greater. And we're going to win overwhelming victories for the American people. The spirit that we have in the Republican Party, I don't believe has ever been this high. Over the past 2.5 years, we've already delivered unprecedented progress for citizens of every background and every walk of life. Now we must go directly to the American people to share the story of what we have achieved and to explain our bold vision for the future. Working with Republicans in Congress, we slashed 30,000 pages of regulations from the Federal Register. And that is an all-time record, and we did that in a lot less years. That's an all-time record no matter how long a president served. We saved an average American household $3,000. Earlier today, my administration formally repealed the horrible, dangerous, anti-everything Waters of the United States rule. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Louis. Thank you. I always say the only thing that had going for it that was good was the title. That was, I said, I'm the only one that would sign this. But it was a good thing we did, right, Louis? It was a good thing we did. Government will no longer try to micromanage every rain puddle and every drainage ditch on private land. They took your land away from you. Together, we enacted the VA Accountability Act so that anyone who mistreats or abuses our great veterans can be promptly fired. There was a time you couldn't fire anyone, no matter how they treated our veterans, whether they stole or they were sadists, and we had some of them too. You couldn't fire them, and now we can do it very, very quickly and easily. They don't treat our veterans well, we get them out. Since then, we've removed more than 7,600 employees who failed to give our vets the care that they so richly deserve. We're also very proud to tell you that the Veterans' Choice, which is something special, so special, they've been trying to get it for decades and decades, choice, so that more veterans have the right to see a private doctor if they have to wait online instead of waiting for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 5 weeks or numbers that you wouldn't even believe. Think of it. You're sick, you're not feeling well, and they tell you come back in 4 weeks. Now you go outside, you go to a local doctor that you of your choice. By the way, unlike somebody else where they said you can have your doctor and you can have your plan 28 times. That didn't work out too well. You go out, you see a doctor of your choice, we pay the bill, and it's been an incredible thing. I'll tell you, what's happening at the VA has been really something special. If you look at and you just see it. All you used to see and read about is how bad the VA was run, how horrible it was, and you don't hear those stories anymore. Now, you know, what will go is these people will run out, and they'll start trying to find somebody who is unhappy, thousands and hundreds of thousands of people. Who's unhappy? Please call us immediately. And that's the problem. But I will tell you, people are really happy. What we've done there is incredible. We achieved record funding to restore the awesome might of the American military, $700 billion last year, $716 billion this year. And now just approved, thank you very much, $738 billion next year. More money by far than ever before. And remember, that's all money. It's built in the USA. We build it right here. America, I will tell you, is respected again. Our nation is stronger today than ever before. We have the greatest equipment. We have people with spirit like they haven't had. But we now have the greatest equipment. When I came in 2.5 years ago, our equipment was old and tired. Our ammunition was low. Our planes didn't fly well. Many of them didn't fly at all. Now we have beautiful new planes and jets and fighter jets and bombers, and we have everything. And hopefully we don't have to use them too much, and maybe we don't have to use them at all. But we have the greatest military we've ever had. And together, so importantly, we ended the last administration's heartless war on American energy. For all of the folks in Texas, we got a lot of you tonight. You're very happy, and plenty of other places, but you're very happy. The United States is now the #1 energy producer anywhere in the world by far. For the first time in more than 60 years, this just happened, we are now a net exporter of American natural gas. And we're ending decades of foreign energy reliance to unleash the blessings of American energy independence. We are really, if you look at what's going on in certain countries in the Middle East, and you look at the straits, and you see the ships, and they're being taken, and they're being, not too often, by the way, because frankly, Iran is a much different country than it was 2.5 years ago. But they were saying, we don't see any American ships. There are no American. Number one, they wouldn't take them. They better not take them. And number two, we don't have too many there. We used to be flooded. We used to get everything there. And now it's a whole different story. We're very energy independent. We've invested billions of dollars to combat the opioid crisis and those struggling with addiction to find access to treatment, education, and employment, a tremendous problem. We've had tremendous success with opioid. Not that it goes away, but we're looking very strongly for something that can really take away the pain, just take away the pain without being addictive. And we're getting very close, but this is a brutal, people go into the hospital for a week and they come out drug addicts, they come out addicted. It's a terrible thing, but we're working very hard and we're getting very close, finding a painkiller that's not addictive. For the first time in 3 decades, drug overdose deaths have declined. Think of that, over 30 years. First time. Thanks to the entire Republican team in Congress, we passed the biggest tax cut and reform in American history. And we're now working on a middle tax, we're working on a tax cut for the middle-income people that is going to be very, very inspirational. It's going to be something that I think it's what everyone's really looking for, and we'll be announcing it sometime in the next year. But it'll be a very, very substantial tax cut for middle-income folks who work so hard, and we'll look forward to that. We're going to work on it all together. And you see what the other tax cuts done. And frankly, I'm not sure, but I would say that the regulation cuts, those massive cuts in regulation, we still have plenty of regulation, but those massive cuts probably equal the tax cuts in terms of jobs and in terms of businesses. So the combination of everything really worked because we probably have, right now, the strongest economy in the history of our nation. And where the media is trying to begging, oh, they want a recession so badly. Oh, the word. And every time they go after us, you notice, the market goes up. It's the craziest thing. We're going to have to explain this one to me. But we're doing great. We're very close to having another stock market record. Went up again today. And we had, I think it's over 100 records. In other words, days where the stock market hit in the history of our country all-time highs. I think it's over 100. I'll get you the exact number, but it is really something. And we are very close. And after, about 3 weeks ago, if you listened, it was like doom and gloom. I don't think they believed it, but that's okay. And I will tell you, we're doing very well with China. China would like to do something. We're taking in billions and billions of tariffs, and they're eating the cost. This is not being borne very much by us. They're eating the costs. But we're taking in billions and billions, money flowing in. We've never taken in 10 cents from China. And they want to do something because their supply lines, their supply chains are being broken like toys. And people are leaving, and millions of jobs in China are being lost. And we don't want that, but we want a fair deal. We lowered our business tax from one of the highest in the world to one of the most competitive. Since that law was passed, nearly $1 trillion have returned to our shores. $1 trillion. It was part of what we did. We doubled the child tax credit. Thank you to a number of people for that, but especially Ivanka Trump. That was so important to her to make sure that she understood Jared is here. But she understood exactly what that meant. She worked so hard on that. We created opportunity zones to revitalize distressed communities. Tim Scott was fantastic, and so many other senators. They worked with us so hard on that. But Tim Scott in particular really worked hard, South Carolina, and we thank Tim. But they are They are doing numbers that nobody believed possible, the Opportunity Zone. So much money is going into areas where it would never see money and hasn't seen it in a long time. We eliminated Obamacare's cruel and unpopular individual mandate. Since our election in 2016, we've created more than 6 million new jobs, including over 1 million manufacturing, energy, and construction jobs. Remember when President Obama said, no, forget the manufacturing, not going to happen. Well, we have almost 600,000 just in terms of manufacturing jobs, and nobody thought that was possible. And frankly, as soon as we get the trade stuff perfect, just the way we want it, we'll only sign it when it's good, really good. Wait till you see what happens with this economy. We are ready to really rock it even more. We've done very well. You go from election night, the day after, take November 9th, and you look at the numbers on stock markets, over 50%, 401ks are through the roof. People come up to me all the time, thank you, sir, my 401k is up 72%, it's up whatever it may be, numbers that they've never had before. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And this is when we're fighting people on trade, when we have this great military, and we defend countries that are immensely wealthy and they don't help us out. They don't pay us for almost anything. And we're talking to those countries. They're our friends, they're our allies. Sometimes our allies treat us worse than anybody else, but we can't let that happen, and they don't want to let that happen. Just takes a little getting used to, because nobody's ever asked them, look, we're defending your country, you're rich as can be, you got to help us out, you got to pay a little bit. And they go, no. I say, no, King, you got to pay. No, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, you got to pay. You got to pay. And the answer is, but nobody has ever asked us to do that before. I said, that's why I'm different. That's why I'm different. I'm asking you to do it. I always say, tell me, why are we defending you free? Or why are we defending you for a tiny fraction of what it costs? And then you take advantage of the United States for many years on trade. So we get killed with trade, we get killed with defending your nation. Tell me, Mr. President, tell me, Mr. Prime Minister, tell me, King or Queen, why are we protecting your country? And you take advantage of us on trade. And they go, but nobody has ever asked me that question before. I said, tell me why. They can't think of an answer. The only thing they say all the time, because it has always been that way. I said, well, it's not going to be that way any longer. You got to pay. It's true. Not going to be that way any longer. Last month alone, nearly 600,000 people joined our workforce. For the first time ever, most new hires are minorities and women. Nobody knows that because the media doesn't get that across. More than 7 million Americans have been lifted off of food stamps. And we now have 13 straight months of wage gains of at least 3%. Think of that. Remember during the campaign, I used to say that people would go back 21 years. That was when I was running, 21 years. And they made more money 21 years ago than they were making 2.5 years ago. They were making more money. And I said, isn't that terrible? And they had 2 jobs and even 3 jobs, and they made more money 21 years before. Not anymore. African American and Hispanic American unemployment have reached the lowest rates ever recorded in the history of our country. I wonder if that will be mentioned tonight during the debate. I don't know. I have a feeling. What do you think, Steve? I don't think so. Kevin, you think they'll be talking about that? I don't think so. That's a good debate point. As they hit me left and right, I'll say African-American unemployment is the lowest it's ever been. And just leave the stage. Say thank you very much. Good luck. But another good one is that African-American and Hispanic American poverty rates have also reached the all-time, in our history, record lows. I mean, how do you lose this debate? How do you lose the debate? That's a tough one to beat also. Our pledge to the American worker has already secured commitments for 13 million employment and training opportunities for American citizens. We have these great companies, greatest companies in the world, and they're training people. Government can't really train them. We're training people through these incredible programs where we're going to these unbelievable, Walmart as an example, and so many others. We're going to the companies and they're taking people and training them. We could never train them for that. Nobody can train them for that, only the company itself. 13 million people, and it's something beautiful to see. We gathered tonight to celebrate these extraordinary gains. We've done things that I don't think any administration has even come close in the first 2.5 years. We have done things that very, very few have even thought about doing. But we also meet to prepare for the coming fight, because the traditions and beliefs that have made the American dream possible are under attack like never before. You've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. House Democrats are pursuing the most radical far-left program ever put forward in that historic chamber. It's the Democrats and it's the media. We're fighting two battles. The Democrats and the media. It's as if they're one, because they are one. They're working together, they're colluding, and they're obstructing. With the grim specter of socialism descending on the Democrat Party, it's up to all of us to ensure the survival of American liberty. We have a big task. We have a very big task. Don't forget, people say, oh, you're going to beat this one or that one, and they're so far left. It's very hard to beat a socialist when you have a very wealthy country. We have a very wealthy country. And when they say, we're going to give away your health care, we're going to do free education, we're going to cut student loan debt down to nothing, $1.6 trillion out the window, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Everything's given away. And then they say, oh, we don't have to raise your taxes too much. If you paid 5 times what people are paying right now, you wouldn't come close. And, you know, we're working very hard on a place called Venezuela. 15 years ago, it was one of the wealthiest countries in the world. And today they don't have food. They don't have water. They don't have anything. They don't have anything. We're sending things to help them. We have to on a humanitarian basis. And we're working with Colombia and other nations to help the people that have been able to essentially escape. But that was socialism. And look what happened to them in a short period of time. On issue after issue, Americans must choose between two fundamentally different visions that will define our nation for many generations to come. More than 130 Democrats in Congress have signed up for the Bernie Sanders total government takeover of health care. Crazy Bernie, he is a crazy guy. Which would dramatically raise middle-class taxes, eliminate private health insurance for 180 million Americans, and destroy Medicare forever. Republicans will always protect Medicare for our great seniors who earned it and they paid for it. And we will always protect patients with pre-existing conditions. 228 House Democrats voted to put America back into the disastrous Paris Climate Accord. How's that working out for Paris? How's that one working out for France? The Yellow Vests. They didn't like all that money being sent to people that they never heard of the country from which they came. And hasn't been working out well, but that would have been a disaster for us. It would have cost us a tremendous fortune. They were going to take away our wealth. They were going to say we can't do certain businesses. We can't take the oil and gas. We can't do anything. This would have been one of the great travesties. And, you know, incredibly, that and the Clean Waters Act, which didn't give you clean waters. By the way, today we have the cleanest air, we have the cleanest water that we've ever had in the history of our country right now. And just for the press, because they'll get me on that one, I'm thinking, let's say, the history of our country over the last 25 years. I would say that the first few years they probably had cleaner air and cleaner water because there was nobody here. So I have to be very accurate. But they'll put it on anyway. They won't put, right, Louis? They won't put the second part on. They won't put the explanation on. But we do. We have clean air. We have clean water. The Paris Accord would do nothing to improve our environment. It would only punish our country while foreign polluters operate with impunity. Isn't it incredible? You look at China, you look at India, you look at Russia, you look at so many other places. There's smokestacks are pouring out, everything's pouring out. And I want to be clean, and we're going to be clean. But isn't it sort of naive? And then they talk about plastic straws. I said, what about the plate? What about the wrapper that's made out of a much tougher plastic? What about all the other plastic? Well, we haven't gotten to that, just straws. That's the only thing we're worried about. Someday you'll explain that to me, Louis. I'm sure you're a big environmentalist. Can you explain the straw? No, I don't think so. Nobody else can either. By the way, you know who else can't? They can't. They can't explain it. We did a couple of things. We're working on cars because for a virtually just insignificant amount of energy, we're going to be able to produce cars that are substantially, by $3,500 or so, cheaper, less expensive, that are much, much safer. Because they're heavier, they're stronger. They're not made out of paper mache. They're heavier, stronger, and they'll cost a lot less money. And you saw that. The light bulb. People said, what's with the light bulb? I said, here's the story. And I looked at it. The bulb that we're being forced to use, number one, to me, most importantly, the light's no good. I always look orange. And so do you. The light is the worst. But number two, it's many times more expensive than that old incandescent bulb that worked very well. And very importantly, I don't know if you know this, they have warnings. If it breaks, it's considered a hazardous waste site. It's gases inside. And read what they say. If it breaks, bring it to your local whatever, have it wrapped, have it this. What are we doing? What are we doing? And I said to one of the top people today, well, they break a lot, don't they? Yes, sir. What do? They just throw them away. They don't care. But they call it hazardous waste. But it's many times more expensive. And the light is not as good. I mean, frankly, the light is not as good. So we're going to sell that, but we're also going to sell incandescent bulbs, and people are so happy about it. It's really been pretty amazing. People don't tell you why. All they do is say, oh, he's getting rid of an energy-efficient bulb. Well, they don't tell you about the dangers of the bulb, and they don't tell you about the cost of that bulb. Over 100 Democrats have signed up to support the $100 trillion Green New Deal. That's a beauty. No more cows, no more planes. I guess no more people, right? Because Kevin is just like a cow, he's just smaller. I had to pick somebody for that one, Kevin, and I just looked at that beautiful political face of yours, you know. There's a little truth to that. But this Green New Deal is crazy. Now they're talking about it tonight. I see hardened Democrat politicians that have, been smart. And I say, it's incredible. They're standing behind AOC. I call her Cortez because you don't have enough time to go through the whole name. I just call Cortez. They don't like that when you call her Cortez, but her name is Cortez, too long. Or I call her AOC. Then I call the others AOC plus 3. They don't like that. AOC plus 3. That's the definition. But, I see her, and I see what she's talking. She's going through this deal. It's so insane. But I don't want to talk about it. It's too early. I hit Pocahontas way too early. I thought she was gone. She's emerged from the ashes. And now it looks like she could beat Sleepy Joe. He's fallen asleep. He has no idea what the hell he's doing or saying. And President Xi of China, he is tough. Oh, boy, he's a furious kind of a guy. Great guy, but furious. He's dying to see. He wants Sleepy Joe. Can you imagine those two guys in a room? Here's Xi, and here's Sleepy Joe. What? Where am I? Where am I? Just sign here, Sleepy Joe. Just sign here. Like you guys have been doing for the last 25 years. Let us keep taking $500 billion out of your account. Let's keep rebuilding China with America's money. That's stopping. A lot of things are stopping that are bad and foolish, crazy. But we won't let Democrats obliterate domestic industry and cripple working-class families with sky-high energy prices. Democrats are proposing to pack the courts with lawless activist judges. We have one. We have many. Look at some of these rulings. But lately, we're doing well. Lately, we're doing well. And today, I signed the 150th judge, federal judge. Think of it, 150, including Court of Appeals and 2 great Supreme Court justices. Think of that. And yesterday, coincidentally, we just won the asylum case, the big one, the big one. And we won it in a vote of 7-2. So that wasn't a very close one, Kevin. 7-2. And to me, so importantly, because we want to build that wall, we're going to build that wall, and we are building that wall because 3 months ago, we won the case on the wall. So that wall is being built, and it's being built rapidly. And we hope to have as much as 500 miles of wall built by the end of next year. 500 miles, that's a lot. That's about what we want. And that's being built despite the most obstructive group of people I've ever seen. And let me tell you, if they want to run their campaign on open borders, and if they want to run their campaign on some of the things they're saying, Green New Deal, and all it entails, I just say, let them go. Don't criticize it too much, please. Because one thing I've learned about politics, you can say something one day that's just absolutely insane, like they're saying, and then about 2 weeks later, say the exact opposite, and nobody will ever even call you on it. It's the craziest business. You're in the craziest business I've ever seen. It's crazy. You can do whatever you want, and then 2 weeks later, they'll say something different. So I want to bring them way down the pike before we start criticizing the Green New Deal. So I just want to say, because we get a lot of television watching tonight, even though I guess they should be watching the debate, but they're probably watching us. But we have a lot. See those cameras back there? We kept the reporters out, but we have those cameras. See those red bulbs? That means we're on live. But I will tell you this, the Green New Deal, we just want that thing to go as long as it can. Because anybody that can win office promoting the Green New Deal, they deserve to win. They got to be really good. They got to have the greatest line of crap anybody's ever had in the history of politics. Their delivery has to be perfect. Sometimes, unfortunately, delivery is more important than what you say, and theirs has to be. And I've always said about the Democrats, they're lousy politicians, but they have one thing that's incredible. They stick together. And you people have to stick together. And you do, I know you. We have more spirit with our congressmen and women than we've ever had, that I see. And you're in a small, you're just a little short of taking the majority. And you're going to take it. You're going to take the majority. And Dan Bishop and Greg Murphy, they'll tell you because they saw what happened. We went into those communities and they went out to vote like nobody's ever seen before. And I'm going to stop at every community that I can. We're going to make a list of 50 or so, and we'll stop there. I got a lot of energy. That's good. If you don't have the energy, you could forget that one. Hillary should make 2 stops and she'd say, I got to rest for a couple of weeks. Let me rest for a couple of weeks. No, she didn't like stairs. She didn't like airplanes. She didn't like a lot. She said, I don't have to go to Wisconsin to campaign. Her husband, Bill, who's a pro, said, you know, I saw what they're doing in Wisconsin. I don't like it. There's a lot of those Trump and Trump-Pence signs out there. There's a lot of them. I don't like it. Don't worry about it, darling. Wisconsin's going to be just fine. The winner of Wisconsin is Donald Trump. There's a lot of signs, he said. In Michigan, there's a lot of signs on the lawns. I was there. There's signs all over the place. You got to go back to Michigan more often. No, you don't understand. Michigan hasn't been won for decades by a Republican. My people tell me we're great. I don't know who her people were. Now, that's called, if they ever threatened me with that I colluded with her people, that I could understand. That I could understand. Because they told her, don't go back to Michigan, darling, you're okay, don't go back. Donald Trump has won the great state of Michigan. Donald Trump has won great state of Pennsylvania, great state of North Carolina, the great state of Florida, the great state of South Carolina. Remember they said we were going to lose Texas. They didn't say that. You know, look, they're crooked as hell. But they did say, remember? They said Texas is in play. So being somewhat new to the game, like having done it for about 3 months, I said, let me ask you a question. What does it mean when they say it's in play? Sir, that means it's too close to call. Well, I'm like 6 or 7 months out there saying Texas is in play. So I said, I don't think so. I went to make a speech. We had a line that was miles long. I don't think so. And everybody else was telling me. A great guy got on in Texas, and he's wearing this big cowboy hat, this beautiful hat. I wish we could wear them. Nobody would ever look at my hair and criticize me. I'd wear that hat. I'd never take it off. You ever notice in Texas, they sit down and have breakfast here. They wear the hat. I like that. I would do that. I don't have to worry about hairspray. I don't have to worry about my hair blowing, beautifully blowing in the wind. And this guy's on television, big, strong Texas guy. And they asked him about the race being so close. This is like 5 months before the election. He said, I don't know where you come from, but I come from Texas. And I'll tell you a couple of things, but one of the things I'll tell you for real, this race ain't close at all. Trump's going to win by a lot. So we get to the evening, and they're saying Texas is in play. It's too close. The polls close at 8 o'clock. Now, unless you have a huge commanding lead, you know, it takes an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours before they predict, right? Before they say who won. And the polls close. The polls have closed in Texas. Donald Trump has won the state of Texas. And for like 6 months, and then today I heard it again. I think it was Buttigieg. Buttigieg. They said, think of it as boot and then edge, because nobody can pronounce this guy's name. Nobody. Buttigieg. They say Buttigieg and Trump. What I've done for energy, if anybody beat me in Texas, I don't think anybody can beat me. I don't think Rockefeller can beat me in Texas. The real Rockefeller, the first Rockefeller, I think he'd have a hard time beating me in Texas. But anyway, they said, Buttigieg. Do you believe this guy? He's doing a rotten job running his own city. Lousy job. But they say Buttigieg is 2 points up in the state of Texas against President Trump. I said, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I don't worry about that too much. What do you think, Louis? Who's winning Texas? You think Buttigieg is winning Texas? I've had him up to here. Democrats care more about illegal aliens than their own constituents. Republicans know our duty is to represent American citizens. Democrats voted against Kate's Law. How about what's Kate's Law? How about this? And now they even threw out the charge about gun possession, which was like the smallest. He got away with murder, got away. Can you imagine? But it's not over yet. It's not over yet. What a horrible thing took place in San Francisco with that incredible, beautiful young woman holding her father's hand and saying, Daddy, Daddy, what happened? Can you imagine the shock of it? That's just incredible. And this lowlife gets out. And people all over the world see that, and they say, what the hell is wrong with the United States of America when they see that? Last year, more than 80% of House Democrats refused to support our heroes, ICE. And nearly every House Democrat voted in favor of sanctuary cities allowing illegal aliens with severe criminal records to terrorize innocent communities. And these two guys were tremendously successful in North Carolina because all we kept doing is saying the governor and all of these Democrats, right, Dan? All of the Democrats want sanctuary cities, and they let somebody out fairly recently, and that somebody wreaked havoc. I won't even tell you it was so horrible, but wreaked havoc in a community. Instead of taking them, giving them to ICE, we would have done what you had to do. But I'll tell you, the folks at ICE and Border Patrol and law enforcement, they're not treated properly, and we respect them. Most Americans really respect them. Yeah. You know, we have MS-13 coming in. These are the toughest people you've ever seen, but they're not as tough as ICE. And ICE runs into their nests. You know, they call them in nests. These are people that don't even like guns because they're not painful enough. They take young women, they slice them up with a knife. They slice them up, beautiful, young, in a case, 2 16-year-old young girls walking home from school. They took them and they sliced them up because it was more painful. They killed them. Animals. And then if you use the term animal, I mean, look, you know, Nancy Pelosi attacked me because I called them animals. Remember that? She said, they're not animals, they're human beings. Well, I don't think so. But ICE will go into a nest. They call it a nest. We have a lot of them congregating, up to no good. And ICE will run into that nest like it's like they're having breakfast with their family on Monday morning. They're tough, and they're patriots, and they love our country. And we're throwing out MS-13 by the thousands. We're throwing them. We're getting them the hell out of our country. And even tough sheriffs say, you know, sir, better that they do it. And I agree with them. Better that they do it. And the sheriffs are great, but they say better that they do it. And then you have the Democrats, they want to keep them around, and they want to actually take care of them and protect them. And I don't know, if you tell me that's good politics, and I don't even care about the politics, but it's so bad for our country. But if you tell me you can win with that, with open borders, with no ICE, you don't have ICE, this country would be overridden. We take out thousands of people, bad people, really bad people. Public servants make a sacred pledge to defend the nation and its people. Politicians who support sanctuary cities have forsaken this solemn vow, instead of making a shameful pact to shield and harbor criminal fugitives at any cost. They will do it at any cost. But I'll tell you, people in California, and I see it more and more, they don't want sanctuary cities. It's the politicians that want them. A lot of the people are revolting in different communities. They don't want sanctuary cities. They want to be safe. They can't be safe with sanctuary cities. They're protecting, in many cases, criminals. In July, Montgomery County, Maryland, declared itself a sanctuary city for criminal aliens, forcing local jails to release these dangerous inmates instead of safely handing them over to ICE. Just hand them over to ICE. ICE will take care of the rest. Less than 2 months later, 8 illegal aliens have already been arrested for rape or sexual assault of a minor. Last month, local officials in Montgomery County released an accused criminal alien rapist back onto the streets, defying ICE's very powerful request to turn him over to them. In March, local officials in Durham County, North Carolina, ignored ICE and released an illegal alien arrested on felony robbery charges. A short time later, that same illegal alien was charged with murder of a 19-year-old woman in Georgia. This happening, by the way, over, these are stories, I could give you these stories all day long. I love the angel moms. I just love those women. I got women and families, but I got to know a lot of them, what they've suffered and how they've suffered. And they're scorned by the radical left. They're scorned. Who could scorn a person who lost their daughter, put in an ash can and burned, stuffed into an ash can and burned? And they find the person, and it's like, who could endure what they've been through? And it happens a lot. Few stories, it happens a lot. Far worse than what I'm telling you tonight. Far, far worse. Democrats believe our cities should be sanctuaries for violent criminal aliens. Republicans believe our cities should be sanctuaries for law-abiding Americans. The Democrats also believe any illegal alien who merely sets foot on U.S. soil should be automatically released into the interior of the United States and then given free health care for life. These craven policies impoverish U.S. communities while enriching human smugglers, traffickers, and vicious criminal cartels. 208 House Democrats, nearly 90% of the Democrat caucus, also voted against notifying ICE whenever an illegal alien tries to buy a gun. Meanwhile, Democrats want to confiscate guns from law-abiding Americans, so they're totally defenseless when somebody walks into their house with a gun. It's like, whatever you want, whatever you want. I'm defenseless, whatever you want. How crazy is this? Republicans will forever uphold the fundamental right to keep and bear arms. Thank you. The agenda of the Democrat Party is the demolition of the American middle class, because that's what happens. Our Republican agenda is to make our neighborhoods safer, our families stronger, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. And we're on our way to doing it. But we have to win this next election. You know, I said the other day, and I don't know if anyone said it before, but it sounds like it should have been said many times before, but it's like a plant. You grow the plant, you put the plant in, but it hasn't really grabbed on yet. And it won't grab on. It needs a little time. We need a little time. We've done tremendous changes in our country, tremendous changes, and we're going to do other changes, a lot of really great other changes. But we need that additional time to let it grab on, because they will destroy so much of what we've done. And we can't let that happen. You won't have energy. You won't have business. You won't have jobs. You won't have income. It'll be a disaster. So you have to fight like hell. I tell the story of a man who hates me, one of the most successful business people. Always hated me, and I've always hated him. I can't stand that guy. And I meet him recently, and I see him, and he's working with my people on helping us out with fundraisers and everything. I say, what are you doing here? I'm trying to help you get elected. I said, you got to be kidding me. And then I looked at him and I said, but actually you do have no choice. Isn't it true? You don't have a choice. He said, no, I really respect what you've done over the last 3 years, almost 3 years now. And I really respect, and it's been great for business, and it's been great for jobs. I have many more people working for me than I had when you became president, and it's really incredible what's happened. And for the first time in my entire life, I really like this guy.
All right, everybody, I just want to give you a heads up. We have started Fox 10 Extra News at 7, Channel 45, Cable 9. I am live in that show, so I'm going to take you out live to San Francisco. Meanwhile, while we wait for my live hit, and then afterwards I will finish playing President Donald Trump's speech in Baltimore, Maryland at the GOP retreat dinner, and then we will also probably return to that congressional hearing we were listening to earlier today. But again, I'm preparing to go live on TV, so we're going to be watching this for a bit. And matter of fact, after my live hit, I might need to leave you on one of these beautiful live pictures that we have while I take care of something else really quickly. Just want to give you a heads up, though. And by the way, everybody, if you happen to miss President Trump's full speech in Baltimore, I've already clipped it. Just head to our main YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. You can find it there. Watch it as many times as you'd like and also share. Anybody out there watching the Democratic debate? Let me know. All right, everybody, we are in Bailey Miller's story now about a charter school closing. I'm right after her. I do have to be on standby to be live on television, so you might see me sitting here for a minute or two, not saying anything. That's for a reason. Trust me, this is just as awkward for me as it is for you, everybody. Bailey Miller's about to go live again, and then it's my turn. You can watch the whole show by going to fox10phoenix.com/live, FOX10PHOENIX/LIVE, so you can see what it looks like on TV. Yeah, good evening, Christina and Mark. This story actually got national attention, international, even in some places. Take a look at this. The woman accused of killing her newborn child found not guilty of murder. Skylar Richardson cried in court as the verdict was read during her trial today. The jury found her guilty of abuse of a corpse, but found her not guilty of the most serious charges of aggravated murder, involuntary manslaughter, and child endangerment. The maximum penalty for abuse of a corpse is 12 months in jail. The former high school cheerleader, who is now a 20-year-old, was accused of killing her newborn baby back in May 2017 when she was 18 years old and burying it in her family's backyard. Her defense said the baby she named Annabelle was stillborn and that the teen was sad and scared.
This was well overcharged from the get-go, and it was so juicy for the government to think that, oh, not only did she murder her baby, but she burned her baby, which tainted the whole jury pool, which is what we were worried about from the very beginning.
The remains were found in July 2017 in Carlisle, a village about 40 miles north of Cincinnati. Richardson faced life in prison had she been convicted of murder. The case had divided people in her village of some 5,000 people, with Facebook pages devoted to it and some critics trying to record the Richardson family's comings and goings to post on social media. Fox News Now streams live news coverage from across the country all day. A link is on our website, fox10phoenix.com.
although he's a tough guy. He's a bad guy. But no, he's one of many. I go to audiences. I was joking one time recently. I walked up to him. I said, listen, I don't have to make a very long speech. You really have to elect me. Whether you like me or not, it makes no difference. Because our country will go to hell. If any of these people get in, it'll go to hell. So I'm going to leave now. Goodbye, everybody. And I joked. And then I came back and I talked. But I said, you know, I was joking, but I'm really not joking. You have no choice. Because whoever they put in, the saner they are, the worse they're doing. And whoever they put in, it looks like it's going to be a revolution to the left. They're going to take your money. They're going to take and very much hurt your families. I just don't think people can allow that to happen. We have a country that's doing, I think, better than ever before. The economy is the strongest it's ever been, most powerful, our military, all of the things we've discussed. You have to fight so hard that we win this election. You have to fight so hard. I had a big meeting today on ethanol and the farmers, and it was an incredible meeting. And I sat around, and Chuck Grassley was there, and Joni Ernst, and John Thune, and Mike Pounds, and so many, just a whole group of great people. And just sitting around a room. Ben Sass, who's actually become very good over the last year. We had a little arguments before, but doesn't matter. Ben Sass was there. We had just a great group of people. And as we were sitting in the Oval Office talking about farmers, I realized that all of these people have to make sure that we win, because the farmers will be totally put out of business. Many businesses will be put out of business. I just don't even know what they're thinking. What are they doing? What are they doing? And I said to some of the people around the table, strong Republicans, but really people that just love the country, I said, you really have to make sure that we win, because if you don't, this country's in such trouble. So I used to talk about 2016 as being a very important election, and it was. But in its own way, this is, I'll never say of more important, but I can almost say of equal importance. Because everything that we've done, everything that we've gained, and the biggest gains are to come because the hard work of getting it approved, you people were involved with so much of it, it was so hard, and we got things done. I mean, those tax cuts, all the things we did are so hard. We would have had health care done, and we will get it done. If we get back the House and if we keep the Senate and keep the presidency, we'll get it done. We would have had health care done, except for we had one little surprising vote late in the evening, but we would have had it done. We would have had it done, and we'll get it done. If we get back the House, we're going to get it done as sure as you can be. But even on health care, we've done such a good job. And with the individual mandate and all of the other things we've been able to do. We're fighting for everyday citizens who work hard, pay their taxes, raise their children, follow our laws, serve our communities, respect our police, and believe in America with their every ounce, really, of their heart and their soul. We're fighting to protect their jobs, to defend their families, and to ensure their children can live the American dream. You know, the Republican Party is actually loved in this country, and I think in a certain way loved like never before, because they see that we're fighting for this country. We're fighting for what we grew up with, what the values that we want. The Republican Party, you know, some people probably take it a little bit for granted, but you really are. You're loved out there. I see it. I see it all the time. Whenever I saw it in North Carolina the other day, I'm backstage waiting to go on, and so many people have come up to me and they say, "Sir, thank you for saving our nation." Well, you're equal to me. What you've done is incredible. Some of the things that you've done in a short period of time is pretty damn incredible. A nation's first duty is to care for its own citizens, and that is why we're working to give the American people a high-quality, low-cost, and this is what's going to happen. We want a low-cost health care system with more transparency and more choice. You know, we're doing transparency. I think you've all seen that. And a man came in who's an expert. He's a tremendous, tremendous man who I have a lot of respect for. And he said, transparency. I said, explain transparency. Sounds very simple. And I got it done. This is where people can go to hospitals and price and they can pick their doctor. He said, sir, this is bigger than any health care you can do. You watch. And it'll be put into effect. Secretary Azar, who's doing an incredible job, it'll be put into effect fairly soon. We signed it about 4 months ago. It's being worked out. People are able to go in and negotiate the prices. You know, you have these horror stories where a woman will cut her hand and go into a hospital. You don't ask how much, but they'll go into a hospital and have their hand, and then they'll get billed $5,000. And they don't have $5,000. The horror stories are unbelievable. And we went through it, and some of you were in the room when I did signings, but we're having transparency where you can have lists of prices. When you have some problem, they list it. You can go and negotiate prices. You can go to the drugstore and say, well, we want to see how much is that, how much. You know, right now you can't even do that. They don't let you do that, but now we do. And we've opened that up too. We've done a lot. Right to try is something we've done a great job. You people have. You have to see the results on right to try. But a person can be terminally ill in the old system, and we could have a drug that we know works, but it's still going to take another year or two of testing, and would tell the person, I'm sorry, we can't let you use that drug because it may hurt you. Well, you're going to die within 3 weeks or 4 weeks. You're terminally ill. They've wanted to do this for 45 years, and it's not as easy as all that. The country was worried that they'll sue the country. The doctors were worried they'd sue the doctors, sue the insurance companies, sue the pharmaceutical companies. I got everybody into a room. I said, listen, what we do is we sign an agreement where we guarantee, and a tough agreement, where you guarantee that we have no liability, the doctor has no liability, the pharmaceutical company has no liability, and various other things. He said, and everybody's happy. Then they said, well, we don't want them on the list. If a person is terminally ill, pharmaceutical companies, I understood that, we don't want them on our list because they do a list of success. And when a person is very, very sick, maybe toward the end of their life, terminally ill, we don't want that person on our list as a sample, as a test sample. I said, I understand that. So we're not going to have that person on your list. When you do this, we're not going to have that person on your list. We create a separate list of very, very sick, terminally ill people. But for your list, we're not going to put it. They said, wow, we like that. And we got it signed. And you have to see the success. People used to go to Asia. They'd go to Europe. They'd go all over the world looking, if they had money. Most people didn't have the money, so they go home and they die. Now they have the right to try, and I congratulate you on that, because you were the ones that really did a job. And Greg was great, wherever Greg may be. Is Greg here? Greg, where's Greg? Oh, boy, you stood up fast. That's good. Thank you, Greg. I'd call Greg and I'd say, man, you got to get it done. And it wasn't easy like people would have thought. Do you agree with that? It was not easy. We had more people coming at us. Thank you very much, Greg. It's a fantastic job. And a lot of other folks in the room. That's why we're ending years of economic surrender, and we're confronting China's chronic trading abuses. For years, past leaders let China freely loot our economy, racking up trillions and trillions of dollars in costly trade deficits. Now the world is on notice that people aren't going to be able to do that to the United States anymore. They're not doing it anymore, and they know it. They know it. They get it. They come to me and they see me, the leaders, I know them all now pretty much. Some I have great respect for, some I don't get along with as well. You know, there was a poll recently that Obama is much more popular in Germany than I am. I said, of course he is. He's not saying to Germany, you got to pay us for the military. He's not saying to Germany, why are you paying billions and billions of dollars to Russia for a pipeline coming in, and then we defend? How about that one? We pay billions of dollars to Russia, and then we defend Germany from Russia. Figure, does that work, right? Does that work? Give Russia billions, and then we defend you. Oh, that's a wonderful deal. We got plenty of those deals. That's one of the better ones. With your help, we will also achieve a historic victory for the American farmer, rancher, and workers by replacing the horrible disaster, to me, one of the worst deals ever, NAFTA. And we're replacing it with the USMCA, which really is incredible. Got to get it up for a vote. They got to put it up for a vote. By the way, the Democrats are going to vote for it. Unions love it. Farmers love it. I would say unions like it, but they like it. They hate NAFTA. It's their all-time least. Manufacturers love it. The farmers are desperate for it. It's so important. And let it be bipartisan. I told Nancy Pelosi, Nancy, put it up for a vote. It's going to be bipartisan. You can have all the credit you want. You have to do something other than try and impeach somebody that didn't do anything wrong. You have to. I said, it's hard to impeach somebody who didn't do anything wrong. The Mueller report is out. There's no collusion after 2.5 years. Think of it, how ridiculous. I collude with Russia. In fact, Russia said, you know, if we really did pick him, we made a real bad choice. Think of it, even tonight, I'm talking about we have the strongest military. We're spending billions and billions with strongest military, right? We have the strongest energy. Hillary wanted windmills. She wanted solar. Solar's fine, you know, small potatoes compared to what we're talking about. Doesn't have the power that you need. It's someday good. I love solar. I think solar's good, but it's limited. The wind is very expensive because you put up those windmills. I know it very well. First of all, they're made in Germany and they're made in China. Think of the pollutants that go in the air when they're making these massive steel things. If it's anywhere near your house is way down in value. Try dropping a windmill someplace close to your house. Try selling your house. They make noise. They kill all the birds. The energy is intermittent. If you happen to be watching the Democrat debate and the wind isn't blowing, you're not going to see the debate. Charlie, what the hell happened to this debate? He says, darling, the wind isn't blowing. The goddamn windmill stopped. That windmill stopped. Republicans know that American families are the true backbone of America. That is why I was the first president to propose nationwide paid family leave in my budget. Very important. Women want it. Our goal.
All right, everybody, we are going into the commercial break before I am live again on television. You will get to see me right here on the News Now stream, but just want to give you a heads up. I'll be going live. You'll be seeing here, sitting, fixing my hair on standby to be on TV.
For the next generation, we're going to make new cars more affordable and much safer. My administration will soon issue standards that will save families thousands and thousands, as I said, of dollars per car. We're going to fight for the future of cities like Baltimore that have been destroyed by decades of failed and corrupt rule. The left-wing agenda of total government domination, crushing regulation, crippling taxes, unrestricted migration, and I mean, think of this. It's undermining all law enforcement. They undermine law enforcement, and they devastate America's inner cities. They've been devastated. And even the cities like Los Angeles, look at what's happening. It's like, look at what's happening. San Francisco. Take a look at what's going on. And we're going to have to step in and do something about it because we can't allow that to happen to our great cities. Los Angeles is a great city. We can't allow it. And in the not-too-distant future, you're going to see we're going to step in. We're not going to allow it to happen where major companies are leaving.
I pulled up the wrong camera, everybody. Sorry. By the way, guys, when I give the thumbs up, I'm speaking to the producer who's talking to me in my ear. Welcome back to Fox 10 Extra News at 7. I'm Pilar Arias from the News Now Set. 2 football players in Tennessee going above and beyond, donating clothes to a teen bullied by classmates. The teen says he was bullied for wearing the same clothes every day to school. Freshman Michael Todd was taken out of third period at MLK Prep Monday morning. He froze when football players Christopher Graham and Antoine Garrett handed him a gift that changed his entire school year. Bags full of shirts, shorts, shoes, and more.
He wasn't smiling, and I was like, yeah, I think this is gonna make him smile. I told him, I said, you know, when we was in the same third period, he was like, yeah, I said, I apologize for laughing at you, and I want to give something to you to make it up.
Michael was getting made fun of for 3 straight weeks at his new school. He would wear the same clothes every day, and students at MLK Prep would mock him for it.
I don't really have clothes at home. My mom can't buy clothes for me because I'm growing too fast. When I saw people laugh at him and bully him, I felt like I needed to do something.
So Christopher went through his closet and grabbed a bunch of clothes and texted his friend Antoine for help. They packed shorts, pants, shoes, and gave it all to Michael. Michael already wearing the green Army sneakers that they gave him. Let's take a listen.
And then I almost cried when at lunch he told me, he was like, you know, you two the only two to actually ever give me a gift.
Oh, how sweet. The help isn't stopping in the halls of MLK Prep. People from states away have seen the video and want to send Michael clothes. All this thanks to 2 high school students who want to put a stop to bullying. Fox News Now streams live news coverage from across the country all day. A link is on our website, fox10phoenix.com. By the way, everybody, this is San Francisco. I did just hear somebody mention Japan. If you've been to Japan, awesome. I'm super jealous, but we're taking a live look at San Francisco, and they're trying to adjust that camera so they can show us the best sunset there with the Golden Gate Bridge pretty much on the left middle part of your screen. All right, everybody, we're going to be wrapping things up in just moments here on News Now for the evening. Don't forget, me and Mike Page will have your Friday edition streaming all the way from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Arizona time. Please join us. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Still 629 of you hanging on strong with us tonight. Hope you had a great Thursday evening. We hope to see you again tomorrow. We hope you are an official News Nower, which means you're a subscriber. We'll see you around. Everybody take care.